Paramount to the Attlee-Truman discussions, 1 million people cram New York's Central Park to hear the president outline America's stand on atomic power.
There has been talk about the atomic bomb. We must find the answer to the problems created by the release of atomic energy. Indeed, the highest hope of the American people is that world cooperation for peace will soon reach such a state of perfection that atomic methods of destruction can be definitely and effectively outlawed forever.
Осталось 10, 9, 8, 7, 1, отстав, строй! Мощь нажатия кнопки, все осветилось ярчайшим.
Shipping routes they lie, and until 1952, only pearl fishing boats entered the blue waters and left the cliffs surrounding their shores.
Censored by the French authorities, but this picture is impressive evidence of the bomb.
The great result of the cooperation of education with research. This is another victory.
Emergency alert system capabilities.
This is an emergency action notification.
National Alert and Warning Authorities, in coordination with emergency alert system participants.
My fellow Americans, as you know, our attempts at preventing nuclear war have failed.
Finally, Mars has accepted my sacrifices and unleashes me.
I see you, enemy. I see you, enemy. Enemy! Enemy! You are my enemy! And I swear total resistance to you with everything I've got. Disingenuous, fake, false, broke back, twisted, a defiler, a betrayer, a backstabber, a devil! You will pay. Yeah, you think I don't see your face, scum? You don't think I don't see you? I see you, you understand me? I know what you think of me and my family. I see you right back. You understand that? You understand that? You will fall! You will not bring humanity down! God is going to destroy you!
Let's watch some shit. Where are we at here? Oh, I definitely want to watch this. I found that crazy lady from yesterday. She's got some fucking crazy videos. I wanted to see this. I don't know if these are the same video. I don't think they are. Let's see.
Let's say they're not aware. Let's say they're not aware. Let's say that you have security cameras in your house, but they just didn't even know that they were there. They had no idea that the security cameras were there. They didn't notice them. Like, so what? Like, get over it. Like, it's their fucking house. Like, I don't know. I feel like people recording shit inside of their own house is just it's not a bad thing. And I personally have said over and over, I don't have a problem with people recording things in private at all. I don't have a problem with it. I don't like if you record like Discord calls or phone calls or anything like that. I don't have a problem with it. I have a problem with people leaking it. Hard to say. I'll tell you just like what was represented, because I'm friends with Lauren and I like Lauren, so I don't want to represent this in like a super negative light. But her and Destiny were dating for a while, and then she came out and started saying she hates him. She hates Destiny. She'll never talk to him again. He is a horrible person. And then she, like, within like a week or two, she was on like 4 different streams talking about him, and she would just throw in little random things like, he's such a horrible person. He records people without their consent. He records people without their consent. Did you know that? That is so disgusting. He could literally go to jail for that. That is illegal. That is illegal. And in Florida, that is a 2-party consent state. He can literally get arrested for that. And so she kept saying stuff like that. That kept making him like sound like he was doing something ridiculously bad. And so then Destiny came out finally, after like she kept saying things. He finally came out and said, look, I was dating her for a little bit. She wanted to like have like a real relationship, and I didn't. And she wanted to like keep getting closer and closer. I didn't. And so he like leaked DMs and kind of showed everything, and then just said like, yeah, like I was not interested in this relationship. And so once I cut her off, she went full like jealous ex-lover mode and started saying horrible things about me all over the place. And it seems like she's just locked on to like me recording people without their consent. But that's because there was like a time when a bunch of people, I'm pretty sure, were lying about me and saying stuff. And so I just like hit record. I think it was on his computer. It might have been on his phone, but he hit record on something and walked out of the room inside of his own house. And then he came back and got it and found that, yes, the people who were there were lying about him. And so he clipped the parts where they were lying about him and talking shit about other people. And then he would even send the clips of them talking shit about other people to those other people and be like, look, they were talking shit about you. And so, yeah, she made like a huge deal about this recording without consent thing. Where a lot of people, they heard it and they assumed this was sexual. Obviously, their first assumption was that it had something to do with sex, but it turned out it didn't. It had nothing to do with sex. And so, yeah, his claim is that, yes, she just went full jealous ex-lover. I never heard a response from her. She immediately disappeared for a long time. And when we did hear from her again, she was here talking to me about, like, we had a debate here about the education department or something like that, and she came in super aggressive, which I don't know what happened, because like we were friendly at first when she first came on, but I think she might have been a little drunk, so I don't know how to like take what happened on that day, because I wasn't sure like if I did something that now she like really like hates me for, or she's MAGA. Yeah, sure. But also, like, yeah, I was talking a lot of shit about MAGA that night, and it totally makes sense if, yeah, she just got offended by what I was saying. And so it wasn't, cause yeah, I was definitely being a dick and kind of baiting the MAGA head. So possibly on his secret home security setup that he may or may not have with spy cameras and mics. I'm making this up. I know. Yes. When I say that, like, when I bring up like the security camera stuff, I'm saying that if you have security cameras or like nanny cams and stuff like that inside of your house, like these are things that we all think of as normal. These are things that we all think of as like a perfectly normal thing within society. Like this isn't something that we would think like, oh, we found out that you were recording people with your security cameras in your house and you didn't get consent first to do that. Like we would say like, no, of course, like it's your own fucking house. Yeah, you can record people on your security cameras if you want to. But then when we all of a sudden say, oh no, they recorded them with their phone or they recorded them with their computer, now all of a sudden people get upset about it and they think of it very differently. And so I just bring up the security camera things to say, I don't think this is different. I don't think this is different at all. And I think that people getting upset about recording people without their consent, I just think it's kind of weird because there are so many other types of recording people without their consent on your own property that we would all have no problem with. And so I'm just, normally people are aware of security cameras. Well, that's why I also said nanny cams as well. But like, let's say they're not aware. Let's say they're not aware. Let's say that you have security cameras in your house, but they just didn't even know that they were there. They had no idea that the security cameras were there. They didn't notice them. Like, so what? Like, get over it. Like, it's their fucking house. Like, I don't know. I feel like people recording shit inside of their own house is just it's not a bad thing. And I personally have said over and over, I don't have a problem with people recording things in private at all. I don't have a problem with it. I don't like if you record like Discord calls or phone calls or anything like that. I don't have a problem with it. I have a problem with people leaking it.
Technically, if somebody comes into my house and I've got a camera set up in their bedroom and I just want to like jerk off to them when they sleep because I think they're hot, like there's not really a victim there if I don't share the videos with anybody, if I just jerk off to it. But like I think the vast majority of people would be incredibly uncomfortable with that.
Yeah,
that's what I have a problem
say
with.
so.
If you go and post it publicly, I think that's a really fucked up thing to do. And I don't think that I think that yes, like at that point, like you could get sued. If you don't have a reason to leak those things publicly, you can obviously get sued. And obviously, I have leaked recordings that I've had of people privately because they were lying about me, that like I was able to just come out with recordings that I took of us to prove that they were lying over and over and over so that I can protect myself. And but I've never leaked things unnecessarily. I've never leaked things without evidence. I've talked about the fact that I was on a call with Not So Erudite a while ago, and while we were on the call, she said, "Are you recording this?" And I was like, "Why?" She's like, "Because if you're not, you're a fucking retard. You should be recording every call you have with people." I was like, oh yeah, no, yes. No, I'm definitely recording this. Yeah. No, for sure. Yeah, I'm definitely recording this call. Yeah, definitely. One of the problems though is that like you guys know how I mute myself all the time on here on accident, or like I turn down my volume, or I do this on recorded calls all the time too. They all have the worst fucking audio because I'm like my audio's going up and down, or I put myself on the wrong mic, or I fuck up the recordings all the time because yes, it just I can't keep it simple. But even with things like a mod, like saying that they're probably going to quit, right? This is a normal thing with a lot of businesses where like whenever somebody was going to quit or we had to fire somebody, we were supposed to record those calls just for like protection of for the company. And so yes, even I started doing this with mods and with like, you know, editors and like people who worked for me, is that like, yes, if I had to let them go, or I knew that they were going to quit or something like that, or I thought they might quit, I thought, okay, I got to go have a really hard conversation with them today, and they may be quitting after I say this to them, and so I'm going to go ahead and just record this call just in case. Like, yeah, I've done that a ton of times, but it's not for like any sort of malicious reason. And I think that over the course of 6 years of streaming, I have proven that I am not doing these things in any sort of malicious behavior, considering the fact that I just leaked things for the first time within this last year. That like, it was the first time I've ever leaked anything, and it was just Yeah, it was only after the other people lied over and over and over and over and over and over for like 6 months straight. Then eventually I was like, okay, I gotta shut this motherfucker up. But yeah, I think that I've shown that like I'm more than like responsible with these things, and that there's not even other people who are running around. Like with Sass, like she kept sharing our DMs with a ton of different people, and then it turns out like almost all of those people that she shared our DMs with went and like shared them with literally everybody else, to the point that literally everybody had our DMs, and they were like holding on to our DMs like a fucking nuke that they were pretending they were going to drop at some point. And then it turns out everybody's like, we already have them. Like, there's nothing here. This actually makes you look horrible. Like, this makes you guys look fucking horrible. So there's nothing here. You guys lost all your leverage by showing these to so many people, because now they're everywhere. And now everybody knows you don't have any leverage. So like there was a day that I think Ryle was on here, and he said that it was Ryle and some like Russian chick, and she said something like, well, did you not know that girl liked you? Did she never say anything to make you think that she liked you? And I was like, no, not really. Like not like consistently. And she's like, no, I saw DMs where she said something X, Y, and Z. And Ryle was like, yeah, no, that was only in the last like month or two. He's like, I've seen all the DMs.
Okay, I don't know if this one's the same. Let me see.
But let's say they're not aware. Let's say they're not aware. Represent this in like a super negative light, but
this is not true. Not only will Tom misrep.
Okay. But let's say they're not aware. Let's say they're not aware. Let's say that you have security cameras in your house, but they just didn't even know that they were there. They had no idea that the security cameras were there. They didn't notice them. Like, so what? Like, get over it. Like, it's their fucking house. Like, I don't know. I feel like people recording shit inside of their own house is just it's not a bad thing. And I personally have said over and over, I don't have a problem with people recording things in private at all. I don't have a problem with it. I don't like if you record like Discord calls or phone calls or anything like that. I don't have a problem with it. I have a problem with people leaking it. Hard to say. I'll tell you just like what was represented, because I'm friends with Lauren, and I like Lauren, so I don't want to represent this in like a super negative light. But
this is not true. Not only will Tom misrepresent the entire situation to make Lauren look awful, but at the same time, Lauren hates Tom because in their last conversation, he gaslit her to the moon. I want to give a great example. It's going to sound boring at first. Give me 10 seconds and I'll explain what happened. Tom and Lauren are arguing about immigration, specifically a policy roughly called Remain in Mexico, basically where immigrants stay in Mexico while applying for immigration. Tom is arguing staying in Mexico while applying for immigration is dumb, because then asylum seekers would be staying in the country they're running from or seeking asylum from.
Easier now.
Sure. So yeah, if they actually qualify for asylum, it's good that they are actually able to qualify for asylum. Whereas under Trump, telling them that they would have to stay in the country that they're trying to claim asylum from is kind of insane, and possibly have to wait years to get a court date.
Now this is dumb, because most of these asylum seekers are coming from lower South American countries like Panama and Guatemala.
Years to get a
most
court
of them
date.
weren't even Mexican residents or even trying to claim asylum from Mexico.
Now Tom is about to realize this mid-sentence, and he's going to switch sides of the argument and pretend like he agreed with Lauren the entire time. Just wait for the dumb look on his face.
Years to get a
most
court
of them
date.
weren't even Mexican residents or even trying to claim asylum from Mexico. A lot of them were coming up from Panama and lower. So that we had caravans from.
I really wonder why Lauren hates Tom.
I didn't say the whole thing was about Mexicans. Her and Destiny were dating for a while, and then she came out and started saying she hates him. She hates Destiny. She'll never talk to him again. He is a horrible person. And then she, like within like a week or two, she was on like 4 different streams talking about him, and she would just throw in little random things like, he's such a horrible person. He records people without their consent. He records people without their consent. Did you know that? That is so disgusting. He could literally go to jail for that. That is illegal. That is illegal. And in Florida, that is a 2-party consent state. He can literally get arrested for that. And so like she kept saying stuff like that that kept making him like sound like he was doing something ridiculously bad. And so then Destiny came out finally after like she kept saying things. He finally came out and said, look, I was dating her for a little bit. She wanted to like have like a real relationship and I didn't. And she wanted to like keep getting closer and closer. I didn't. And so he like leaked DMs and kind of showed everything. And then just said like, yeah, like I was not interested in this relationship. And so once I cut her off, she went full like jealous ex-lover mode and started saying horrible things about me all over the place. And
first, Tom says they're dating, then says Destiny didn't want a real relationship. That would actually be called leading on, but that aside, it's funny Tom's been accused of leading people on in the past, but can't identify it in the real world. That aside, Destiny has current police reports filed against him for recording without consent. Even if Tom did believe the victims, Tom's actually about to explain why recording people in your home without their knowledge is totally okay.
And so, yeah, she made like a huge deal about this recording without consent thing. Where a lot of people, they heard it and they assumed this was sexual. Obviously, their first assumption was that it had something to do with sex, but it turned out it didn't. It had nothing to do with sex.
Wrong. She explicitly said it was about sex and in the bedroom and recording private areas. So when Lauren De Laguna isn't exactly friends with Cherry, and Lauren De Laguna says about a year ago that Destiny was recording private areas like the bedroom, then a year later, Cherry comes out with a police report completely disconnected for the exact same thing, that should create a corroborating piece of evidence. And you would need to hear that audio to prove that as true.
He secretly records women in his apartment. It's a federal.
Lauren's just mad because I was making mad bank selling our sex tapes for like $3,000 a pop. And she didn't know about it. Non-consent.
When people come up to your door, they have audio. They have audio. That's so different than inside an apartment, inside a bedroom.
But inside your private home, like, I think you should be able to record whatever. But obviously, you still have to tell people, like,
maybe
I have surveillance.
And so, yeah, his claim is that, yes, she just went full jealous ex-lover. I never heard a response from her. She immediately disappeared for a long time. And when we did hear from her again, she was here talking to me about, like, we had a debate here about the education department or something like that. And she came in super aggressive, which I don't know what happened, because like we were friendly at first. When she first came on, but I think she might have been a little drunk, so I don't know how to like take what happened on that day, because I wasn't sure.
Slander your victims. Tom and Destiny know all about that.
I know. Yes. When I say that, like when I bring up like the security camera stuff, I'm saying that if you have security cameras or like nanny cams and stuff like that inside of your house, like these are things that we all think of as normal. These are things that we all think of as like a perfectly normal thing within society. Like this isn't something that we would think like, oh, we found out that you were recording people with your security cameras in your house and you didn't get consent first to do that. Like we would say like, no, of course, like it's your own fucking house. Yeah, you can record people on your security cameras if you want to. But then when we all of a sudden say, oh no, they recorded them with their phone or they recorded them with their computer, now all of a sudden people get upset about it and they think of it very differently. And so I just bring up the security camera things to say, I don't think this is different. I don't think this is different at all. And I think that people getting upset about recording people without their consent, I just think it's kind of weird because there are so many other types of recording people without their consent on your own property that we would all have no problem with. And so I'm just, normally people are aware of security cameras. Well, that's why I also said nanny cams as well. But like, let's say they're not aware. Let's say they're not aware. Let's say that you have security cameras in your house, but they just didn't even know that they were there. They had no idea that the security cameras were there. They didn't notice them. Like, so what? Like, get over it.
Tom doesn't know that he just justified recording people in the bathroom and in the bedroom without their knowledge, but I'm going to explain it for the dummies out there. So Tom is saying that because people in some areas of the house, like let's say the living room or the kids' room, there may be recording devices, that those areas are not areas of reasonable expectation of privacy. We would not expect you to have a camera in the bidet, Tom. So please do not record the women that come over to your house, though it may be already too late.
If somebody comes into my house and I've got a camera set up in their bedroom and I just want to like jerk off to them when they sleep because I think they're hot, like there's not really a victim there if I don't share the videos with anybody, if I just jerk off to it. But like I think the vast majority of people would be incredibly uncomfortable with that.
That's what I have a problem with. If you go and post it publicly, I think that's a really fucked up thing to do. And I don't think that I think that yes, like at that point, like you could get sued. If you don't have a reason to leak those things publicly, you can obviously get sued. And obviously I have leaked recordings that I've had of people privately.
There's one last lie at the end here. Tom says that I said in the past that I saw all the DMs between him and his ex-mod that he led on. I fully believe it now because he doesn't even know what leading on is, and he denies it, so why would I trust his denial? And there's evidence that he was leading her on. She was saying that he has boyfriend dick at one point in time, and then he says in the future that she never showed interest in him, so there's a direct contradiction. But more importantly, he says that I saw all of their DMs, and I cleared those DMs as being innocent. In fact, I did not say that. I said that I had seen transcripts and times on stream where they were together and I couldn't see anything from there. But I also said he hasn't leaked any DMs, so I have no idea what happens behind the scenes, which is usually where relationships are fostered.
Because they were lying about me, that like I was able to just come out with recordings that I took of us to prove that they were lying over and over and over, so that so that I can protect myself. And but I've never leaked things unnecessarily. Yeah, it was only after the other people lied over and over and over and over and over and over for like 6 months straight. Then eventually I was like, okay, I gotta shut this motherfucker up. Like there was a day that I think Ryle was on here and he said it was Ryle and some like Russian chick, and she said something like, you know, well, did you not know that girl liked you? Did she never say anything to make you think that she liked you? And I was like, no, not really. Like not like consistently. And she's like, no, I saw DMs where she said something X, Y, and Z. And Ryle was like, yeah, no, that was only in the last like month or two. He's like, I've seen all the DMs.
So Ryle, do you think that Tom did anything wrong in that whole situation?
With SAS, I don't think I have enough information. So what needs to, like, I think I can make like an inference or decision based on sulfur or based on other situations. I can't make an inference there because there is basically Tom hasn't released any like comparative amount of DMs, right? She has released a lot of DMs, but Tom, you haven't released any, right? Or maybe one or two.
No, I haven't. I haven't released anything, and she hasn't released anything for me to even combat, because there's never been something that she's shown where it shows a dynamic where we're flirty with each other, or where I'm like showing any sort of reciprocation or.
Okay.
Before we get into the video, really quickly, I want to let you know that we are currently, I guess you could say, under attack by leftists on YouTube. They are flagging the channel again, just like they did before. They remember the suspension when they terminated the account for scams and deceptive practices. Well, they're at it.
Fuck. So pissed me off so much every time that happens. Okay.
Well, they're at it again. This time they were able to get YouTube to demonetize the channel for harassment, because they don't like the fact that I, compare David Pakman to Pinocchio and make fun of the way Kyle Kalinske dresses. This is obviously ridiculous, because they can say anything about us. They can call us all any name in the book and advocate us for us to be jailed or worse. So how can you help? There's a couple ways. The free way is simply go to Twitter. My account is @hard_bastard. And my pinned tweet is about this. And just simply go there, hit quote tweet, and make sure you add in YouTube creators YouTube and YouTube creators and say, and you can say whatever you want. Hey, YouTube, please fix this. The time for censoring conservatives is over, whatever you want to put. But even if you just put YouTube, please fix this, that would be fantastic. A couple other things you can do if you're interested. You can buy a shirt at hnnmerch.shop. You can, when we live stream on Rumble, buy a membership on Rumble, buy someone a membership on Rumble. You can super chat, or you could join Subscribestar, subscribestar.com/hard-bastard. But like I said, the free way, go to Twitter @hard_bastard and quote tweet the tweet, and we will see if this works. Now on to the video.
Hard News Network. In this house, we say and here is your host, Hard Bastard.
All right, 11 p.m. Eastern.
Okay, I've never seen this. I don't know who this person is. I've never seen them. I just saw the topic and I was like, okay, cool. Oh, fuck. Hold on. So, we'll see where this goes.
Hard News Network. Now we're going to get into the rabid from Miami Vice, Kyle Kulinski, agreeing with Bill Burr. Bill Burr has called for violence, has said that billionaires should be murdered. And now I don't think there's anyone listening in that subscribes to leftist ideology, at least this Tommy leftist ideology. But if you do, just understand that eventually these people are going to call for your death. Okay, they start out with the billionaires, but it's basically anyone who opposes them and disagrees with them in any way. Some of them have been very explicit about this. People like Destiny, they have been very clear that if you disagree with them politically, you should be murdered. So right now they're calling for the murder of billionaires. Kyle Kulinski on multiple occasions has called for explicit violence. He's called for Elon Musk to be publicly executed. And so now Bill Burr, who is as a comedian, he's somewhat funny. It's a shame he's such a because, he's actually kind of funny. But he has decided to hop aboard this calling for violence thing against billionaires.
Okay, this guy... He's got to go. Fuck this guy. Not happening.
You also wrote a piece for your Patreon that was very critical of the New York Times, which, sometimes media criticism can, we've talked about, can be a little bit of a lazy thing when we engage in it, because it's more like, let's just talk about the politics of it. But the New York Times over the past 4 years on two incredibly important issues has been actively misleading folks, I would say, on the genocide in Gaza and on the issue of trans rights, where they put out endless op-eds and endless articles essentially questioning trans identity and portraying it as a bit of a trend. And now that Trump gets back into office, the editorial board has the gall to come out and talk about protecting trans people. If you could just explain the context of why people are outraged and about the Times doing this about face right now.
I'm glad you're letting me talk about this because I am an OG New York Times hater.
Solidarity, yes.
So basically,
solidarity.
They came out with this op-ed, and it was mostly about the trans military ban that Trump has reinstated, which is a very unpopular policy that he had in his first term. I covered it extensively back then. But I was reading it, and I don't typically read them, but this one I made an exception for, and I just got so mad because they're talking about these executive orders and how cruel they are. And they're going through the impacts on trans people. They're talking about trans kids, trans athletes, the passport thing. And I'm like, each one of these things has been addressed either by both your news and opinion sections or by your opinion section. Like you employ multiple opinion writers who just flat out deny that trans people exist. I don't know if you want me to name them, but I'm happy to.
Go ahead. I mean, one of them is out now, right? Pamela Paul.
Yeah, Pamela Paul, yeah.
We still have some stragglers.
She was the polite liberal transphobe on the staff, but you had David French, who has a long history, even before writing for the Times, of just demonizing trans people in, the most polite conservative way. Ross Douthat is, I think my first draft called him a conservative Catholic cuck, which I'm allowed to say because I am also a Catholic cuck. So,
very nice.
It's not just the opinion side either. They have several reporters who just, it feels like they have an agenda.
Right. And can you explain why that is? It's always like we're pursuing this truth. There must be something here where we can portray both sides. But by asking some of these questions repeatedly and with the emphasis they do, they call into question kind of just like basic facts about trans identity. And it's this paternalism that bothers me of we know better as New York Times reporters than the very people who are saying this is my reality. Well, like that if you could just explain what that's like and
yeah.
I
mean, I always start this off by saying that gender affirming care for youth is probably the most prominent one that they go long on all the time, and the treatment that they're attacking has been endorsed by every major American medical association in existence. It's endorsed by numerous international boards. The French government just came out basically and said the affirming approach is the correct one. So you have this laundry list of just the biggest medical experts in the world basically saying this is the right treatment. And then you have like a handful of crank doctors on the other side saying, well, no, we think there's an issue with it. And the New York Times gives both of them equal weight, or sometimes gives the crank doctors even more weight. It reminds me a lot of the climate change debate, which they, I think, pretty much did the same thing. But I'll say this.
What up, Conrad? What kind of cope we watching? This is like a little 10-minute blurb from Majority Report about the New York Times. I found a video from that frickin' Crystal Mommy talking about prison abolition, but then there's like some context to it where essentially, I guess the context of the video is she's explaining, well, what about all the murderers and rapists? And I'm like, oh, I gotta see that. I gotta see that. So I got a Crystal Mommy video and some kind of Hassan Cope video. I'm just kind of chilling. How you doing?
This about the New York Times. I think that they, more than any other news organization, did more to take transphobia from a fringe right-wing position to making it this hotly contested political issue that we have now.
By bringing it into polite liberal discourse, essentially, right?
Correct, yeah.
And I would say hyping up hysteria in communities like wealthier suburban communities that, about this being some sort of thing they'd have to worry about with their child, that it's spreading.
Sequel class? Nice. Very cool. I liked sequel. The sequel class I took was super fun. And my professor was great because he gave us like multiple options. We were using SQL Server. We had like a browser-based Oracle platform that we could use, and just a lot of fun projects. So I remember really, really liking that course.
Like almost like they portray it as it's an infection or something like that, right? And it's crazy because in 2022, we saw the Republicans try to run on transphobia, and they did not do well in that election cycle. But it's hard for me to assess if it's just like kind of Trump and his force of personality, or if it's what you described, this like normalization of transphobia by these elite media institutions, or it's probably both.
Yeah, I do think that the trans athlete issue, more than any other, is the most difficult for the left to counter. I've written about that issue more than probably any of the others in my career, but that's also because I have a degree in sport management. I was an athlete growing up myself. I have an inherent interest in it. People forget I also have 2 cisgender daughters. So like I can see all sides of this issue, and my focus has always been on the science. And I don't think people have a grasp on the science of trans athletes. I'm not going to sit here and recite it back to you now because it would take too long. But I wish that science would lead on the trans athlete debate instead of like this gut feeling, quote unquote, common sense that we get from conservatives and a lot of quote unquote conservative liberals.
Well, I mean, it's a gut feeling because it's just this like old adage about protecting little white girls that you'll see across, you'll see in historical portrayals of Indigenous Americans, of Black Americans and their threat to white women. I mean, that like what's her name? The 5th place idiot swimmer, Riley Gaines. Like that's what she's invoking. And that when people say that's their gut reaction, it's like, have you ever seen, especially prepubescent kids playing sports? Yeah. Like there's nothing you need to worry about. And if these trans girls get their...
Is this person trans? I think so. Gotta be, yeah. I'd say it's probably a 100% chance there. It was fucking crazy, dude. What is this white guilt? I love how she added that. I love how she added that little just sprinkle of salt and pepper to the conversation. Like, people think it's just about like saving little white girls or whatever. You know, she couldn't help herself. Just like she couldn't help herself when she was talking to fucking Tim Pool, calling him a Nazi or whatever. Like she just absolutely could not help herself at all. She just had to throw it in there.
Don't think people have a grasp on the science of trans athletes. I'm not going to sit here and recite it back to you now because it would take too long. But I wish that science would lead on the trans athlete debate instead of like this gut feeling, quote unquote, common sense that we get from conservatives and a lot of quote unquote conservative liberals.
Well, I mean, it's a gut feeling because it's just this like old adage about protecting little white girls that you'll see across, you'll see in historical portrayals of Indigenous Americans, of Black Americans and their threat to white women. I mean, that like what's her name? The 5th place idiot swimmer, Riley Gaines. Like that's what she's invoking. And that when people say that's their gut reaction, it's like, have you ever seen especially prepubescent kids playing sports? Like there's nothing you need to worry about. And if these trans girls get their gender affirming care in the way that they need, none of this is going to be an issue. It wouldn't even be an issue without that, but it's solved just by trans care immediately. But then those same folks are disinterested and skeptical of trans care.
Right. It's really interesting that when they're making a medical argument, it's this like horribly irreversible, permanent, drastic change. But when it comes to trans athletes, trans care doesn't do anything, actually. They're talking out of both sides of their mouths. And I mean, I've seen my own athletic performance. It dipped dramatically. I was a runner when I transitioned, although I haven't been able to run since getting COVID. And my times took an immediate dip when I started estrogen. That's unscientific. Like there wasn't anybody studying the before and the after. It was just my anecdotal report. But every trans person I know that was an athlete before will tell you this. So to us, it's common sense. to everybody else, it's like, these men who think that they are physically superior to all women. It's the same people who think that if they played Serena Williams in a tennis match that they could win a point off of her. And it's like, no, you're not going to.
Right.
You just overestimate your own abilities. It's like the guys who think that they can wrestle a bear and win. It's like, no, you would die.
And as we wrap up, Caitlin, I guess that part of it is really, I think, important for people to just think about. The over focus in particular on trans women versus trans men. Can you talk a little bit about what conservatives, why they're fixated particularly on trans women? I have my own theories, but what's your assessment?
I think it's
and girls, I should say, trans women and girls. Yeah.
I think that it's easy to demonize the appearance of a trans woman, especially somebody like me who transitioned a little older, and maybe doesn't pass as well. I think it's easy to portray us as this grotesque other, when in actuality we're your next door neighbor. We're the best player in your video game lobby. Sorry, it's true. We use your grocery store. That. I could go into everything. We are your neighbors. But it's very easy in an online setting to go, they could take my worst selfie, and believe me, I've taken bad ones. Who hasn't? And say, look at this person. You believe that is a woman? And it's very, very easy to radicalize folks. And I think that's why there's so much focus on trans women. And the thought that I'll leave you with is this. The arguments for trans rights, in other words, what trans people are asking for from society, haven't changed in 50 years. I found a speech the other day from the 1974 St. Christopher Street rally of a famous trans woman. I apologize, her name escapes me off the top of my head. It's the "Y'all better quiet down" speech. If you're LGBT, you probably have heard of that. But she's talking about trans people in prisons. She's talking about how gay and trans people can't find housing. Gay and trans people can't find work. And those are the same issues that we've been asking for, the same rights that we've been asking for the last 50 years. So there's this sense on the right that I think pervaded quote unquote normie society that, trans rights went too far. And my counter is I think you all became way more obsessed with us, because what we're asking for hasn't changed in all of that time. I think that you all just needed somebody else to focus on once gay marriage became the law of the land.
Yep. Senate Twink, great name, writes in Sylvia Rivera.
That's the one. Thank you. Sorry.
There you go.
Truly embarrassing. I couldn't remember that.
Yeah, well, our audience is very smart and on top of it, and I always love to kiss their ass as well. So thanks so much, Caitlin. Really appreciate your time today. Where can people support your work? I know you have a Patreon.
She did this to fucking Tim Pool, man. What was it? Emma Vigeland has ups Tim Pool. Yeah, I think this is it.
Yeah, right. So go live in your grifter echo chamber where you guys can play songs with bad audio and then say, whoopsie.
I'm sorry, that audio thing really upset you.
Against the better advice of my doctor, I watched 2.5 hours of Tim Pool show. Now, there's a good reason for that. It's because Emma Vigeland of The Majority Report was on, and it was a very good discussion. Emma did a fantastic job here, and there is very little opportunity for people like this to appear on shows like this.
Fractured, independent space of varying ideologies.
Tim, I'm in your compound right now.
Yeah, I'm rich.
I live in a one-bedroom. I mean, how did you get rich?
I started a website, took memberships, sold ads on videos.
Yeah, but the reason that you get ads and that we don't is because you more adequately serve capitalism and we challenge it.
We got our ads pulled. What do you mean? There's whole organizations dedicated to getting all of our ads removed.
Right, but the proof is in the pudding and where I'm sitting right now.
So this is memberships. This is almost entirely because people pay to become members of websites. If the Majority Report, you guys have been around a lot longer than I have. Mm-hmm. The inability to provide a product to a customer does not mean that one political faction has more or is granted more because of capitalism or anything like that. Like if Sam is unable to, I mean, Sam's had way more subscribers than me for a long, long time.
Right.
And he just like, and I'm not saying this to be like mean, I'm saying if he doesn't know how to turn revenue, the issue is more so you need like a COO or somebody who's going to say, here's how we provide something to.
Very dry at times. It is very educational. That's the point of the show. If you check out Tim Pool's show.
And so that is.
So that's a mental health problem. I mean, we do have a mental health problem in this country. We have an issue with not shoplifting. Why would someone shoplift based on a personal pathology? They're shoplifting because they're desperate.
Not necessarily.
American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists, American College of Physicians, American Medical Association, American Pediatrics, a more equitable society for people. We should have socialized healthcare, Medicare for all. You should talk about that more in your program. You say you're in favor of it. I haven't really seen. That is the only way that you're going to try to react to this.
Come on.
The claim that you made.
Let's hear it.
I believe that your program appeals to a right-wing audience.
Some guy posted one thing one time, and that's the only argument.
Oh, there it is. She's basically she's gonna bring up some kind of Nazi thing here in a second. I'm pretty sure.
This is where this crazy thing.
I'm not shocked that that is the only way that you're going to try to react to this.
Come on.
The claim that you made.
Let's hear it.
I believe that your program appeals to a right-wing audience.
Some guy posted one thing one time, and that's the only argument you have. Hey, how about you guys run a video about how Tim Pool got into an argument with a pro-lifer about how he's in favor of pro-choice policy? You didn't run that, did you? Because you guys are grifters. This is what you do. I can invite you on for a real conversation, and what do? Your show's for neo-Nazis. This is why you guys don't get invited places, because you're not having real conversations.
I don't really care about getting invited places.
Yeah, right. So go live in your grifter echo chamber where you guys can play songs with bad audio and then say, whoopsie.
I'm sorry, that audio thing really upset you.
All right. Oh, my God. So this part, look, this is just...
Questions about whether or not...
Using the vaccine in the rapid way that the Operation Warp Speed did. This has been borne out by data after data after data set. Ukraine is on the defense. They were invaded. This is not the same.
I think that was it. But she just couldn't help herself, bro. Couldn't help herself. Now, granted, whatever. I mean, they're in the content world, so if they're trying to spice things up, I don't blame her. But it's, if she does that with Tim, and she'll also throw the little white girls thing in with the person who was critiquing the New York Times, then that seems to be a pattern there. She loves to like pick a word, throw it in there, and like watch the chaos unfold. Which, I mean, whatever. I'm not going to completely falter on that. This is, again, you're in the content world. Everything can't just be like straightforward milquetoast. Here's the data. Here's the information. Now, is she a master content creator? I don't know. I guess she's okay if she's like at least on the fucking Majority Report. All right, so here's this is giving you a content warning about all kinds of bad sex things, but I'm gonna give you a trigger warning. This crystal mommy is very crystally.
So I experienced child sexual abuse when I was 8 or 9 years old by the stepdad of my best friend, a serial rapist and paedophile who'd been grooming me since I was 5 years old. When I was 20, I reported him to the police, and after a 2-year court process, he ended up being sentenced to 13 years in prison. This man also sexually abused my best friend for about 7 years, and my best friend is no longer alive today. Whenever I mention I'm a prison abolitionist, the first thing people say to me is, what about the rapists and pedophiles? Shouldn't they be locked away? Isn't that the only way to ensure justice and healing for victims? And I think these are all totally valid concerns that I addressed in a similar video I made a few years ago. But I just found out my abuser has been released from prison 7 years early. At time of recording, he's now roaming the streets, which got me rethinking about this topic. Of all the videos I've ever made, this is the one that means the most to me. This is the one I feel most passionate about. And so as I've grown and learnt and evolved over the years, I wanted to build off of things I've said before and offer new perspectives. Prisons are often justified on the basis that they are healing for victims, which fails to take into account that the whole court system is itself a purveyor of violence. In my experience, the court process was not only re-traumatizing and re-victimizing, but in many ways worse than the abuse itself.
If one set out intentionally to design a system for provoking symptoms of traumatic stress, it might look very much like a court of law.
From the time I reported to when it went to court took 2 years. There were constant delays. I felt like I was in limbo period. My life was on hold, feeling totally unsafe because the abuser had threatened to take my life if I ever went to the police. There was a total lack of communication from the police, so I never really knew what was going on. I was treated more like a piece of evidence than a human being. I had to relay in excruciating detail every little thing this man had done to me over and over again, first to the police, then in writing, then in the courtroom with the abuser sitting right next to me, facing a constant onslaught of questioning, disbelief, skepticism, and victim blaming. It's hard enough to tell someone I love and trust, let alone a room full of strangers.
The very format of the court hearing offered by the criminal justice system is antithetical to the justice needs of victim survivors.
I gave all relevant information as evidence, including intimate text messages with my friends and my personal diaries. In one of my diary entries, I was writing to my dead friend, and I finished the entry talking about how my arsehole was bleeding, sounding totally unhinged, which of course the defense lawyer had an absolute field day with. My friends and my parents were required to give statements. They were questioned and called into court to give evidence on my behalf. What this meant in reality is I ended up being the emotional support for so many of the big feelings of my friends and family who were scared to go to court. And since it was my fault that they were going to court, it was considered my responsibility to take on this emotional labor. The strain that took on all of us means that some of those friendships have never recovered. One childhood friend I never talk to anymore, and I don't think I'll ever be able to forgive my parents for how they handled that situation. That being said, I kind of can't blame them in a way, because how the criminal justice system is set up makes it hard for people to provide emotional support for the person who's been harmed, because the system is more interested in incarcerating the perpetrator than healing for the victim. So when hearing about instances of abuse, people don't have a clue what to say without jumping to a carceral response. I remember at the time, my dad kept talking about how we should just castrate all the pedophiles, that would solve the issue. Others kept talking about how we should just sue them or bring back the death penalty. I would have loved if just one person had asked me what I wanted, what justice would look like to me, or what support they could provide, to show me genuine care, love, and support, rather than simply regurgitating the hatred I should feel but didn't towards my abuser and wanting him dead.
We as practitioners of psychological science and practice can no longer passively support justice responses that the tools of our profession have revealed to be psychologically damaging and ineffective.
Going back to the experience of actually being in court, ironically, the whole court process actually reinforced a lot of the misogyny, sexism, and patriarchy that were responsible for the violence in the first place. The defense lawyer fixated heavily and graphically on the sexual acts in a way that felt objectifying and sexualizing. I was required to present a story of my suffering where I embodied a broken, innocent damsel in distress, irreparably damaged, who needs to be saved and kept pure. I really resonated with Professor of Criminology and Penology Barbara Hudson's argument that the narrative of suffering expected of victims in court relies upon
the phallocentric notion of women's sexual accessibility as that which is most precious to her, such that its violation is indeed a fate worse than death.
I think this topic, okay, this is not where I thought the video was going to go. It is a heavy topic. watched that a while ago. All right, I'm just gonna watch the Hassan video. Keep it light.
Resistance. It's worse than that. There was support. That's what makes it so insane. Support from the Democrats on the basis of something that the Democratic base cares about, which is bipartisanship for the sake of compromise and nothing else. Now let's get to the Democrats. Why aren't the Democrats doing anything? By Leisha Miller.
Trump and his cronies, including unelected, deluded, low IQ, ugly, socially awkward, loser dork billionaire Elon Musk, are stripping people of their rights, placing people in camps, invading our privacy, and gutting the federal government. And to those of you in my comment section saying personal attacks and name-calling undermine my arguments, no, they f***ing don't. No, they don't. I can bully Elon Musk and create sound legal arguments at the same time. Watch me. And yes, I'm gonna be saying swears a lot in this episode because I'm mad. The uncensored version is available on my Patreon linked below. And in response to this tyranny, this all-out war on democracy, on the very foundations of our country, of the rule of law and of the Constitution, our lawmakers are, sending strongly worded letters, tweeting, holding press conferences. I don't know about
Hassan, you're playing dumb. It's not about teleporting. It's about scaling up your operations. That's all I'm asking. I'm still responding. Stop ignoring me. Scale up your operations. That's all we're asking. Okay. I'm going to respond to this the last time. Okay. Considering that I am currently doing news commentary for 8 hours a day, 7 days a week. This is the only thing I'm good at. And it's the only thing I've done that I've actually been able to scale up within the bounds of reason. Okay. When you ask me to scale up my operations, what you are demanding is that I go and I hire managers. I maybe go to private equity to actually go and get more capital and be beholden to a constant profit seeking by banks and other investors that are now tasked with growing this operation. I go and I hire journalists all around the country. I spend a good deal of this time not doing commentary, but instead management. I'm not good at management. I cannot do management, okay? You want me to become a corporation. I'm not good at that. I'm good at this. That is precisely why I do this, okay?
About you, but it feels like not enough. Today, we're going to talk about what the Democrats are and are not doing, what they should be doing, and what to do about all of it. Let's get into it. But first, a very big palate cleanser. It's almost Valentine's Day, and whether you're partnered up in a throuple, single, and ready to mingle, or in a never-ending series of situationships, you deserve to celebrate. And listen, in these trying times, finding anything to celebrate is a major win. What better way to celebrate love than with the most comfortable underpants of your life? Thank you to MeUndies for partnering with me on today's video. MeUndies offers insanely comfy and sexy underpants and loungewear to buy or gift this holiday season. They have something for everyone, from basic black to fun prints, and you can get a matching set for yourself or get a set that matches your partner or even your pet. And they have loungewear too, including joggers, hoodies, onesies, and more. It's comfy, it's responsibly sourced, and hey, if you don't love your first pair, it's on MeUndies. That's how confident they are, and I am, that you'll love your MeUndies. But how could you not love them? Look at this sassy little Kiss My Peach set I got. We're keeping it PG here, so calm down, but just know they're flattering and comfy as heck.
No, I'm not raging so hard I forgot I'm watching an ad. This is a day ago from Leisha Miller. It's Ethical Reacts. Okay, of course we're going to watch her ad. We're watching her video
this
overall.
Valentine's Day, give the gift that'll always have them thinking of you and get 20% off your first order, plus free shipping at MeUndies.com/Leija and enter the promo code Leija. That's MeUndies.com/Leija. Enter promo code Leija. Thanks, MeUndies. So let's get the lay of the land here, because as I keep saying, the point is to overwhelm us to the point of not caring. So we need a big picture moment to understand where we are. Trump passed a ton of executive orders right away after his inauguration. I went over all of them in a previous episode. They then started an avalanche of administrative actions that agencies under Trump within the executive branch are making in order to carry out his executive orders and proclamations. Those are things like the order to expand expedited removals of illegal immigrants, the the closure of USAID, the creation of Doge with loser Elon Musk at its helm, despite the fact that he's not appointed or elected and is just acting in his individual private civilian capacity, and acting illegally to gut as many federal programs as possible. Lots of lawsuits are coming down the pipe to stop Doge, to challenge the end to birthright citizenship, and so much more. So that accounts for 2 of the 3 branches of government. Trump and his loyalists and government agencies are shutting down, freezing spending, and gutting agencies of their institutional knowledge and personnel. Within the executive branch, lawsuits are being filed by state AGs, private citizens, nonprofit orgs, and more, and judges are using their injunction power to stop various of Trump's orders from going into effect until these lawsuits play out. And while it is incredibly tedious and slow, it is that injunction power that is standing in the way of a lot of these things from playing out. So the judicial branch is doing its part in the checks and balances scheme to step in where it can as Trump continues to overreach. So that leaves one branch, one sad little useless, limp branch that doesn't seem to be doing much of anything in its checks and balances powers to counteract the actual insanity unfolding in the executive branch. And that's the legislative branch, where our legislators, the ones we elected to represent us, the ones who are supposed to be the essential part of the democratic workings of our government, where they sit around with their thumbs shoved up their asses doing jack shit to stop any of this, all while lamenting, well, we just don't have a majority.
Leisha is also a lib, like, for the most part. I really like her commentary, but like, she certainly is I think closer to the Democratic Party than myself. Okay, so for her to provide this blistering criticism, I think, is a pretty solid read on how a lot of regular institutional Democratic Party voters, I mean, she's not fully on board with the Dems either, but she definitely is like an active supporter who does not shy away from openly stating that she likes the Democratic Party. I think she's more left than you think she is. Yeah, I mean, yeah, she is definitely more progressive than the average Dem. But having said that, I think she is overall. I think she's overall like, yeah, 100. Like Elizabeth Warren Dem is a good way to look at it. Yeah. But regardless, her commentary is solid always, okay? And that's precisely why I rely on her coverage and her commentary on a regular basis. Now, having said that, I think this is a fairly decent assessment on even people that are, you know, on the progressive wing of the Democratic Party, feeling a little angry with the Democratic Party.
Oopsies, sorry, guess there's nothing we can do. Or playing lip service to our outrage through strongly worded letters to Marco Rubio or something. The classic trope I've talked about before. Republicans openly violate the laws in the Constitution, and then the Democrats say, hey, but I mean, you can't do that. So here's a basic rundown of what Congress has done since Trump was inaugurated. The Senate has confirmed 13 Trump appointees and passed the Laken-Riley Act, the first official law Trump has signed. Laken-Riley was passed with bipartisan support and allows for the complete suspension.
This was so unimaginably. She's the type of person who thought the January 6th Commission was going to do something. I don't know about all that. Anyway, it doesn't really matter. But the Laken-Riley Act being passed with bipartisan support was so incredibly cruel, so ruthless, so ridiculous.
Of due process rights for undocumented immigrants accused of crimes. Not just violent crimes, but also theft. Reminder that we give due process to everyone in this country, at least in theory, meaning notice and an opportunity to be heard by a judge, the right not to be held indefinitely without a trial and forcibly removed from the country. We give that to everyone, including those accused of even the most heinous of crimes in this country. But the Laken-Riley Act, combined with Trump's executive orders declaring an emergency at the border and pausing all immigration, including of refugees and asylum seekers.
Yeah, the fact that it had no resistance is so sad and disgusting. No resistance. It's worse than that. There was support. That's what makes it so insane. Support from the Democrats on the basis of something that the Democratic base cares about, which is bipartisanship for the sake of compromise and nothing else. The fact that this was presented as a bipartisan bill and the fact that Democrats passed alongside, like Democrats offered a veto-proof majority, a filibuster-proof majority by voting for it was insane. Why wouldn't they support it? First of all, they should support nothing that the Republicans are advancing. If Republicans, when Democrats are in charge and they advocate for bills that actually Republicans want, the Republicans still obstruct. That's number one. Why do they do that? Because there are only benefits for obstructing in this partisan way. Okay? But number two, for this bill specifically, it is an incredibly cruel bill that denies due process on the basis of your documentation. Okay? If you are suspected as an immigrant, both documented or undocumented, if you're an immigrant and someone suspects you of stealing, ICE can come and detain you permanently and deport you. Okay? This is unconstitutional. It is completely unconstitutional.
Seekers and the resulting agency actions like the expansion of expedited removal all provides for a blanket suspension of due process rights for immigrants of all kinds, including those seeking and using legal means to be here. The elimination of due process rights is a key ingredient in fascist takeover because it allows for human rights abuses to go unchecked and tends to be directed at vulnerable minorities because people already hate their fucking guts, so it's easy to turn a blind eye, whether they're Jews in 1930s Germany or Mexicans in 2020's America. And the Lake and Riley Act passed with bipartisan support. 12 Democratic senators and 46 Democrats in the House voted in favor, along with every Republican in both houses. Here's the list of Democrats who voted in favor. If you are their constituent, you should be the most annoying person on the planet for them right now. Get to work. The House, for its part, has introduced a ton of bills, many of which are symbolic and will not even make it to the floor for a vote, 25 of which have passed and gone on to the Senate, and that's about it. Those Senate and House minority leaders Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries introduced bicameral legislation this week to try to challenge Doge and Elon Musk by preventing unlawful access to the Treasury Department's payment system, which Doge operatives took over last week, as we talked about in my episode on Monday. They called their new bill, wait for it, the Stop the Steal Bill. They were very proud of themselves when they announced the name and received some chuckles from the audience.
We call our legislation Stop the Steal.
And that's when it hit me. Oh yeah, part of the reason why Democrats aren't getting done is that legislators are a bunch of nerds in suits, and many of them are old as dirt. Of course they don't know how to talk to the American people or create a cool, engaging
Yeah, the older you are, the more seniority you have in the party, which means the longer you have actually stayed in office. The longer you've stayed in office, the more out of touch you are from the average person. In theory, the longer you've been in office must mean that the longer you've actually talked to your constituents. Is the exact opposite. You get tunnel vision. You get bubbled into this. The only access you have to the outside world is oftentimes lobbyists that are there to push for a corporate agenda. So they are just completely delusional to the needs and wants of the average American. Okay?
social media campaign and are terrified of youngsters coming in and using unconventional tactics to get done. Also, they're probably sleepy because most of them should be in retirement homes at this point. Theoretically, they would hire PR people to make up for being big giant dorks, but I don't think they'd know relatable, cool messaging if it hit them across the face. And Republican lawmakers are also dweebs, but so are their constituents, so it works. I think I've solved the problem, guys. Everyone can go home. The literal only reason we thought Kamala was cool was because of some sweet fan cam edits on TikTok. She certainly didn't convince us on her own after literal decades in public office. It took some lefty weirdos getting control of her TikTok account to win any of us over. Did it get her elected? No. Obviously, the entire messaging problem on the left that has alienated a huge swath of the working class and other groups that would historically fall under Democratic umbrellas cannot be solved by a slick TikTok campaign. But as it is, these Democratic lawmakers are speaking to literally no one except for a few policy wonks and some boomers. A couple of younger representatives have come down the pipe and actually feel inspiring and know how to speak like humans. AOC, Jasmine Crockett, Katie Porter, but name me a single cool Democratic senator that can speak like a human and makes you excited about politics. I'll f***ing wait. They got Cory Booker on the social media game. Literally, Chuck Schumer confirmed, according to Mother Jones, that Cory Booker is in charge of the Senate Democrats' social media, with the New York Times reporting, and I quote, "Last week, Mr. Booker delivered a PowerPoint presentation to fellow Democrats about how to deliver their message online. In the slides, which were obtained by the New York Times, Mr. Booker offered his colleagues guidance on how often to post on each platform. Instagram once or twice a day, Facebook once a day, LinkedIn 3 to 5 times a week, X..."
This part is so crazy. Like, Like Cory Booker is like an alien, dude. Like, no disrespect, some people just don't have it, you know? It's crazy. It once again shows me that, you know, it just shows me that we're just completely removed. Like, the Democrats are so removed from the needs, wants of the American public. Okay, but like, this is decent social media training for boomers, or at least their staffers.
2 to 5 times a day. TikTok, 1 to 4 times a day. Like, their social media strategy is about how often to post. This is you learn in like a poorly made intro to social media management for dummies course. Cory Booker is a fucking dork, guys. We have nothing to work with. And because much of the high-profile work is being done by the Senate because of their role in confirming presidential appointments, a lot of the focus and ire is on the Senate. So while House members definitely play a role in counteracting the horrors coming from the executive branch, it is the Senate where a lot of the work is to be done. And no, I'm not talking about introducing silly, fun, cool, tongue-in-cheek legislation like the Stop the Steal Act. We all know that the bill is dead in the water. It's being done for show, and so that our legislators can point to something and say, see, we are fighting back. Meanwhile, we're all out here getting fucking annihilated by breaking news story after breaking news story of some new horrific thing Trump and his cronies are doing, while our lawmakers chuckle at sassy names for bills no one will read or pass. Get a grip! I think there's a time and a place for introducing snarky legislation. This is not one of them. This is not business as usual. This is not a simple, well, we'll get them again in 2 years. Yes, the midterms will be important, but we need to actually have a functioning fucking government to hold a...
You said the Democrats are marketers, but they're not even good. The Democrats are literally just marketers. They don't do actual work. They're always selling an idea. Yeah, but they're not even good marketers. They're marketing a product that no one wants.
Elections in the first place.
And they're not even doing a good job marketing said product. That's why they are unimaginably unpopular right now.
Trump is causing damage at breakneck speed that will cause years of chaos and rebuilding. This is mission critical, all hands on deck shit, and our legislators are sitting on their hands, shrugging their shoulders, despite the fact that Trump is following the Project 2025 playbook word for word, line by line, the playbook they've had access to for a year and a half at least, and yet they did apparently nothing to prepare for. I made an episode ringing alarm bells about Project 2025 in September of 2023. Why are they just now starting to realize that, maybe this is pretty bad? Literally just this week, I think they're starting to get the memo, with House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries sending out a 10-point plan to counter the hostile takeover of government we're seeing, and even that is pretty weak. One of the 10 points is the Stop the Steal Act I just talked about. They also include calls to increase efforts to communicate with the American people about how awful everything is, with zero concrete advice on how to do so. The only real tangible plan they have at this point is to challenge the appropriations process that they'll go through in March. Remember how the government almost shut down and they kicked the can down the road to keep it open? Well, they kicked the can to March. And because appropriations bills require a larger majority to pass, Democrats will actually have some sway in that process, especially because there are some Republicans that just straight up will never vote in favor of an appropriations bill because they believe the government shouldn't spend any money at all. And until March, I guess the plan is...
Yeah, like gift after gift handed to the Democrats. Ridiculous executive orders that your job is to communicate how ridiculous they are, to get media coverage surrounding it. A group of Republicans that are in the party that refuse to abide by the wishes and the best interests of the party. You have all of these wonderful opportunities to make a big stink. I'm not expecting the Democratic Party to overnight become revolutionary Marxist-Leninists that are trying to build a militant vanguard. Okay? I'm just saying, be a competent party. Be a competent liberal party. Right now, at this stage, they are not even a competent liberal party. That's crazy.
Is tell people things are bad. Even Democratic governors hopped on a call with Chuck Schumer, according to reporting for the New York Times, literally begging him to get the senators to do something to stop the onslaught, suggesting better media and messaging strategies, and lamenting that they, the Democratic governors, are bearing the brunt of angry calls from constituents while also being the ones heading up a lot of the legal battles as well. And old Chucky Schumer was like, well, I can't force anyone to do anything. Plus, Cory Booker's doing a great job with the social media. Pathetic. Okay, so that's the lay of the land. Executive branch, fuck it up. Judicial branch, the one string holding back the worst of the onslaught. Legislative branch, dog. The good news is that at least in theory, the legislative branch is the one most responsive to the people. That's us. And as much as the moneyed interests do control our elected officials, the one thing they fear, probably even more than losing money, is losing elections. And if you understand that their main and all-consuming goal, the thing that they think about with every vote and every public move they make, is re-election, you can start to understand how to leverage that as someone who votes on whether or or not they get reelected. But we can't apply pressure if we don't know what to pressure them to do. So what could Democrats, especially in the Senate, be doing? Well, we know it's not passing legislation. Their minority status and partisan gridlock means that's nearly impossible.
I think the first step is obstructing every step of the way, even if it's like seemingly a good thing. Okay? Just obstruct, obstruct, obstruct.
Gumming up the appropriations process in March is also something they should definitely be planning for. They absolutely should be hiring better social media managers and talking more publicly about how awful things are. But the real way for Democrats to fight back, to get down and dirty and make the day-to-day passing of bills and Republican tomfoolery slower and more painful is by wielding the bureaucratic, mundane, day-to-day processes of Senate sessions.
100%.
What the organization Indivisible calls procedural hardball. A lot of what I'm about
100%. This is also part of the reason I am completely in agreement with Leisha here. This is also part of the reason why I get really annoyed with like liberal commentators, not Leisha. I'm saying like the liberal naysayers who will regularly just defend the Democratic Party instead of demand that the Democratic Party do more. Okay. Liberals who are tasked with defending the Democratic Party are always playing catch up, and they constantly will yell at people like myself. They'll say, Hassan, you just want like incredible pie in the sky ideas, right? You just want the Democrats to be socialist and radical Marxists or whatever. It's like, no, I'm talking about the minutia, the day-to-day operations, things that are within the realm of Democrats' possibility, things that are entirely in their control, things that they're refusing to do, okay? That's the difference. I understand process. And that's why I regularly criticize the Dems when they're in power or out of power for not utilizing the process or claiming that procedural hurdles sometimes undermine their agenda when they can so easily do away with it, like the Senate parliamentarian, for example. Okay? That's it. Those guys don't understand process. They don't know anything. They're just there to defend the Dems, which is weird because even like MSNBC has a better understanding of process and will do a better job of talking about the Democratic Party than the average liberal influencer who is tasked with defending the Democrats with very limited knowledge. That's why they're wrong all the time.
What to talk about is from Indivisible's explainer on how Democrats can play that hardball. It's linked in the sources in the description. The day-to-day functions of the Senate include huge amounts of standard protocols, business as usual rules and procedures that provide a veritable treasure trove of opportunities for Democrats to take actions that will provoke.
This is why I love David Dayen's work initially at the American Prospect. David Dayen put out like a 150-point plan on what the Dems could do with executive orders, like how far the Dems could take it. You know, wait, what just happened? My chat broke. Something that I regularly pointed to as far as like what the Biden administration can do, right? Of course, they didn't really do it. Yeah, they had an executive action. They had an executive action tracker. Like this is boring process shit. Okay,
Speaking of boring, this is fucking boring. There's another. This one, maybe this one's better. It's about fucking Hassan and slurs.
Holy shit. In all of my years, I actually did not know like when the term was invented. I always joke like, oh, Noam Chomsky was there when the term was invented. Turns out he literally was there. He's old enough. He was there when the ancient tombs were dusted off. Garrison Hayes
Over the
made a
last
video.
week, it has become abundantly clear.
DEI and the rise of the modern slur. Oh, banger. Garrison Hayes, great videos, great TikToks.
That when President Donald Trump and his allies.
Asman made you look dumb. Go suck a terrorist dick. Why are you fantasizing about me sucking another man's penis? That's kind of gay, big dog. You good? Coming across a little fruity in here. What's happening? Are there some other fantasies that you have that you would like to elaborate on? Some more fantasies for you, big sir? I'm horny and I'm mad. I just thought about you. I just imagined you having sex with a man. Oh. It's kind of funny how they admit that people on the left have the correct position on different topics, but reject that correct opinion because it's too nice. Yet on the left, we never assume someone is lying to be perceived in a good light. At most, we will assume they're a grifter and now what they're saying is wrong / damaging society, but simply doesn't care because it makes them money, and likely they want it to be true too. Yeah. All right, we had the RFK video, but I kind of don't want to watch that. Let's watch the DEI and the rise of the modern slur.
Use the term DEI. They mean it as a slur, primarily against black people.
True.
But they are absolutely willing to include your group too.
DEI is gone. DEI is a crime.
On DEI and the claims that you've made, are you saying this crash was somehow caused and the result of diversity hiring?
We want somebody that's psychologically superior.
Now, black people have been saying this for quite some time, that certain terms are being weaponized against us. Terms that may, on the surface, seem neutral, but are ultimately not neutral at all.
They called you, some critics did, the DEI mayor.
We know how ridiculous that is.
They are, in a very real sense, slurs, but for the sake of clarity, I'll be calling them modern slurs, and that's what I want to talk about in this video. But in order to truly understand the way that modern slurs work, you have to talk about the slur of all slurs in America, the word.
Well then, get away from the door.
This is the rise and hopefully fall of the modern slur. Let's dig in. This video is sponsored by Ground News. More on that later. I made a full video on the N-word that you should absolutely watch next, but I want to revisit this word from a different perspective. A question that I've had for some time is why the N-word is so bad. I know how it made me feel when bigots online or on video games or in person have used it against me. But the question is, how did this word, this slur, come to be so particularly infamous in America? Well, the answer is actually very simple. It was intended to be that way. A little backstory. And I'm gonna go ahead and warn you that I will be saying the N-word a lot in this video.
Why is this word used so frequently?
So go ahead, just brace yourself, turn the volume all the way up. You know, in public, no headphones.
I've used it. Nigga. Yeah, you know, nigga.
Good time to come back.
Nigga, please. Nigga, you know, can you lend a nigga a pencil?
Ethically reacting, ethically stepping out of the room during the slur so he doesn't hear it. Yeah, I had to leave for the slurs.
Etymologists believe that the word nigger was derived from an English word negger that was itself derived from negro, the Spanish word for black, as in the color. And I think this is important because the word did not have a negative connotation originally. We're gonna come back to that a little bit later.
Bro, during Black History Month, what do you want me to do, man? I'm hyping up a black content creator, okay? Calm down.
This word was at one time across multiple cultures, spellings, and pronunciations, simply a descriptor of an African person, a person with darker brown skin. We can have a deeper conversation about whether or not black was even the appropriate term to call these folks who are very obviously brown, but this is coming from a group of people who began to call themselves white. So color perception was not their strength. But according to Randall Kennedy, by the late 1830s, the term had become a familiar and influential insult, a slur. We actually know this because in 1837, Hosea Easton, a free black man in New England, was one of the first intellectuals to write about the word this way. He said, is an opprobrious term employed to impose contempt upon black people as an inferior race. The term itself would be perfectly harmless were it used only.
Holy shit. In all of my years, I actually did not know like when the term was invented. I always joke like, oh, Noam Chomsky was there when the term was invented. Turns out he literally was there. He's old enough. He was there when the ancient tombs were dusted off.
To distinguish one group from another, but it is not used with that intent. It flows from the fountain of purpose to injure. And this is the key. The word was at one point just a descriptor, but through an intentional effort to make it something else, it became the N-word that we know today. The history of this word is bloody. To be a is to, in the mind of the bigot, deserve dehumanization, lynchings, terrorization, bombings, mob violence. For the white racist and those that love them had this coming.
What white people have to do is try to find out in their own hearts why it was necessary to have a in the first place. Because I'm not a I'm a man. But if you think I'm a it means you need it. The question you got to ask yourself, the white population of this country has got to ask itself, if I'm not the here, and you invented him, you, the white people, invented him. And you got to find out why.
But as they do, times changed. The success of the civil rights movement meant that being overtly bigoted wasn't okay anymore.
I mean, this is going to have the Lee Atwater quote, right? I mean, this is where we're getting to, which is as a anthropologist of rare and unique racism and dog whistles, as someone who is as I've said, racism sommelier, I know where this video is going, let me tell you. And you also know where this video is going because you've heard me mention this many times.
The use of terms like in this new polite society would get you fired, require an apology tour, and mark you as a person outside of the mainstream for the rest of your days. Kind of.
Like a fine wine.
Is, and I'm not changing.
And as a result, I think that people started to believe that racism was either a thing of the past or something that would altogether die off once all the old, stuck-in-their-ways bigots went to their graves. Which is a nice idea, quaint even. But that isn't how the world works. Racist ideas are routinely rebranded into something more palatable for every generation. And the current DEI discourse is exactly that. DEI, or diversity, equity, and inclusion, describes programs, policies, and practices that are designed to make environments, usually workplaces or educational institutions, more fair and welcoming to folks who have been historically excluded from those institutions. Think Black people, women, veterans, immigrants, folks with disabilities, queer people. I have my critiques of diversity, equity, and inclusion, mainly that, ironically, it poses no significant threats to the status quo, precisely because it is designed to uphold and serve the status quo. But to be abundantly clear, DEI is an objectively good thing, and the people who stand to benefit from it the most are the highly qualified professionals who would otherwise be overlooked by poor hiring and recruitment practices.
The greatest meme about DEI is like, I don't even like either of these people, obviously, but it's the Lloyd Austin meme. I'm sure Kyle Kalinske, who's been going on a tear reposting boomer ass memes, has probably posted it at some point. But it's like, yeah, I think it's like Lloyd Austin being called a DEI pick with his insane qualifications to be the Secretary of Defense next to Pete Hegseth, who is a drunk, abusive, rapist, Fox News TV host. Like, you kind of understand what's happening there at that point, right? Leave Kyle out of this? No, I mean, he has been posting a lot of boomer memes. Some of them are very funny, but they are very boomer. Like, people say Lloyd Austin is a DEI hire. And regardless of your opinion or my opinion on the position as the Secretary of Defense, when you look at like Lloyd Austin's qualifications, you kind of understand why. Like the concept of DEI exists as a positive, okay? And then also why DEI is utilized as a weapon to basically be hateful and bigoted and racist by right-wingers. The reality of the matter is Black and brown people have often throughout history been overlooked for higher levels of government or just, positions that they certainly have the qualifications for. Okay? That is unironically white guy DEI. Throughout American history, there's never been a moment where people that are not deserving of a position have been elevated to that status, with one exception: white people. Like, that is historically the only time when people have been elevated to a status that they actually are not deserving. And ironically, DEI or affirmative action or initiatives like this, albeit Band-Aid solutions to massively consequential systemic problems, were a way to address the white guy DEI. That's literally it. So when right-wingers talk about DEI, what they're actually talking about is like, can we go back to white guy DEI, please? And it's also ironic because white guy DEI, at the very least, made a bunch of poor white people feel like they were a part of the in-group when they're not. Because the actual DEI, as a pejorative, if you consider DEI to be an elevation to a position that is unwarranted or undeserved, has always been done on the boundaries of class. But white guy DEI has made poor white people at the very least feel like they got some skin in the game. Make them feel like they also have some semblance of a leg up, when that could not be further from the truth. This is precisely the reason why, when we have these conversations about affirmative action, nobody dares to touch legacy admissions. No one ever talks about or ever wants to dismantle legacy admissions. Legacy admissions are quite literally the most obvious example of elevating people to a position without proper qualifications. And there are statistics to basically prove this reality. And there are very visible and very famous examples of this reality. George W. Bush, another OG DUI hire, went to Yale. George W. Bush was a moron, okay? And I don't mean like, oh, like Trump, oh, he's like so stupid. Like there are at least like redeemable qualities for Trump because he's like a competent marketer, for example. I would even go so far as to say a brilliant marketer. Whereas George W. Bush had no redeeming qualities. I guess he was like somewhat charismatic and a guy that you can have beer with, but he had no redeemable leadership qualities and was truly an idiot, okay? Unlike Bush Sr., who was a bloodless, monstrous government stooge, George W. Bush Jr. was very clearly a legacy admission to Yale because his father was the president, and his father also bought a library, if I'm not mistaken, from Yale so that he would go to Yale. Okay? He didn't get there because he was a fantastic scholar. He got there because his dad was both CIA and also the president. Okay? I think he went to college before his dad became president, but still, he was an incredibly wealthy person coming from oil money that was able to put his son into a position that he did not earn. Okay? So just remember that when we talk about DEI or affirmative action or any number of different things. The entire concept revolves around simply not overlooking groups of people that have been historically overlooked and undermined to do the true white guy DEI. That's it.
Reality is that you wouldn't need DEI if workplaces were hiring based on merit and not nepotism in the first place. And yet, the federal government is taking steps to make DEI illegal. And all of this comes on the heels of a years-long effort to demonize diversity, equity, and inclusion programs as a handout for Black people, for women, and queer folks. And this is where the modern slur comes into play. There was a time when DEI was simply the shorthand acronym for diversity, equity, and inclusion, a harmless descriptor. But DEI has become a word unto itself for these people. And that word is intended as a modern slur. Modern slurs serve two purposes, but before I share those, I think this is a good time to tell you about today's sponsor, Ground News. Ground News is a website and app that gathers related news articles from more than 50,000 sources around the world. All
ethical
in one
reacts.
place,
We're doing
so
ethical
you can
reacts.
compare how different outlets cover the same story. Every story comes with a visual breakdown of the political bias, factuality, and ownership, all backed by ratings from 3 independent news monitoring organizations. And if you go to to ground.news/Garrison Hayes or use the link in the video description or scan the QR code on screen. You'll get 40% off their Vantage plan. So much of the political polarization in our time has everything to do with how and where we are getting our news. Two people could find themselves looking at the same event and coming to two totally different conclusions simply because they got their news from two different sources. Take, for example, this story about Trump's executive orders around diversity, equity, and inclusion, and declaring that there were only two sexes. It's been covered by more than 520 sources, with distribution between left-leaning and right-leaning sources favoring the left just a touch. You can also see the factuality and ownership information. For this story, 50% of the reporting outlets are owned by media conglomerates. You can even compare headlines to see how this bias can affect framing. On the right, most of the headlines frame this story as a good thing. One headline mentions that Trump takes a sledgehammer to gender ideology, while another calls Trump a champion for women's sports. Meanwhile, in the center and on the left, news organizations are taking this on from a different perspective, with some pointing that technically the executive order inadvertently declares everyone is a female. One really cool feature is the blind spot feed, which covers stories underreported by either side of the political spectrum. I think Ground News is a really awesome tool. They aren't trying to change your opinion about the news. They're simply trying to give you more information about where you may be getting your news and help you see where you may have blind spots. Again, go to ground.news/Garrison Hayes or use the link in the video description or the QR code on the screen to subscribe today. If you sign up through my link, you'll get 40% off of the Vantage plan, which is what I use to get unlimited access to all of their features. I hope you'll check them out. Thank you to Ground News for supporting this channel. Okay, back to the video. Modern slurs serve two purposes. First, they give plausible deniability to bigots. For many folks, especially those in the media, the N-word is this uncrossable line in the sand on the beach of racist slurs. Do something racist plus say the N-word and you are a clear-cut bigot. Do something racist and you didn't say the N-word and things are debatable. Modern slurs do the work of approximating.
Yup, that's a great way to explain it. Hassan, to use Ground News? No, but they've never sponsored me, so that's why. If they did, maybe.
The denigrating power of the N-word without the user ever having to say the N-word, thus allowing them to speak with dog whistle clarity to their group, aka the people who know what they're really saying, while providing just enough deniability against the accusations of people who intrinsically know what they mean. This is what Dr. Ian Haney Lopez describes as dog whistle politics, a way for politicians and public figures to signal to their base while maintaining just enough distance to deny accusations of bigotry.
Dog whistle politics? What's that? Let me give you some examples. Perhaps the most infamous example is Ronald Reagan campaigning in 1980 and complaining about welfare queens. Now, welfare queen, the term doesn't mention race on its surface. It's code. Nevertheless, the term conjures race. It conjures race in terms of the image of a poor African-American woman abusing the welfare system. And it conjures race in terms of who's being abused, the taxpayers, who implicitly are white.
Okay, so that's purpose number one of modern slurs, deniability. But purpose number two, I think, is more sinister and more important. Modern slurs trick well-meaning moderates into normalizing the language of bigotry. When I say that modern slurs are designed to trick well-meaning moderates into participating in bigotry, this is what I mean. When Trump and the far right says DEI or CRT or woke as a pejorative, they mean There are no doubt a couple of other slurs that I think could be swapped in for this one, but let's keep it simple. When they get you to say DEI as a pejorative, they know that you may or may not mean but it doesn't matter because they mean it as a slur, and they've already done the work to closely associate the term DEI with the idea of undeserving Black people or undeserving women or queer people. So you are knowingly or unknowingly helping to normalize their framing of the term. I actually saw a lot of this online just a couple of weeks ago during the Pete Hegseth confirmation. People were routinely calling him a DEI hire, and even if they meant it as a tongue-in-cheek kind of thing, I think in a way they were helping to normalize the right-wing framing of this term by essentially saying that this undeserving person was getting a job entirely because of their race and their gender. Modern slurs help racist ideas rebrand into something more palatable for every generation while maintaining the systems, roadblocks, stigmas, and assumptions that keep society unequal. Historical examples truly abound. When the institution of slavery was no longer fashionable, it was rebranded into a colorblind justice system, where slavery was given a convenient loophole in the 13th Amendment, except as a punishment for crime. In key ways, America swapped the yucky term slave for the more acceptable term criminal, and black bodies have been over-criminalized ever since, allowing the country to celebrate the moral high ground.
The reactionary gotcha mindset only helps move everyone to the right. Dude, it's not a reactionary gotcha mindset if you're criticizing like people actively trying to sanitize like ultimately white supremacist beliefs by utilizing more acceptable language and simultaneously still advocating for the same exact systems, okay, then it's not gotcha. It's just actively undermining the marketing purposes of the reactionary right. I mean, people using DEI as a gotcha for underqualified Trump nominees. Wait, what? I think that plays a role. I think that literally plays a role in the whole like DEI thing.
Of emancipation while simply engaging in slavery by another name. Going forward 100 years after the civil rights movement, Jim Crow terrorism was rebranded into more palatable terms like the war on crime and gerrymandering. But what was the war on crime? It was state-sanctioned violence against black people predominantly, but marginalized communities more broadly. What is gerrymandering except for the dilution and disenfranchisement of people's votes, usually black people? We use these terms not because they mean something different from the very injustices that people like MLK and Medgar Evers were fighting against. We use them because they are more palatable. They don't make us feel bad, and more importantly, they don't make us look like bad people. Today, the terms woke and DEI and CRT are being used to train a brand new generation into devaluing the ideas and social contributions and presence of black people specifically and marginalized groups more broadly. At the beginning of this video, I mentioned that we talk about the rise and hopefully the fall of the modern slur. And I mentioned the fall because I think that there is a solution to this problem. Truthfully, I think it's very simple. Only use these terms when you intend to convey their original meaning. When you say CRT, mean a complex academic and legal framework designed to interrogate the role of race.
Yeah, that was the funniest one because like it was so clearly just anything that mentioned black people from the framework of like black people's humanity. Because like there's no CRT there's no CRT from K through 12. Like that's not going on. What you're mentioning is like if you were to talk about slavery from the perspective that assumes black people are human. Because up until I would say recently, and even now, when we talk about slavery in school, what is one of the most common things that people say about the founding fathers? There was robust debate on slavery amongst the founding fathers, right? That statement in and of itself still holds on to this false notion that like black people themselves had no say in this process and were not human at the time. Okay? It is a totally ridiculous way to approach the subject matter. Like, what do you mean there was robust back and forth about the concept of owning humans? Like, that is, by the way, if they talk about the founding fathers and slavery at all, right? And before people say, oh, there was no conversation about this at all at school, like, okay, well, how the f do they explain the 3/5 rule, for example? You know what I mean? Like, obviously, there was mention of there was certainly mention of black people and slavery. Wait, are you saying they don't teach it anymore? No, I'm saying if they mention like founding fathers and slavery at all, the American education system oftentimes tried to make it seem like there was a spirited debate about the ethics of slavery amongst the founding fathers. Now, that in and of itself still obviously when you're talking about history like that, You're basically saying that this was a simple disagreement, okay? A simple disagreement, a simple back and forth. Like, you can have robust conversations about, like, whether or not a Supreme Court should exist, okay? That's understandable. But when you're describing the founding fathers as people that just simply had disagreements over the ownership of humans, you are still in 2025 talking about this as though black people are not a part of this subject matter, a part of this conversation, and like their humanity does not matter in that very moment. Do you not understand what I'm saying? Like, that's always, maybe it's because I didn't grow up in America and I didn't go to American school, but to me, that always came across as like so strange, because when you say it like that, you're still in 2025 basically saying, yeah, black people just weren't people back then. It is what it is, you know? And I think a lot of the educational initiatives that have been falsely branded as CRT in recent years are initiatives that don't treat black people as non-human in 2025. They basically say black people are human. And that's usually what the big anger and resentment surrounding this new initiative is. You're so wrong about CRTs everywhere in schooling. I've seen it nonstop since starting my sociology degree. Yeah. Can you explain it in a different way? I don't understand what you are saying. I don't understand what you mean. The wealthy class did debate it and the slaves were slaves. They were oppressed and didn't have a say, or they wouldn't have been slaves. Whether or not the wealthy white slave owners and non-slave owners were having a robust discussion or back and forth does not change the reality that the slaves were still human and did not like being slaves, did not like being enslaved, and had no say in the matter. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, the greatest example I can give you with respect to George Washington is that there's this false notion that is super commonplace in, as far as I understand, like American schooling especially, that like George Washington has some slaves, but like he was really nice to them or whatever. That's a ridiculous assessment. He was not really nice to them. He had slaves, okay? And I'll take it one step further. At the time when George Washington actually had slaves, clearly in Pennsylvania, there were rules that openly recognized that slavery was immoral. So much so that there was a rule in Pennsylvania, I think it was in Pennsylvania, or was it Virginia? Well, one or the other, that I'm up the possible states, but there was rules in Pennsylvania that dictated that if you had slaves for longer than a certain period of time, you had to actually free them, okay? So George Washington would constantly cycle his slaves from Pennsylvania to other states specifically as a loophole so that he could maintain them, so that he could keep them. This, to me, is enough for virtually everyone, including George Washington, to understand that this was an immoral concept. There was a law around it. And he got around that law. Was there more to that story? No, it's actually just that. It sounds surreal. Nope, there is literally no more to that story. There were certain states that had rules around having slaves for longer than, I believe it was like a 6-month period or a 6-year period. If I might be this rule up right now. And George Washington would consistently cycle his slaves out of the state and then bring them back in, specifically so he could use this loophole to continue having the same slaves. It sounds insane, but that in and of itself, I think, yeah, here it is. George Washington used legal loopholes to avoid fleeing his slaves. One of his slaves fled to New Hampshire to escape becoming a wedding present. He had 150. America's first president was wealthy and powerful, and his positions included false teeth, tricorn hats, and nearly 150 slaves. George Washington owned slaves and relied on their labor, and as Erica Armstrong Dunbar reports for the New York Times, he used legal loopholes to avoid freeing them, even as northern states worked to abolish slavery. Washington inherited his first 10 slaves when he was just 10 years old, Dunbar reports. In the days before Washington, D.C. was the nation's capital, the new president lived in New York and Pennsylvania, states that were gradually abolishing slavery. But Washington wasn't eager to get rid of his own slaves, says Dunbar, even when he moved to Philadelphia. In 1970, Pennsylvania passed the Gradual Abolition Act, a law that freed people when they turned 28 and that automatically freed any slave who moved to the state and lived there for more than 6 months. Sorry, it was not 6 years, it was 6 months. Dunbar tells the story of how Washington got around it. Washington developed a canny strategy that would protect this property and allow him to avoid public scrutiny. Every 6 months, the president's slaves would travel back to Mount Vernon or would journey with Mrs. Washington outside the boundaries of the state. In essence, the Washingtons reset the clock. The president was secretive when writing to his personal secretary Tobias Lear in 1791. I request that these sentiments and this advice may be known to none but yourself and Mrs. Washington. Despite these attempts to hold on to his property, Ona Judge, a 22-year-old slave, escaped when she learned that Washington's intended to give her to a relative as a wedding present. She made it to Portsmouth, New Hampshire, where she married and began life as a free woman. Judge was one of the thousands of blacks who escaped to freedom, both independently and as a part of the loose network that would later be known as the Underground Railroad. The New England Historical Society reports that Washington was enraged by what he saw as Judge's ingratitude, and that he assumed she had been convinced to escape rather than deciding to run away on her own volition. It is certain that the escape had been planned by someone who knew what he was about and had the means to defray the expense of it and to entice her off, for not the least suspicion was entertained of her going or having formed a connection with anyone who could induce her to such an act. Despite 3 years of searching, Washington never recovered Judge. He searched for her for 3 years, and he was far from the last president to own slaves. Zachary Taylor, the 12th president, owned 100 slaves while in office, and Ulysses S. Grant, the 18th president, freed his slaves before the Civil War. Washington had a secret passageway built into his Philly home to hide his slaves from the guests while he had visitors. You can see this today if you visit the site. Yeah. Okay. So they knew slaves were people, but that wasn't the problem. Breaking the fledgling nation in half. If they just said slaves were people, understand. I think it's disgusting, but I think that was the calculus. You don't have to... you right now, when understanding what's going on, don't have to abide by those standards, especially after you come to the recognition that plenty of people consider this to be abhorrent and immoral, because it then comes across as slavery apologia. It's kind of like how Republicans debate about owning Gaza with no regard to what the Palestinian opinion is, right? It's even closer to that. It's like the robust debate between what to do with the Palestinians between the Democrats and the Republicans, with very few actual politicians that truly care about the humanity of the subjects that we are talking about. Yeah. I think John Adams was one of the only founding fathers that didn't own slaves. No, John Adams was a G for sure. Also, Paul Giamatti played him in the HBO series. So, you know, he wasn't the only one that didn't have any slaves, but he was a G for sure. I don't know. It still feels important to understand what the political conversation looked like at the time, since it's so important. No, I don't disagree with that. I'm not saying don't teach history. I'm simply stating that it is the perspective. I think the commonly held opinion is that people simply didn't know that black people were human. That's not true. That's ahistorical. That's my point. That's all I'm saying. And CRT, or what they consider to be CRT, is basically a correct assessment of history that basically says, no, they knew that black people were people and they just didn't care. Okay? That's it. So a lot of these things that these people call like CRT or DEI or woke or whatever is actually a correct and accurate assessment of history. But that is precisely the reason why I think Republicans hate it, because they'll say things like, oh, well, it's making my children feel bad about themselves. It's like, why would they feel bad about this? You should feel bad because you think that like your kids learning about the correct history is somehow bad and wrong. Potential Hassan Abihed popping off on this exact
Accurate
topic.
History is teaching white Americans how white slave owners raped, beat, humiliated, mutilated, murdered, and cannibalized their slaves.
The cannibalization stuff is really crazy. Didn't they also make like household items out of black people too? Like,
Accurate history is teaching that George Washington's false teeth were made out of his slaves' teeth. Accurate history is teaching that Abraham Lincoln may have said some words and signed some shit, but he did not physically do anything to free the slaves. The white abolitionists also often get almost total credit for freeing the slaves. I bet you've never even asked yourself what the slaves were doing to free themselves, and the answer to that is most of the work, including giving the ultimatum of war. But then we get a bunch of white people mad that their kids might feel guilty if we teach real history. It's not about your white child's feelings. Teaching accurate history isn't about white people's feelings, but that does sound like something that someone who's only ever been taught a white glorifying version of history would counter with. Ask why we ever felt like we needed to curate a false version of what white people did and did not do to black people to begin with. And then ask yourself why white-ass politicians are verbally attacking real history by calling it slurs, which is, by default, also the act of calling black people slurs.
Stuff like scientific racism didn't exist at the beginning of the transatlantic slavery. It was made up after to justify slavery. So, of course, they knew that black people were human and had to do mental gymnastics to say they weren't. Yes. Like scientific racism, or even just racism in and of itself, is literally racism in the way that we understand it, like the anti-black racism in the way that we understand it, is quite literally white people playing catch up to try and justify it. Scientific racism is a more modern iteration of what we consider to be racism now anyway. In the past, slavery was commonplace, okay? Chattel slavery, on the other hand, is a totally unique phenomenon, okay? Slavery has been in practice throughout history, and some might even say slavery in practice still exists to this day, like the prison system, okay? However, there's a difference between other forms of slavery that that vary. Okay, all of it is completely inappropriate and immoral, but different versions of slavery exist that historians will also actively point to and say, and will actively recognize is very different than chattel slavery, which most historians will consider to be uniquely evil. Okay, some would say get the fuck out. I'm just saying that, like, you know, chattel slavery is a uniquely evil version of the slavery structure. Slavery in the past was done to, you know, the losers of a battle, right? But it was done on the basis of not necessarily like the color of your skin or whatever, but mostly on the basis of your ethnicity. And it didn't carry over in most circumstances to your children. It was a practice of indentured servitude that you could basically pay your way out of. Not everyone did, obviously, but for the most part, it was not. There was, you know, sometimes terms limits. It was not hereditary, and it was based around the structure of like, well, you're a part of the peasant class that lost this battle. Having said that, chattel slavery is different because it's genetic and it was based upon the color of your skin, and also was impossible to escape. Once white people decided, you know, this is the new game, this is the new meta in terms of slavery, they had to basically make up a reason for why this new version of slavery should exist. That's where racism comes in. It was all of a sudden not considered like, oh, well, you know, these guys. Like, there had to be a reason. There had to be a justification for why it was hereditary. Okay? And that justification was, oh, well, they're a different race and therefore not human. So you could justify treating them like livestock. I think modern slavery goes beyond color and ethnicity and stuff of the old era. Yes, of course. That's why I said it is a version of slavery that is very different than chattel slavery. Slavery for a single race was basically inaugurated by the Portuguese in the Americas. They had to make whole new rules to justify it, called the Black Code. Yeah. Oh, that's the other part. Sorry. You're right. Christianity. That's what I was thinking of. That's what I was trying to figure out. So there's also this aspect of it as well, because they converted their slaves to Christianity, and you can't enslave another Christian. They needed mental gymnastics to justify it. It went hand in hand with scientific racism. Exactly. Before scientific racism was developed in the end of the 1800s and the start of the 1900s, it was based on religious grounds. The Catholic Church, for example, said African people did not have souls, and indigenous Americans maybe half a soul. Skidmore wrote about that. Yeah. What were slaves originally? Prisoners of war? Yes. I mean, depending on where you're looking at geographically, but usually prisoners of war. But like the fascinating case of the Devshirme program for the Ottoman Empire, for example, which is why a lot of people will turn around and say, Hassan, you're actually glazing the Ottoman Empire, is a little different, because the Devshirme program in the Ottoman Empire was literally stealing non-Muslims. Okay, so on the basis of religion, once again, because the Ottoman Empire is Muslim, so they would basically take non-Muslim children through this development program, and in that structure, they either became some of the most important warriors, the Janissaries, which have some of the earliest versions of labor unions, by the way, famously, or at least labor militancy and labor action. Kazan Kaldırmak, I've talked about this before, or even became like the highest, most educated architects, most educated viziers, most educated people in office. They were never obviously they never became the main guy, but they were capable of being elevated all the way to the highest levels of Ottoman society. I've heard libs like Bonerbach say Ottomans were the worst imperialists. What the? I don't think any historian would agree with that unless they have like a serious bone to pick. Unless they're still operating on the sick man of Europe attitudes. The Ottomans, for the time, weren't they often castrated? No. The only slaves that were castrated were initially the only slaves, or some of the very few slaves that were black, because they were used in the what is the term for it? Holy shit. I'm forgetting no, not the eunuchs, the harem. Thank you. Oh my God, I can't believe I'm forgetting the harem, the word harem. So initially, in the harems, they used black slaves. Why they use black slaves? Because obviously, if the slaves that they were using in the harems had sex with the emperor's, concubine.
Nice, very cool. What, did they change the time of it real quick, or?
Then the child would come out half black. But that happened all the time. So then they chose to turn them into eunuchs, which is a horrifyingly disastrous and obviously insanely cruel method. But yeah, that's what they did. Even the white identity was created for wider expansion into Africa and chattel slavery, a whole new construct to unite imperial powers around to try to minimize the risk at home to focus for profit. Yeah. The first ever black pilot is a Turkish, one of the very few Afro-Turks that remain. First ever black pilot, like around the planet, around the globe, is a Turkish man. Ahmet Çelik, I think his name is. I've actually researched eunuchs, and the Ottomans did have a full-on clean slate type of castration, meaning the penis was also fully removed. Yes, this is true. I've seen their hats. The eunuchs in the harems would have to wear a hat, and that hat had a piece of like a circular coin-looking piece of metal in the brim of the hat, and the reason why was because they had to use it to pee. It's insane. They would have to literally take.
They're talking about like DEI and like the origin and downfall of slurs, or the origin and future potential downfall of slurs.
That metal coin and put it to where they used to have their penises to be able to piss out of it. Yeah, horrifying shit. What happens to your body when you lose that testosterone production? Is it like andropause? I mean, there are very famous examples of castratus, for example. They used to practice gelding and different sorts of horrible practices like that for many different reasons. Yes, when your testosterone production is cut, you have a beautiful voice. Castratos. Basically, their justification for slavery was they gave them something back for being enslaved, like a higher social position at the end of it. Yeah. But there are also stories of like Muslim parents faking their children being Christian in an effort to put them through the Devshirme program, especially if they were like really poor, because they were like, there's no other, ironically, upward social mobility prospects. Still, obviously, a horrifying practice, but very different than chattel slavery for obvious reasons. And ironically enough, hundreds of years before chattel slavery as well. So where did you learn this stuff? I'm a right winger, but I want to learn more about leftist social stuff. Brother, I'm Turkish.
Bro, what was that?
Do you think I know?
I'm a right winger, but I want to learn more about leftist social stuff. That was great. I gotta say that again. I'm a right winger.
Where did you learn?
Where did you learn this stuff? Somebody named Twitchy Super. I'm a right winger, but I want to learn more about leftist social stuff. Bro, ain't no way that's real.
This stuff, I'm a right winger, but I want to learn more about leftist social stuff. Brother, I'm Turkish. Do you think I know about this stuff exclusively because I just have like a random fascination? I love this guy coming in here thinking that I'm like a random American dude, but I just have a fascination with real deep lore with the Ottoman Empire. But yeah, no, I do give you credit for coming in here and wanting to learn more. Yeah, I'm just a weeb for the Ottomans. I think I made a good point about the education around slavery and historical examples of it. We also use our education system to muddy the waters around the different types of slavery, and will project aspects of chattel slavery onto other cultures throughout history, like Egypt or Rome, for example. They did do slavery, but they didn't do chattel slavery. We did it to make it look like what we did was less evil than it was. We whitewashed our use of slavery post-Civil War by using historical examples. Yeah, that's why whenever we talk about like slavery still exists, or the Irish were enslaved, or whatever like no actual Irish person will say that in comparison to chattel slavery.
No way you just discounted Irish slavery like that. Used to be deep in the Ottoman Empire for real. There you go. Yeah, he definitely just glossed over Irish slavery like it was nothing.
Still exists, or historical examples. Yeah, that's why whenever we talk about like slavery still exists, or the Irish were enslaved, or whatever like no actual Irish person will say that in comparison to chattel slavery. But Americans say that all the time. And the reason for why Americans say that all the time is because of that exact purpose, which is to downplay the historic severity of chattel slavery. Not shadow, for the chatters who have never heard this term. Chattel slavery. Okay? Stay woke. It's surprising you are not glazing Ottomans and actually speak some truth about them. It's not surprising. I do that all the time. I have no reason to like shelter you guys from the truth. I don't like, who cares?
Yeah, he's a truth seeker.
I think what matters most is learning the truth. You don't do that with LeBron? Okay, calm down. I only say the truth about LeBron as well.
Racism in society and policy. When you say wokeness, do so as a way to express an awareness that systems of marginalization are everywhere and affect everything, and we can't afford to sleep while our rights are being compromised. When you say DEI, mean diversity, equity, and inclusion, mean anti-segregation, mean that your workplace or university has been a historically white and male institution, and that interrupting that trend is a good thing. What I'm saying is disrupt the way that bigots are co-opting language and creating new slurs by any means necessary. Okay, I think I'm gonna call it there. All of that I just said is what I think, but please tell me, what do you think? Let me know down in the comments, which is just below the like button. Huge shout out to everyone who is already subscribed. If you aren't, please consider doing so and join.
Hassan hates Donald Trump, but he said that he did good at stopping the bombardment of Palestine. Yeah, but I also said that there was a lot more evil to come from the Trump administration. Didn't the Barbary pirates sell 1.3 million white European slaves to the Ottoman Empire in North Africa between the 15th and 19th centuries? Yeah, get wrecked. I didn't say the Ottomans didn't practice slavery, dummy. I just literally spent the last hour describing the gruesome practices of slavery in the Ottoman Empire. Hassan Reaction is one of the best ones in the React channel.
Look at all the little hammer and sickles in the background. Like that, this fun little background that they have here, but there's like all these little hammer and sickles. I love it. That's awesome. What else we got here? Was Nietzsche woke? That sounds like a video for you. One time I went to how slaves in the U.S. South were astronomically better off materially than industrial labor of the time in Europe. Blew his mind. One time I went into who did you say that to Hassan? I can imagine that blowing some people's minds. That's for sure. Oh, Casey, what did he say, dude? Bro, what did Casey say to that, man? I gotta know. Every type of fascism explained in 17 minutes.
Nazism, National Socialism, or Hitler fascism was a far-right totalitarian ideology led by Adolf Hitler in Germany. This form of fascism rejected democracy and was extremely racist, promoting the idea that Germans, especially those considered Aryan, were superior to other races. Nazism was filled with hate against Jews, Slavs, Romani people, and others they deemed inferior. The Nazis believed in extreme nationalism, aiming to unite all Germans and expand their territory at the expense of others. They wanted to create a pure German society free of social divisions where everyone worked together for the common good, but only if they were considered part of the master race. Nazism also rejected Marxist concepts of class conflict or universal equality and opposed international cooperation. National Socialism centered around the idea that life is a constant struggle and competition, which gave it meaning. The Nazis viewed this struggle in military terms and believed society should be organized like an army to succeed. After World War II, Nazism was banned in Germany and many other places, but some groups still follow its ideas today. Italian fascism, also known as classical fascism, was developed by Giovanni Gentile and Benito Mussolini in Italy. It combined extreme ultra-nationalism, militarism, and the desire to reclaim lost territories to restore national pride. Between 1925 and 1927, Mussolini gradually dismantled democratic institutions and established a police state. Italian fascists believed that modern Italy was the heir to the Roman Empire and sought to create a new empire in the Mediterranean. One of their slogans was, "You're either with us or against us." Italian fascism opposed liberalism, which it saw as promoting selfish individualism, and socialism, which conflicted with nationalism. While initially distinct from Nazism and not focused on racial theories, Italian fascism eventually adopted anti-Semitic policies under pressure from Nazi Germany as the two regimes grew closer in the late 1930s. Italian fascism also suppressed linguistic and cultural minorities within Italy, aiming to create a unified national identity. It ended in 1945 with Mussolini's death and the fall of...
He just brought up how they were beat when he went into how people own horses. Slaves were expensive property, and you wouldn't destroy them just like you would destroy your horse. Beating was punishment for crimes. It made sense to him. And that generally speaking, slaves were treated by the owners like Casey treats his dog. It kind of made sense to him. But he was like, no, we can't give benefit of the doubt to slave owners. His words. Yeah, no, I know. I'm gonna ask him about that one though next time I talk to him. So, what do you think about the European industrial era and how people were treated back then? I'm curious what he'd say.
Of his regime. Hungarism refers to the ideology of the Arrow Cross Party, a far-right ultra-nationalist movement in Hungary led by Ferenc Szálasi. The party ruled Hungary from October 1944 to March 1945 under the name Government of National Unity. Hungarism combined extreme nationalism, anti-capitalism, anti-communism, and strong anti-Semitism, advocating for a society devoid of Jews, Arabs.
Hungarism. Was Hungary pretty fascist back in the day? I'm assuming it's based on Hungary. It's gotta be. I'm gonna keep this going. I'm gonna get a drink real quick. I'll be right back.
Arabs and the whole Semitic race, since Szálasi deemed these incompatible with European society. During their brief rule, the regime was responsible for the murder of thousands of civilians and the deportation of 80,000 people to concentration camps. After the war, Szálasi and other leaders were tried and convicted as war criminals. National Bolshevism. This is a political movement that mixes extreme nationalism with Bolshevik communism. It first appeared in Germany in groups like the Communist Party of Germany, which aimed to unite communist and nationalist factions against the Treaty of Versailles. National Bolshevism combined anti-democratic, nationalist, anti-capitalist, and anti-Western views with some elements resembling fascism, even though Hitler and Nazism were opposed. National Bolshevism also appeared in countries like Russia, India, Belgium, Israel, or Ukraine. Francoism. This was a form of authoritarian rule in Spain under General Francisco Franco, who became the country's dictator after the Spanish Civil War in 1936. Franco concentrated all power in himself, ruling with absolute authority, claiming to answer only to God and history. Franco's regime was characterized by strong authoritarianism, anti-communism, national Catholicism, conservatism, and militarism. It suppressed regional identities and cultural diversity, promoting a unified Spanish culture centered on Castilian traditions like bullfighting. The regime also censored and banned many cultural activities. Franco also sympathized with Nazi Germany and Fascist Italy during World War II, supporting them with materials. After Franco's death in 1975, Spain transitioned to a democracy. Nacionalismo was a far-right Argentine nationalist movement that emerged around 1910, rooted in a desire to return to feudal economic systems and a more hierarchical society. Gaining prominence in the 1930s, it supported order, hierarchy, and militant Catholicism while opposing liberalism, leftism, Freemasonry, feminism, Jews, and foreigners. Nacionalismo also aimed to annex neighboring countries like Uruguay, Paraguay, and Chile, and contested territories like the Falkland Islands. Influenced by Italian fascism and Nazism, Nacionalismo backed the establishment of an authoritarian state following the 1930 Argentine coup. Kahanism is a religious Zionist ideology founded by Rabbi Meir Kahan, promoting the idea of a Jewish theocratic state where non-Jews have no voting rights. Kahan viewed Arabs in Israel as enemies and supported violent expansionism and extreme racism. The Catch Party, which he founded, was banned in Israel and later designated a foreign terrorist organization by the US. Kahanism is often described as a form of Jewish fascism due to its ultra-nationalist and exclusionary beliefs. Esoteric fascism combines neo-Nazi ideology with mystical, occult, and spiritual beliefs. Emerging after World War II, this belief system reinterprets Nazi ideas within a new religious context, emphasizing Aryan supremacy and incorporating racist doctrines. The ideologies.
I've definitely seen that fucking symbol before. This one right here, this fucking spiral thing. Anytime, like, I hear somebody talking about how fascism's taking over, and they show me a picture of like a couple Nazis in Orlando, you know, walking around with some flags. They always have like this tattoo, this spiral lightning bolt tattoo. The black sun, yeah. Are we supposed to choose our favorite version? Yeah, I know. I think I gotta go with the classic, but maybe that's just because I'm Italian. Italian fascism right there, yeah. I gotta go with the classic, yeah. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
suggests that Aryans have a shared racial memory or spiritual heritage, connecting them to divine origins and the mythical land of Hyperborea. Hyperborea is viewed as the ancestral homeland of the Aryan race, a paradise where the original Aryan gods once lived. Esoteric fascism promotes the belief in Aryan racial purity and superiority, placing Aryans at the top of a spiritual hierarchy. It has continued to impact various neo-Nazi and far-right groups. Austrian fascism was represented by the Fatherland Front, a right-wing authoritarian nationalist and corporatist movement established in 1933 by Chancellor Engelbert Dollfuss. It was organized similar to Italian fascism, but it did not include racial ideology. The Fatherland Front aimed to unite Austria, protect its Catholic identity, and resist both Nazism and Marxism.
Oh, maybe that one sounds better. Austrian fascism sounds way better. I like the esoteric one. It's We Was Kings, but for me. I think this Austrian one sounds the best so far. Because you got all the hard lines that fascism draws, but without all the fucking racial bullshit. Plus it's anti-Hitler and anti-Marx. That sounds pretty good. They're pretty close? Okay, gotcha. Yeah, it sounds pretty good. This Austrian one sounds pretty good.
The Fatherland Front banned and persecuted political opponents, including communists, social democrats, and Austrian Nazis who sought to join Germany. After Dollfuss' assassination by Nazis in 1934, Kurt Schuschnigg took over but was forced to resign in 1938 when Nazi Germany annexed Austria. It's debated whether the Fatherland Front was a form of fascism. Revisionist maximalism was a short-lived right-wing militant ideology within the Zionist revisionist movement led by Abba Ahimer. It called for pure nationalism among Jews, advocating for the adoption of totalitarian principles within Zionism. The maximalists wanted to elevate Zionist leader Jabotinsky to the status of a dictator and forcefully integrate Palestine's population into Hebrew society. Influenced by fascism, particularly Mussolini's Italy, they sought to create a Jewish state based on these ideals. Although they gained prominence in 1930, their support quickly collapsed by 1933. Banderism was a radical far-right ideology led by Stepan Bandera within the organization of Ukrainian nationalists. It was marked by ultra-nationalism.
Look, as long as it's not like 45 minutes long, dude. This one's like 15 minutes. Bite-sized stuff.
Racism, anti-Semitism, and a belief in violence to create a Ukrainian state. Bandera wanted a one-party fascist Ukraine without national minorities. Bandera and his followers supported creating a pure Ukrainian race, and their ideology included anti-liberalism, anti-communism, and totalitarianism. In 1934, Bandera was imprisoned for organizing the assassination of a Polish official. After being freed in 1939, he led the radical OUNB faction and declared a Ukrainian state in 1941, collaborating with Nazi Germany. After World War II, Bandera lived in West Germany and was assassinated by the KGB in 1959. Hutu power is an ethnic supremacist ideology that asserts the dominance of the African Hutu over other ethnic groups in the region, particularly the Tutsi and Twa. It was propagated by Hutu extremists and played a central role in the 1994 Rwandan genocide, where hundreds of thousands of people died. Key political parties supported the ideology along with their paramilitary militias. The ideology is most prevalent in Rwanda and Burundi and has been compared to Nazism due to its extreme destructiveness. Nazi Maoism was a political movement that appeared in Italy around 1968, led by the group Struggle of the People. It combined extreme far left and far right ideas.
Nazi Maoism? What the fuck is that? It's longer? How much longer? It always is. Every fucking video you give me is like at least an hour long. Yeah, it's like almost an hour. Is this Count Dankula? Oh, wow. Count Dankula. Whatever. I'll put it. It's here. It's here. Okay. I don't know if I want to watch it, but it is here. I do like Count Dankula though. He's cool. Nazi Maoism. What the fuck is this, dude? I gotta back it up a minute. Nazi Maoism.
Maoism was a political movement that appeared in Italy around 1968, led by the group Struggle of the People. It combined extreme far-left and far-right ideas, advocating a blend of Maoist guerrilla tactics and fascist principles. The goal was to create a fascist dictatorship of the working class by overthrowing the government and the ruling class. It largely disappeared after the group's dissolution in 1973. Arab fascism. This was a far-right ideology that blended fascism with Arab nationalism. Emerging after World War I, it gained traction during the interwar period, particularly in Syria, Lebanon, Iraq and Egypt. Arab fascists were notably anti-Turkish and received support from Nazi Germany and fascist Italy. Their anti-Semitism intensified after the establishment of Israel, and the ideology varied from secular to including elements of Islamism. In 1941, Arab fascists in Iraq committed the Farhad, a violent anti-Semitic dispossession against Jews in Baghdad. Brazilian integralism was a political movement founded in 1932 by Plinio Salgado.
Bro, it's literally got the fucking calculus fucking integration symbol there. Brazilian integralism. Wow. These flags are out there, man.
It adopted aspects of Italian fascism and aimed to unite people of all races under a single banner. Despite its slogan, anti-Semitic views were prominent among integralists. The movement featured a paramilitary organization, regimented street demonstrations, and rhetoric against Marxism and liberalism. Integralists also promoted nationalism as a unifying spiritual identity and supported an authoritarian government guided by Christian values. Today, a few small groups in Brazil still follow integralism. National anarchism. This is a radical right-wing ideology combining ethnic nationalism with elements of anarchism. It advocates for racial separatism and purity, promoting a stateless society where different racial or ethnic groups live in separate self-managed communities. National anarchists seek to replace the nation-state with homogeneous tribal communes that are politically horizontal, non-capitalist, ecologically sustainable, and culturally traditional. Although the term national anarchism has roots in the 1920s, the modern movement began in the late 1990s with British activist Troy Southgate. Chiangism is the political ideology of Chiang Kai-shek, leader of the Nationalist Party in China and later Taiwan. It was a right-wing authoritarian nationalist philosophy that rejected individualism and liberalism. His ideology emphasized Chinese nationalism, anti-Americanism, anti-imperialism, and state-guided capitalism. Chiangism had a fascist element, most notably in the Blue Shirt Society, a paramilitary group modeled after European fascist movements. His goal was to destroy communism and deal with Western and Japanese insults. The influence of Chiangism declined in mainland China after the communists took control and diminished in Taiwan as the country moved towards democratization. Pétainism, or the ideology promoted by the French regime under Philippe Pétain in 1940, was characterized by a strong emphasis on traditional values, anti-parliamentarism, and xenophobia. His regime enforced state-sponsored anti-Semitism, persecuted minorities like Jews and Romani people, and rejected modern democratic principles in favor of a corporatist state. Despite being called a national revolution, Pétainism was...
When they say Romani people, do they mean like gypsies? Is that what they really mean?
reactionary, seeking to undo the changes brought by the French Revolution.
Gypsies,
It mirrored many aspects of Nazi ideology, particularly in its racial policies. The French Popular Party under Jacques Doriot was another French fascist and anti-Semitic political party during that time. Ilminism was the political ideology of South Korea's first president, Syngman Rhee. It promoted ultranationalism and ethnic supremacy with an emphasis on the Korean people as a homogeneous group, similar to the Nazi concept of the master race. Ilminism Communism aimed to create a united and obedient population under Lee's strong central leadership. The ideology had roots in the Korean independence movement during Japanese rule. However, after 1952, Ilmenism fell out of favor. Hindutva. This is a political ideology that promotes Hindu nationalism and aims to establish Hindu dominance within India. Formulated by Vinayak Savarkar in 1922, it is a key influence on groups like the right-wing RSS and VHP organizations, plus the ruling BJP. Inspired by European fascism, Hindutva has been described as a form of right-wing extremism, advocating for a homogenized majority and cultural hegemony. Ziaism, the ideology of General Muhammad Zia al-Haq's rule in Pakistan from 1978 to 1988, aimed to establish an Islamic state. It focused on implementing Islamic laws, militarism, and authoritarianism. Under Ziaism, the state enforced religious laws strictly, with severe punishments like amputation for theft and flogging for protesting for freedom of the press. The regime prioritized military power over civilian institutions and faced criticism for its oppressive and undemocratic nature, including its harsh treatment of religious minorities. Some view Ziaism as an Islamic version of fascism. National radicalism is an ultra-nationalist anti-Semitic ideology exemplified by the National Radical Camp in pre-World War II Poland. Founded in 1934 by youth radicals from the National Democracy Movement, ONR embraced ideas from Italian fascism. It rejected parliamentary democracy, advocating for a national state with hierarchical leadership and the exclusion of national minorities. The ONR's influence persists in Poland today through organizations that uphold its ideologies. Strasserism is a branch of Nazism named after the Strasser brothers, Gregor and Otto. It combines extreme nationalism with economic anti-Semitism and promotes a more radical, worker-based approach than mainstream Nazism. As part of the third position ideology, it opposes both communism and Nazism. Otto Strasser led a faction within the Nazi Party advocating for these ideas, but left the party in 1930 to form the Black Front, an ultranationalist rival group. His brother Gregor and many supporters were killed by Hitler in 1934. Strasserism briefly resurfaced in the 1980s in the National Front in the UK and in France. Legionarism refers to the ideology of the Iron Guard, a Romanian fascist movement founded in 1927 by Corneliu Codreanu. It was strongly anti-democratic, anti-capitalist, anti-communist and anti-Semitic, but distinguished itself with a deep connection to Romanian Orthodox Christian mysticism. The Iron Guard held power early in World War II, but was suppressed by the army in 1941. In the 1990s, neo-legionarism emerged in Romania, claiming to continue the legacy of the Iron Guard. Ustashism. The Ustaše was a Croatian fascist and ultranationalist organization active from 1929 to 1945. Initially known for its terrorist attacks against the Kingdom of Yugoslavia, including the assassination of King Alexander I in 1934, the Ustaše's most notorious period was during World War II. They committed genocide against Jews, Serbs and Roma, aligning with Nazi racial theories to create a racially pure Croatia. Their ideology mixed fascism, Roman Catholicism and Croatian ultranationalism, promoting the extermination of Serbs and Jews. The Ustaše regime ended with the German surrender and the establishment of socialist Yugoslavia in 1945. Technocratic fascism was an ideology in Japan and Manchukuo during and after World War II. It aimed to create a managerial state with direct government control over politics and the economy. Inspired by Nazi Germany, it sought to combine private and public sectors to eliminate capitalist inequalities and support total war. After World War II, it adapted to align with peace and democracy, but still focused on a state-managed economy and society. Adherents drew on theories from Marxism and Nazi economic policies. Subscribe to not miss out on new stuff and watch my video on every type of communism now to get a good comparison.
Yeah, well, I was just reading off some of these types of communism here. It's still off? No, it's not off now. Yeah, I think if I had to pick one, it would be Austrian fascism. That would be the one. Austrian fascism would be the way to go. Let's do this.
Assalamu alaikum, my curious Caucasoid kin, for we are gathered here today to learn about and pay our respects to our creator, the divine cashew cranium that spawned us, nurtured us, and made us fundamentally who we are. As the inheritors of his divine will and mandate, as wayward sons of Patmos, we marched on and forged the world in our, and by extension his, image. Let's have a look at the lore behind a mythical, magical, and absolutely real, I promise, figure from ancient history. A figure responsible for inventing white people. He is the father and the first of the whites, the master technologist, the Black Bane, Hammerhead. He is Yaqub.
How? His channel must be still doing good. He got 1 million subs.
Happy New Year. Well,
he's got 1 million subs. Last video came out was 5 days ago, 9 days ago, 2 weeks ago. So he comes out with like a video every week pretty much. He's still doing it. Is he demonetized though? It's got a nice intro. Yeah, no, I mean, whatever. I'm a metalhead, so I do enjoy that. But is he demonetized? He's probably got like a Patreon or something, right? Yeah, Patreon, Subscribestar, Teespring, so he's got some merch. Okay.
please leave a like and a comment on this video because it really helps me in the algorithm. You smell that? That crisp waft of change in the air? It smells good, doesn't it? Well, that is no sense.
When did this one come out? No, this came out, what, like 6 months ago? Okay.
A mirage, my dearest viewer, for that is today's sponsor, Fume. Fume is the premier satisfying fidget capability. Our code or go to tryfume.com and Black Supremacist Site Divine Truth checkout. And now, thankfully, back to the video. Now, before we get into this divine truth, we must first go over some context about those who initially recounted it. The Nation of Islam, who, for context, is a black supremacist scion of enlightened truth seekers that is neither a nation nor Islamic. But this Yaqub figure is a key character in their pseudo-religion or cult or whatever the hell you want to call it. Without going all in on the esoteric pseudo-Afro-Turkisms of the Nation of Islam, because that would very quickly spiral into a auditory Hyperborea edit, all we have to focus and lock in on is our man of the hour, his legend or his saga of sorts, to which there are two mainline interpretations. First, we have the original texts, as proclaimed by the high clerics within the Nation of Islam. This is the most well-ascribed and the most trad retelling of the legend of Yaqub, though not without some deep-seated mistruths. Then there is the outright apocryphal rendition as told by the Nawabian heresy, who were seemingly smoking that Hubbard pack when coming up with their stupid cosmo-chemitist fanfictions. Despite this childish attempt to rewrite the glorious cosmic truth of our peanut-head progenitor, they did seemingly stumble upon some true facts by complete accident. But we'll get into all of that later. Now, I'll go over the original story and then a brief aside about the Nawabian pish. And then I'll actually tell you the real story, because I have spent the last 17 years researching this in depth, taking multiple expeditions to sites all over the world, like Birmingham, dragging supposed historians into my van for debriefings. I've been taking a stem cell routine for a decade. I can speak fucking Altaic. My synapses are so fucking dense and tensile that you could use them for bungee jumping. They call me Glue Boy because I stick together entire fields of study with my thorough and cutting research. I've spelunked so deep into the archives of the School of Hard Knocks that hip-hop superstar, literotica writer and anal hygiene enthusiast Tariq Nasheed has me blocked on Twitter. But we'll also get into that later. I know every major field engagement in the Fenno-Korean hyperwar by heart, including every picket engagement during the not well-known Siege of Ulaanbaatar. I know the name of every ship present during the sinking of the Turco-Bosnian flagship Rumveta, and every single battle which utilised the highly immoral penal legions called Slavs. Will I bring up anything to do with the hyperwar? No, I won't, but this is to say that I have been neck-deep in truthery for a good while now. I am an authority on this subject, and that I frankly wasted so much time delving into an ancient war with untranslated documents so old that I had to relearn English twice, and that I need to stop myself from wincing in fear at the terms Fingolia, Juan, or Magyaristan. So, flashing my numerous credentials aside, let's get on to the account of Yaqub, according to the Nation of Islam. Our story begins 66 trillion years ago on the moon.
Oh, nice.
Yes, really, where there apparently once lived 13 tribes of black people, all living in peace and harmony in a heavenly garden. However, Eden never lasts, as a scornful god scientist felt frustrated with these jovial blacks, for you see, they didn't speak the same language. They were fractured and divided by their own tongues, deciding to presumably come up with fun and interesting slang and localisms for each other, which isn't very wholesome. As such, in a presumed tard rage, this scientist destroyed the fucking moon. And as a consequence, scattered these divine melanated moonfolk across the earth, leaving the black homeland a charred and ashen husk. One such tribe that was exiled to earth was known as the Shabazz, led by, you guessed it, Shabazz, who, upon landing on the earth, decided to settle it first in the Nile Valley and then to the Arabian Peninsula. Of course, like any tribe, once it hit critical mass, it decided to splinter, with the leader of the tribe, Shabazz himself, leading a scion of his most loyal followers to settle the interior of Africa, presumably around the Congo Delta. Why? Well, you see, he believed that the tribe's technologically advanced society was eroding their souls, and as such, he wanted to return to a societally primitive yet spiritually pure and mentally toughened state. He was the first Kaczynski, if you will. As such, he left behind his decadent and degenerate kin in Arabia to fester and collapse under their own tech-induced hedonism. And he set out to secure the future. It was out here in the sweltering jungles of the Congo that they started to physically ascend, and they evolved into higher beings, gaining what we would stereotypically call black physiognomy and features, with even their silken and straight hair drying and frizzing into the modern afro, due to their bodies adapting to conserve water and be overall more efficient, unlike the wasteful and decadent straight hairs that plague the modern ice dwellers. And thus, we truly begin around 4000 BC, in the black city of Mecca, where Yaqub, praise be upon him, was born. A bright yet arrogant child, he was very often derided and ridiculed for his strange case of macrocephaly, being given the shameful nickname of Big Head. Despite this, however, he pressed on, and by the age of 6, he had learned the law of attraction and repulsion by observing steel magnets. The children and other adults thought that he was just an ugly and stupid child that was merely playing with chunks of metal before presumably eating them. But in truth, he was analytically studying, because he was a smart boy with a big head. And fun fact, his big head actually worked way more than all of those other sneering skull cells. It was here, watching magnets repel and attract, that an epiphany struck Yakub. He could create a race of beings who could attract the black man, beguile and then dominate them as they so righteously deserved for making fun of his bean-shaped skull. By the age of 18, Yakub had managed to learn every single thing that the multiple black universities in Mecca had to teach, taking every subject and getting presumed straight A's all across the board. And he went into studies about what made the black man so great and perfect and high IQ and good at jiving musical rhyming games.
Then Yakub mentioned of his own, Malcolm X and all. I've heard Yakub before, but I don't know. No, I don't. I'm not up on my Yakub memes.
To which Yakub,
but definitely heard of it before.
Discovered the presence of a black germ and a brown germ. This warranted more vigorous and regimented study. As such, Yakub gathered and indoctrinated his 59,999 acolytes and went north into the hitherto unsettled frontier, settling on the island of Palan, or as we know it today, Patmos in Greece. Once there, he established what could only be described as a melanocratic technocracy, with himself as the unopposed dear leader. This state's objective, to experiment and breed out the blackness of all of his disciples. His methodology, chucking dark-skinned babies off of cliffs. He did this for 200 years. This selective breeding resulted in the birth of the brown race, the broader terms for groups like Indians, Mayans, Malays, Aboriginals, and Italians. Of course, more work was to be done, though Yakub, peace be upon him, wasn't going to be around to go through with it, dying at the young age of 150 years old. But ever loyal to their master, who literally mass murdered their parents and children over many, many generations, they pressed on with the whitening, chucking the swarthiest of their children into the ocean like skipping stones. As such, after 600 years, they had finally managed it. They managed to create the first ever white man. Yakub's dream had finally come to fruition, though it was not without its side effects. As
my family's Sicilian, so I'm sure if I did like a 23andMe, I wouldn't be surprised if there's a little chocolate in there somewhere. Maybe like a 0.8% kind of thing, or 2% kind of thing. But yeah, most of the Italian side of my family, most of it's from Sicily. There's a little bit from the mainland. But that's on my dad's side, and then on my mom's side, well, on my dad's side, there's also Irish too, but then on my mom's side, it's like English, German, Scottish, that kind of thing. So it's all over the place, but yeah, it's definitely, yeah, it's southern. But it's the South for sure. He said he had blonde hair, and I thought Sicilians are basically Arabs. Well, my blonde hair came from my mom's side for sure. That's all the fucking German, whatever. She's got all that, typical American, European mixes in there. So yeah, super blonde when I was a kid, but yeah, Sicilians are basically Arabs. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, if I did a 23andMe or something, I wouldn't be surprised if I saw some of that in there.
Due to the eugenic hell that was their home, they had, as a result, gained a cold, callous, and vicious character, unlike the angelic, erudite, and peace-loving black folk of the Shabazz. Just like the brown race, there were other failed variants of the program, like the yellow and red races, which you would think would be fairly self-explanatory for what they are, but apparently the yellow race isn't Asians, because they're black, believed to share a common ancestor with the Moors and, by extension, the 13 lunar tribes. But enough of that side character malarkey. What of the whites? Well, some of the milkskins were self-aware enough to realise that they were demonic spawn without souls nor the touch of black divinity. As such, they themselves tried to return to blackness. But because they were low IQ, backwards and without an ounce of soul, they failed, transforming into what we now consider modern chimps, monkeys and other such sub-simians. Those whites who did not go monkey mode and instead embraced their inner evil decided that their path was one of rape, plunder and carnage. And as such, they went south to march on Mecca, to which they were immediately repelled by the Shabazi Praetorian Guard and subsequently deported en masse to a penned-off black site in modern Europe, under perimeter watch from constant Shabazi patrols to keep these talcum tyrants at bay and the civilized world safe. As such, the white man was forced to become introspective and dwell upon his original sin. In time, he devolved into a beast, even more feral than an animal, eating raw meat, hunting naked, and living in caves whilst whistling and finger painting with doo-doo. But you see, the black man has one glaring weakness, a weakness that would bring about their downfall. Their compassion and kindness. As one black man by the name of Moses tried to civilize the chalk walkers, teaching them how to bathe, wear clothes, and season their food. But sadly, it was all for naught, as Moses quickly realized that these ashen abominations were anathema to civility. As such, he gathered 300 of the most troublesome of whites and promptly liquidated them by luring them into a pit and throwing dynamite at them. We have had a wild time researching this video. However, this merely delayed the inevitable, as Yaqub's high-end genetic encoding had started to manifest through epigenetic triggers, resulting in the white man's unholy ability in tricknology. Like an entire species' third eye opening all at once, a dark enlightenment to eclipse the earth in pain and misery. What is tricknology? My, I'm very sorry, I forgot that the average prole isn't acclimated to discussing such abstract high concepts. Tricknology is a psychoneurological weapon ingrained in all beings that is used to lie, cheat and steal from the well-meaning. It is a powerful tool that for most will wear away at them spiritually and physically, like Emperor Palestine when he shoots lightning out of his fingers at Mace Dindu. But for the white devils, they don't degrade like normal people, primarily due to the fact that they have no souls to degrade, meaning that they can use tricknology willy-nilly, without fear of withering away into a mean raisin man. The white man used his penchant for technology to subsequently bring the world to its knees, taking advantage of black altruism to siphon resources into Europe and in the process destabilising the literal black markets, weaponising said altruism alongside careful narrative control.
Does he list his sources on here? I'm curious, because like, because he said he had a lot of fun researching it. Oh man, I'd love to see some of these sources here. Like peer-reviewed studies from the history department at Columbia University. Or the cultural enrichment department at UCLA or something. Nothing here, I don't see. No.
To instill black guilt and secure the white man as an oppressed yet valiant underdog that means no harm and is actually misunderstood, we promise. And then heartlessly plunging a dagger into the black man when his back was turned. And then, without hesitation, enslaving the black race and in the process setting the world back billions of years. It was prophesied that the sons of Yaqub, praise be upon him, would reign over the earth for 6,000 years before the black man would retake his throne. That year officially came and went in 1914, and well, you know the rest from there. I'm just saying, Woodrow Wilson's hubris was prophesized. Now, obviously, a lot of this is quite well established and elementary, with this being the orthodox creation myth taught in most reputable white mud huts. But for the sake of thoroughness, I did need to cover it, as it's only with the widest possible lens that we can even attempt to see the truth for what it really is. Though you've probably noticed that in my retelling, it contained a lot more details than are in the textbooks. I am, after all, a scholar on this subject, and let's just say that I have special access to a wide range of archives and insights, most of which were revealed to me in an endocrine-fast-induced dream. But we'll get to that later. The point being, I absolutely promise that I am not throwing in some extra stuff that I completely made up because I think it's funny. So now, we must cover the fan fiction interpretation of the story from our Kangs of the Cosmos, the Nuwaubian Nation. The Nuwaubians are very simply the Mormons of the Nation of Islam, being cookie characters who took a perfectly rational and obvious truth and twisted it into an absurd parody worth nothing more than an ironic and overly edited fan cam. Without wasting my, and by extension your time by telling you the detailed history of their stupid little clique, all you need to know is that it goes back to the Egyptian-Ottoman War of 1839, with the Nation of Islam loyalists being the Ottomans and the Nuwaubian separatists being the Egyptians, and that the founder of this sect, Dwight D. York, was convicted for several counts of child molestation and tax fraud. According to this completely unserious splinter group, the first black people were in fact not from the moon. I know, what absolute idiots. But they were instead a race of deities from an entirely separate galaxy. They were apparently called Rizikians from the planet Rizq. And they orbited a tri-solar system, that means 3 suns orbiting each other, and their capital was a mammoth starship known as the Nibiru. Despite being literal gods, they were still vassals to an even more supreme being, who I would assume is Allah because, of course. So how and why did these cosmic kangs fall from the heavens down to our little clump of dirt and shit that we call Earth? Well, that is a doozy, because you see, due to the nature of the 3 suns trinary system, basking heat, light and other such shite over their original homeworld, it would be a somewhat non-ideal place to live, if not for its atmosphere. Kind of like the situation on our planet, but multiplied by 3, because that is how math works. But anyways, Allah was having a beef with another god called Shaitan on the planet, with Allah requesting that he vacate the planet for probably being an uppity and fly motherfucker. Simply put, Shaitan refused and started having a shit fit, resulting in a scrap breaking out between the 2 deities and an explosion akin to a hydrogen bomb going off that was strong enough to make the planet's atmosphere...
Why am I throwing them? Because that's what they're there for. I mean, you know, so that when you pick them up, they either have an item under it or they don't. And, you know, once I have it in my possession, I don't need it unless I need it as a weapon, you know, if somebody's around. But I also have a sword and all kinds of other things, so sometimes I just don't need it. But, you know, essentially, like, the items are under it. So I'm looking for magic and hearts and stuff. I love the cosmic kangs, though. our cosmic kangs. Yeah, exactly.
Evaporate. So, not good. Though, of course, in time, the Rizikians were able to concoct a plan to repair their homeworld's atmosphere. Gold. They boarded the Nibiru and they scoured space for gold, resulting in their coming across our mineral-rich and settlable little rock. Of course, they were deities, mind you. They weren't just going to do a hard day's work and extract the minerals themselves. That would be demeaning and well below their station. As such, they genetically modified the genome of the Homo erectus and created a labouring slave race to mine the gold for them. These mongrel cavern dwellers were, as you may intuit, the progenitors of modern humanity. But with some caveats. For example...
I mean, like, a lot of this stuff reminds me of, what was it? Oh, Malkaz, you might know. What was that cult? Like in the early 90s, they all dressed in white and they shaved their heads and they drank some poisonous fucking Kool-Aid and they lived like out in LA or something like that. And they found all the bodies like inside of a mansion one day. What was it called? Not Jonestown. It was something else. No, not Jonestown. Oh, Heaven's Gate. That's what it was. Heaven's Gate. Heaven's Gate was a religious group and cult that was involved in mass suicide in 97. The group was led by Marshall Applewhite and Bonnie Nettles. Believed that followers could become immortal extraterrestrials by rejecting their human nature. Believed that the followers would ascend to heaven, also known as the next level, or the evolutionary level above human. Sounds Chinese, yeah. Heaven's Gate. No, it's there was this guy. You see this guy right here? This was the leader. You can tell, look at his eyes, how fucking psycho he is. This is the Marshall Applewhite guy. But but the thing is that, and this video right here, or this, if you have like HBO Max, this is really good. This Heaven's Gate documentary, really, really, really good. Because I thought it was just like a cult that just, formed within a few years and decided to fucking off themselves or whatever. But they'd been around since like the fucking 60s and 70s. So they like built over the course of decades this fucking massive following. But all this fucking, fucking extraplanetary trisolar talk is like, it's reminded me of like fucking Heaven's Gate kind of shit. The names are cool. Yeah. We have Raylanism here in Quebec. Okay, gotcha. Hey, what's up, Misery? How you doing? Good morning.
Due to the fact that these homos were genetically modified using the Rizikians' own genetics to splice and interweave with theirs, as a result, they naturally all became black and had psychic powers. But the thing is, though, giving melanated proto-grugs telekinesis will result in an already violent offshoot of mammal becoming an even bigger problem than usual. One that can float and crush elephants' heads with their obtuse and wrinkly melon minds. This is not exactly an ideal activity for your mongrel race of untouchable chimps to partake in. As such, after Cain murdered Abel, the Rizikians decided that enough was enough and calcified their pineal glands en masse, which we all know is the source of humanity's latent psionic abilities. Shut up, yes, you do know exactly what I mean. Do not try and play dumb. My third eye sees right through your shite, you contrarian non-believer. However, due to the fractal nature of humanity, certain tribes managed to evade the wrath of the angels, and as such, diverged into their own sub-races, just like in Elder Scrolls, including one tribe called the Shayug. These beings were one of the last remnants of psycho-homos, being easily identifiable with their mighty stature, averaging around 7 to 9 feet tall, and the fact that they have engorged coffee bean heads that housed a dual array of brains. And the only reason that they managed to escape the Rizikian rapture was the fact that they dwelled in caverns outside of, you guessed it, Mecca. And yes, you assumed correctly, Yaqub is indeed a Shayug, according to the Nuwab, not a Shabazz. So he was blessed with 2 normal-sized brains as opposed to a comically large singular one. Thus, it is no surprise that such actions by the Cecil Quisha Rhodes Johnsons in the sky doing their mass psychic sterilization presumably caused Yaqub to have a bit of a chip in his shoulder, not even taking into account the expulsion to Agartha. As such, he utilised his grand intellect to gene-splice a bioweapon into existence. A weapon to unleash upon the Rizikians. A weapon to surpass Metal Gear. The White Man. Apparently, upon completing his weapons program, Yakub had a bit of an Oppenheimer moment, being so taken aback by the horrors of his craftsmanship and being so violently racked with regret and guilt that one of his two brains had a flip.
Is Scientology lore amazing? I'll tell you this. I went to the fucking, I don't know if it was the world headquarters, but it certainly was a headquarters. I went to a Scientology headquarters in New York when I lived there. A friend of mine from college had sent me a message on Facebook. I don't know, I forget how we got in contact with each other, but we were friends on Facebook. And he was like, "Hey, where you at, man?" I was like, "Hey, I live in New York now." He's like, "Oh, me too. Let's get some lunch. And this is a good friend of mine from college. I was like, "Yeah, sure, let's get some lunch." So we got some lunch, and we were just catching up, and everything was normal. And he's like, "Dude, let's get some coffee tomorrow." I'm like, "All right, cool." And so I texted him like, "Hey, where do you want to get coffee?" He's like, "Oh, I'm up in Midtown, so let's meet at the Starbucks over in Times Square." And I was like, "All right, fine, whatever." So fucking, I went to the Starbucks in Times Square, met up with him, we got some coffee, and we were sitting down. And he was like, "Hey, so," and he started talking about like, decisions he had made in the past and like kind of the path he's been taking since college. And he was like, "Yeah, so," and then like a while back, and when I knew him in college, he was a Seventh-day Adventist. So he was already like super religious when I met him. But fast forward 10 years and we're having, coffee in Times Square. And he was like, "Yeah, I joined Scientology not too long ago." I was like, "Oh, okay, what's that like?" He's like, "Oh man, it's so great. It's really awesome." And he was telling me about it. I'm like, "Okay, well, all right, so yeah, sounds good." And he was like, "Do you want to come check it out with me?" And I'm like, "Check it out? What do you mean?" He's like, "Well, the fucking headquarters is like 2 blocks away." And I was like, "Oh, you mean like the Scientology headquarters?" He's like, yeah, let's go." And I was like, "I don't know, man." He's like, "Look, it's just a building, man. We're just going in there. We're going to go like see what they got. It's nothing crazy." He's like, "I've been there before, it's just, you're just going to sit down and watch some videos and talk to people." I'm like, and in my mind, I was thinking, okay, look, this is when I definitely started. This is when I really entered my atheist arc. And I was like, okay, there's no building that I'm going to walk into or any amount of people that I'm going to talk to that's going to fucking brainwash me and change my mind into something. All right. It ain't going to happen. I was like firmly in my atheist arc at this point. And I was like, all right, sure, whatever, let's go. So we walked over there, we walk in, and I get greeted like super, everybody in the lobby is super nice. The lobby is like just completely built out for guest reception. It's not like a lobby where there's just like a desk and an elevator. It's a whole fucking, it's a venue basically. And on the outskirts of the lobby, they have all these couches, and at each couch there's a different TV. So they were like, "Okay, let's go over here and we'll sit you down." And I was like, "All right." So we sat down. They're like, "You want anything to drink or whatever?" I was like, "Nah, we're good." And then they just start playing videos. And the first video they played was like L. Ron Hubbard, and I'd probably be thinking they'll inject me with stuff in that building. Yeah, no, I mean, I knew this guy really well from college. He was the first friend I ever made in college because he was my neighbor and we were moving at the same time in the same apartment. So we kind of hit it off, and I trusted this guy. I knew this guy wouldn't put me in a position where they're going to start injecting me with stuff, But, so we, the first video was like the history of L. Ron Hubbard, his journey through the Navy, and how he was like this awesome person or whatever. And then they're like, "Okay, cool." And then they move you like 10 feet over to the next couch in front of another TV. And you just basically go through these different stations of learning about like the evolution of Scientology from the perspective of the origins of L. Ron Hubbard to L. Ron Hubbard's discovery of like the life model that is Scientology. Then the next video you watch is like, little bits and facts about Scientology or the history of it. And then you go to the next couch and it's like some of the tenets of Scientology, and just keep going through station to station. And we got to the end of it, and I was like, "Okay, well, yeah, okay, And he was like, "Dude, let's go check out the rest of this place." And I'm like, "What else is there to check out?" He's like, "Just come with me." So he brought me over to the elevator. Somebody let us in the elevator. He brought me up to the top floor. The top floor, okay? We go all the way up to the fucking top floor. Total crash course, yeah. We go up to the top floor, and the top floor, I get out of the elevator, and I'm looking straight forward, and I see like a desk, like a reception area with somebody behind it. And then I look to my left, and I see it's a dark room. It's a huge dark room. It's massive. It's like, I don't know, 30-foot ceilings. It's huge. It's like, it like takes up like 2 floors, 2 or 3 floors, who knows? But it's just this massive dark room. It's not well lit or anything. It's just like, it's like you can kind of see what's going on, but all you can see is like treadmills. That's it. It's just like on the left and right side of the room. It's just nothing but treadmills going, up and down the length of the room. And they have like those tubes that you can put like, I guess like maybe oxygen feeders or whatever to it. And I was looking around. I was like, "What is this place, man?" It's like, "Oh, this is like one of those purification rooms, Like being a Scientologist is very physical, So like we come here to get purified. We do all kinds of purification stuff, and this is another thing where you run on the treadmill so you can build up your cardio and you sweat out a bunch of impurities and shit like that." Auditorium. No, it wasn't quite as big as an auditorium. It was weird. It looked like a room that was endless. But it wasn't endless because obviously it has to end. But because the room was so dark, it just looked like it kind of just faded unto itself, and it looked like it kept going. But there was just like countless fucking treadmills all along the walls of the room, and I was just like, okay, so being a Scientologist is kind of, do they take money? I'm sure they do, but so I was like, okay. He's like, let's go check out L. Ron Hubbard's office. And I'm like, what are you talking about? He's like, come on, let's go. I'll show you. So he brought me down to like some other floor, and and when the elevator opened, it was a smaller room, or maybe we went into a portion of that floor that was a smaller room. I don't know what the rest of the floor was, but the one that we went into was a recreation of L. Ron Hubbard's office. And he's like, yeah, man, this is what it looked like when L. Ron Hubbard was around. He was working and stuff like that. And I was like, oh wow, and it looked very historical or whatever. And I was like, okay, I can just look around for like 5 minutes, and then we left. And then we left. Then we went back downstairs, and then people were like shaking my hand, like as I was like walking out, and like, all right, thank you for coming. Hope you come back. Everybody was super nice there. Super. No, not normal. Yeah, I mean, it wasn't like there was like animal heads everywhere, like trophy hunting kind of stuff. But it had that kind of vibe. Like you could see like an older guy with a pipe, and like maybe like some hunting, like a rifle on the wall and shit like that, and papers everywhere and books and stuff like that. I mean, I guess it was a normal office in that sense, but it was behind, but it was I think it was like behind like a glass. I think it was like encased in glass. Like you walk into the room, but you're not in the office. You're just in a portion of it that's surrounded by glass, and on the other side of the glass is the recreation of his office. But then we left, and then I left the building, and everybody was super nice, really, really nice people. I can't, maybe they're super nice naturally, or maybe it was just like brainwashing. I don't know. But after that, like I went home after that. And he kept sending me messages about, hey, what'd you think? What'd you think? And I was like, yeah, it's cool, man. But I'm not really, that's not really my thing. I'm not considering joining or anything. It didn't change my mind about how I feel about spirituality or religion or whatever. And he just kept going. And then eventually I just fucking stopped talking to him and ended up like just blocking him on Facebook and stuff like that. Can you imagine if he joined? Yeah. Well, I mean, I was curious to test out my atheist arc. I mean, that's the real reason why I went, is just because like I was curious to see how impenetrable I was from the perspective of people trying to convince me that their mode, their way of life is the way to go. And obviously it didn't work because I'm not a fucking Scientologist, but I am, and he kept like asking me about it, and I was just like, dude, I just don't want to talk about this anymore. And I ended up blocking him on Facebook. I mean, we're still friends on Facebook, but I just like unfollowed him, and I edited my posts so that he can't see them. But this is a long, we're talking like this is 10, 11, 12 years ago. So maybe he's different now. I don't know. Not sure. people are super nice in a clean office building. It sets a scam alarm. Yeah. Yeah. So we'll see. I'm atheist, but I don't even care. I'm fascinated by religions. The only religion I'm not actively practicing something is because I'm lazy as fuck. I mean, whatever. I'm at a point where I'm just getting pissed at religions. I'm like, it doesn't even matter what religion it is. I'm like, because in my mind, the thing about, so like, you know, obviously, I think there's a lot to say about Islam. Obviously, you know, and you can't criticize it without someone, you know, fucking calling you a bigot or whatever. So it's a rock and a hard place. But I mean, the thing is that I'll criticize religions equally because I think it's important to be consistent. I find that I take less issue with Christianity, but I also know at the same time that there's absolutely batshit fucking crazy Christians out there, and like, so for example, there's this scene from, this is my favorite movie.
This is CNN breaking news. The president made a brief statement calling the message from Vega one of the most stunning insights into our
attendance at religious services has risen a dramatic 39% in recent days.
As police in 3 German armed divisions clashed with neo-Nazi protesters.
So it turns out there's life on other planets. Boy, this is really going to change the Miss Universe contest, don't you think? I mean, gee, we're going to have to...
Health officials from around the world are concerned that the message from Vega might trigger a rash of mass suicides, not unlike the recent cult deaths near San Diego.
Even a science.
Oh, that was actually Heaven's Gate, I think. Yeah, that was Heaven's Gate right there, what they were just talking about.
From around the world are concerned that the message from Vega might trigger a rash of mass suicides, not unlike the recent cult deaths near San Diego.
Even a scientist has to admit that there are some pretty serious religious overtones to all this.
Let's hear from someone whose organization has been accused of conducting its own inquisition in recent days. Richard Rank, head of the Conservative Coalition.
Thank you. This is yet another example of science intruding into matters of faith. Now they will have us set a place at the table for politics.
They have been reacting to TV signals they got from us in the 1930s. They're just getting them. Imagine how disappointed they're going to turn out to be if they're Cubs fans. I mean,
we now take you to Jeremy Roth, who is reporting on events at the Very Large Array near Socorro, New Mexico.
Like a bolt from the blue it came. What is being called the message from Vega has caused thousands of believers and non-believers to descend upon the VLA facility here in the remote desert of New Mexico. Many have come to protest, many to pray, but most have come to participate in what has become the best show in town.
Well, I saw the thing coming out of the sky. It had one long horn and one big eye. I commenced to shaking and I said, ooh-wee. Looks like a purple people eater to me. It was a one-eyed, one-horn, blind purple people eater.
It's like this kind of shit, this fanaticism, this the mysticism, and the combination of fanaticism together. Doesn't even matter if it's religion. It's just like people fucking completely going off the rails because of how, whatever it is they are reading into, whatever it is there. I mean, I don't know if you guys ever seen this movie, but the premise of the movie is that we received signals from something out in space. And, you know, the goal of the movie is to bring you along this journey to construct what the message actually was, and then manifest it. And then, well, you see somebody here that alludes to something that happens later on in the movie that really fucking pissed me off. There we go. There's the fucking... of course they're going to show up, right? Yeah, exactly. This guy, every time I think about the things about Christianity that piss me off, I think of this guy right here.
But they have failed. It's the same people who again and again have brought us to the brink of destruction, who polluted our air, who poisoned our water. Now these scientists have had their chance. Are these the kind of people that you want talking to your God for you?
Efforts continue around the clock.
That guy ends up getting a job with NASA and being a part of the crew that builds the thing that the message was based on. But he ends up fucking sneaking a bomb into it and blows it up. So you can it's just really, it fucking pissed me off. But every time I think about the things that piss me off about Christianity in the modern world, my mind automatically points to that guy instantly. New movie? No, this is from 97. It's like 30 years ago? What am I, 1505? Yeah, 20 years ago. Or excuse me, almost 30 years ago. Great movie. This is my favorite movie of all time. I love it. It's super. It's just a fun, sci-fi, but it mixes in religion and politics and all kinds of stuff. Very American church thing. They call it charismatic churches. Probably. Yeah. That sounds pretty accurate. But no, it's an old movie. But I mean, the things that I don't have like a thing like that I can point to in terms of Islam. I just have. I've only really understood the presence of Islam in the Western world in the context of essentially like 2015 and on, but that's as far back as any kind of research I've done goes. So it's basically only like 10 years old, but I've had problems with Christianity for longer than that, and I grew up Catholic. I was confirmed. I took communion. I went to all boys Catholic school. I went to Catholic middle school. So I grew up pretty religious, but sometime in the past 10 or 15 years, I just lost it. It didn't make sense to me to base my life off a fucking book that's, centuries old and doesn't explain some of the things that I think are really cool about life to the degree that I would like it to. So I grew up Catholic too since I was a kid, never comfortable in church. I was comfortable in church. I even had like a kind of a religious reawakening in my late 20s, but it was mostly because at the time I was working in a strip club and I was just surrounded by fucking evil and degeneracy, fucking 5 nights a week, and I was just surrounded by this bullshit all night long. That the only time I ever felt like I was actually in a normal setting was when I would go to church on Sunday. So I did that for a while. But then when I moved to New York, all that changed. I started watching like a lot of fucking space documentaries and really getting obsessed with like neutron stars and shit like that, and black holes. Religious until 12, and I really, from my heart, prayed to God that I don't have to go to school tomorrow, and nothing happened. So there you go. Yeah, that'll do it right there. I think that's kind of like a story of what happened to Ayn Rand. Ayn Rand became like a major, individualist capitalist because of an experience that she had with her mom, where I think she was a little kid, and her mom like took her favorite doll from her, and her mom told her something to the effect of, "Look, if you're a good girl and you clean the house and you do your chores and you do your homework for the next year, then I will give you back your doll." So So Ayn Rand did all that. She cleaned the house. She did her chores. She did her homework. She was behaving. She did all the things that her mom told her. And then after a year, she came back and said, "Okay, can I have my doll now?" And then the mom was like, she gave it away to like her sister, or she threw it away. She did something with it, but she basically said, "No, you can't because I did something with it," and that just like ripped Ayn Rand's heart out of her chest. It ripped her heart out of her chest, and then from then on, she was the person that from books and television. Just the hardcore objectivist, individual, capitalist, fucking steamroller of a heavyweight philosophical historical powerhouse. I guess it's the reason why I became agnostic. Yeah. From then on, she was not a human anymore, full lizard. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, a lot of this stuff that I'm hearing here like reminds me of like Heaven's Gate kind of stuff, which is why I'm curious. I want to like see some of the sources he's talking about.
Flickergoon-esque brain aneurysm and exploded, resulting in his death. Now, I can't believe I have to say this, but almost none of that was real. The vast majority of the Nuwaubian chapter is nothing more than an exercise in the creativity of a bored and jaded non-believer who merely wants to see how much shit he can get away with making up before people catch on to his devilish schemes and plots. This was a true exercise in tricknology, and obviously the original orthodox version is the one that we like and the one that is 100% real. Despite this, either through genuine insights or just complete coincidence, they did indeed manage to include some truths that were even omitted from the standard national doctrine. Either way, the Nuwabs are not to be taken seriously, regardless of their lucky strikes. Now, at this point in the video, I'll start giving my 2 cents on our creator's origin story. And if I were your standard Talcaloid pastewog, I would either be one of those gimps that would outright deny the infallibility of Yaqub, peace be upon him, or waffle on about how the truth is somewhere in between these two interpretations. Ooh, the accounts are all conjecture and biased. We need to read between the line of Renos. I'm very smart and rational. Shut the fuck up, you slobbering Reddit filth. Get off of that fucking fence and actually commit to reality. Either open all 3 of your eyes and accept the infallible truth, or shut the fuck up and keep living in cuckoo fantasy land where you can reason your way through life and where society is completely honest and forthcoming with information. Venom aside, I've not only read the studies, I wrote half of them as well. To the point that even the orthodoxy of the Nation of Islam starts seething at me. Case in point, Tariq Nasheed. Me and Tariq Nasheed were actually arguing on Twitter a long time ago, and he told me that the original true Scottish people were an ancient race of black pygmy dwarves. I called him a fucking and he blocked me. He is a non-believer and not to be trusted, but that's enough ranting. So let's get on to the main appeal and start from, well, the start. Buckle in, boys, this is a doozy, and remember, all of this is completely real. I promise. 200 million years ago, there was nothing. Until a higher dimensional gestalt entity known to us today as Allah decided to utilize extreme neurophysics to seed the known universe with life, creating our solar system and placing within it the 13 tribes of Al-Lunis on what we would now call the moon. Why 13? Well, you wouldn't get it. But all I will say is that it vaguely relates to esoteric geometry, psychonumerism, and Gnosticism a la the Hounds of Tindalos. I mean, obviously. Al-Lunis, an idyllic paradise world shepherded by the dominant and divinely ordained Shabazz dynasty, being the tribe with the highest concentration of Vril, they were, of course, black and had mighty strong psychic fields, being able to float and peel fruit with their mind. But of course, there was one thing that most of them lacked that would only be gained through fire and suffering: humility. As one of the Shabazz, a young gendarme by the name of Yeshua, aspired to be more than a mere psychic immortal, melanated demigod. He wished to be like Allah, as in all of that stuff minus the demi part. As such, he gathered the strongest of the 13 tribes, who by this point were in a perennial ennui due to the boredom and decadence of infinite bliss, because, as it turns out, paradise is boring. He brought them to a secluded mountain and constructed a mighty space elevator to escape the gravity well of the moon, in an attempt to commune with and become equals with Allah, and perhaps kill him if he pipes up and objects. Of course, this plan wasn't exactly popular, with the loyal, virtuous and big-dicked Al-Lunasites finding out about the Yeshuans' plan and being so disgusted by the idea of disturbing the demiurge's beauty sleep that they besieged the tower and engaged the traitorous goons all across the planet. This is a cascade of events that became known as the Al-Lunasari Cosmokrieg. This conflict was very costly, with the war centering around the siege of Babylon space elevator, which conservative estimates have lasting around 650 years. Though eventually,
I feel like this whole video. I think this whole video is probably inspired by his interaction with, who was it? Tariq Nasheed? Is that who he said? I think like after that interaction, he was like, okay, I'm just going to destroy this guy. You're going to tell me that Scottish ancestry is based on, I don't know, a history of black people in Northern Europe or something. I don't know. Yeah, Tariq Nasheed, yeah. Part of the lore has ended and we have entered the esoteric parts. Okay, gotcha.
The defences did crack. Babylon fell when a breakthrough was achieved by the current de facto leader of the Al-Lunasari loyalists named Muhammad, of prophetic fame. He broke through the defences of the tower by utilising his exceptionally strong psychic fields to imitate active camouflage akin to Halo Elite. He managed to secure the choke point at Theodosia and unlock its gate. Following a further 23 years, slowly fighting up the elevator inch by inch, he finally had a standoff with the corrupted and power-hungry Yeshua. Upon engaging in a game of fisticuffs, Yeshua, in his infinite cowardice, fled the scene via VTOL, though his escape was cut short when he was shot down by a flak cannon. Though, in the end, he had the last laugh, as he not only survived the crash, but managed to escape the clutches of the loyalist kill team and make it off-world. How he managed to do this is up to interpretation, taking his gallimaufry of surviving acolytes with him, fleeing to Earth. However, due to the haphazard nature of their escape, they crash-landed in what was at the time Laurasia, in the Pangaean supercontinent. Whilst the Yeshuan exiles were covering their tracks and retreating to the vast cave networks beneath Laurasia, those left behind on the moon were being massacred by the Al-Lunasites en masse, though not before initiating a self-destruct sequence on the Babylon space elevator, setting off explosives at the base of the tower with an estimated yield of 450 megatons, or, in normal terms, 4 times the strength of the Tsar bomber, which, alongside atomizing the elevator, completely burst the planetoid's atmosphere and nullified the moon's rotational axis, wiping out all life on it and tidally locking it to the Earth, thus leaving it as the lifeless husk that we know today. The former site of the Babylon space elevator can be seen today as the Shackleton crater, with the dust and debris from the blast being kicked up into the orbit of the Earth in mighty plumes, eventually scattering into the planet's atmosphere, blotting out the sun and resulting in the extinction of the dinosaurs. Of course, almost everyone present during the fall of Al-Lunas was obliterated. But that's the thing. Almost everyone. And I'm not just talking about the Yeshuans. Muhammad managed to get off-world alongside the remnants of the Lunar 13. As such, when they touched down on Earth, they had consolidated into a new tribe, the Mohammedans, setting up a forward operating base in Gondwanaland. Though, with their numbers so heavily depleted and with scant little in terms of supplies and the encroachment of an ice age, they had to go native, essentially playing
right?
Minecraft IRL. Settling in what we would know today as the Halib Triangle, the now 800-year-old Muhammad established Kemet, expanding their borders and settling most of the modern Arab world with the first humans, who were all black, by the way. Fast-forwarding millions of years with Kemet expanding out across Africa and the Middle East, unopposed and entering an eons-long golden age. However, when a Kemetic pioneering outfit comes across an anomaly at the Bosphorus Strait, their days of peace and tranquility were numbered. Remember how I said that the Yeshuans crash-landed and hid underground in caves? Well, they had gotten up to some shenanigans in the few million years since we last saw them. And that was a very, very long time. I mean, the continents had all now formed and shit. But we'll ignore all of that for the sake of narrative storytelling. Yeshua led his rebels underground after crash-landing in modern-day Scotian, Slovenia, where the impact of the ship hitting the ground carved out a mighty hole into the earth that became the famed cave network. Upon settling in the newly created underground network, he immediately established a tyrannical dictatorship, rounding up all the remaining women present and taking them as his wives. He then proceeded to take the weakest of his men and enslave them, buck-breaking them repeatedly to make them docile and to steal their psychic powers. Yes, I'm being serious, he actually did that. Source? Me. I'm the source. I wrote the fucking book in this field. All of that aside, he spent the next few thousand years ruling his subterranean hellscape with an iron fist, though a problem was quickly presenting itself. Yeshua was getting older, aging quicker due to his soul eroding with every evil deed that he chose to partake in. Indeed, he needed a successor. So, he got to work. He went through a routine of knocking up one of his many wives, having a child be born, and then liquidating the child via Gauss cannon for desirable traits like cunning, deception, intellect, and guile, as well as yodeling capabilities, because yodeling at the right frequency actually causes extreme distress to black people, alongside harvesting stem cells to slow down aging. He then proceeded to inject said traits into the next iteration of the birth cycle via advanced gene modding and eugenics. He killed the ugly ones. Repeat this novel process over thousands of generations and you have what records, me, call the Shaitan program. This, paired with the dead wives and cucked and bucked slaves having their synapses harvested to be pulled and wired into a biological supercomputer to help record keep, administrate and stroke his ego, results in a really big fucking problem developing. By the time Yeshua was on his deathbed at 451,000 years young, all that remained of his rebellion was two people. And you know, the massive interwoven and supercooled tumour tower inside the underground lake, which consisted of himself and one more slave who was with child. Upon going into labour, the mother went inside the conveniently human-sized USB port in the supercomputer and entered the body horror HAL 9000 for liquidation and processing. Yeshua exerted the last of his strength to follow suit inside, at which he succeeded in getting subsumed by the mass, after which Shaitan went into incubation for a few million years before finally completing its computations just months before our Kemetic pioneers, the massive brain shrank and receded, settling in the skull of a fully formed man's body. Too large to be housed in a standard skull, it needed to bulge out, like a shitty Dell Office computer that just got a 2K graphics card stuck inside of it. It is now at long last that we witness the birth of Yaqub, praise be upon him, absorbing and assimilating the memories, personalities and grudges of the millions of minds fed into his synaptic stew. So, to the surprise of absolutely no one, he had a bit of a chip on his shoulder when it came to the old enemies of Al-Lunis. But to once more wage war on Muhammad, who he assumed would be dead by now, but having an IQ of 1,600, he planned accordingly, he needed an army. So he collected the leftover hollowed out corpses and he got to work. And now we come back to the committee who were at the Bosphorus Strait. And what did they find? Well, they found a mass grave, which might not seem that earth-shattering if not for the fact that they were meant to be the only humans on the planet. So, you know, that was a bit of a big revelation. And the bodies they found didn't look right. They were yellow. Indeed, they had just come across the first failed models of Asians, who were being field tested in the Aegean Sea to try and optimise their buoyancy and stress test their durability against contemporary ballistics. Spoiler alert, this generation wasn't adequately amphibious or bulletproof, so they got put against the wall, shot, and then dumped in a pit. The committee then very quickly became aware of the presence of abhuman monsters to the north, and as such, set up a DMZ on the Bosphorus and started doing armed expeditions into what we call Eurasia, establishing a Great Wall going up the Don River and settling the east with fortress cities stretching across Siberia. So what's the deal with the Asians in the Aegean? Well, Yakub, praise be upon him, was trying to create an army of psionically voided slaves capable of combating the Mohammedan offshoots by being walking and talking psychic dampeners, which is a force multiplier big enough to actually put the malformed savages on equal footing with Kemet. You see, Yakub was harvesting genetic data off of the remains of his former slaves to use as blueprints for the slave army. The issue, however, is that these bones were millions of years old by this point, and as such, they were faulty and incomplete. As such, he filled in the gaps of the genome with limescale, thus producing the off-peach hue, bugman behaviour, ravenous hunger that is iconic to the Asian race that we all know and sort of love. An interesting side effect, however, is that the limescale calcified their pineal glands, making them physically incapable of spirituality, and therefore locking them out of enlightenment for eternity. The Asians coped subconsciously by adopting beliefs about reincarnation. These Asians were cast off in waves eastwards and southwards in hordes to settle the unclaimed land and destabilise the already settled Kemetic frontiers, who by this point were wholly unprepared for a multi-continent guerrilla war that saw the sacking and razing of multiple black tributary kingdoms in Siberia and Central Asia, in the ashes of which the Asian invaders settled and imitated them, thus spawning the first primitive Asian kingdoms, shamelessly stealing black customs
Kingdoms, I love it, kingdoms.
And traditions as their own. In time, the eminent tribes of Asiatic usurpers would come to be known as the Hwanguk and the Fingolic Khaganate, rising out of their hovels of dung and refuse into a crude mockery of a real civilization. But their story is for another day. See the Fenno-Korean Hyperwar. Though a useful stopgap, the Asiatic model wasn't the ideal fighting force for breaking the Kemetic yoke, as their incomplete genome made them susceptible to finessing, a traditional logic game played by Al-Lunasai youths and continued in their descendants. Thus, there was constant experimentation and prototyping done in Yakub's, praise be upon him, compound, which at this point had to be moved from Scotian to a massive citadel in the area now known as Paris. It was here in this black site that he coined a smorgasbord of methods to supplement the Asian invasion, like a retrofitted offshoot that reincorporated...
Oh man, I'm looking at this fucking... where is it? Let's see. I just typed in Tariq Nasheed, Count Dankula on Twitter just to see what comes up. He says here, one of the saddest days of my life was when Tariq Nasheed blocked me. And he took a screenshot of Tariq Nasheed talking about Bill Cosby is being released. This is from a few years ago. Bill Cosby is being released because the white supremacist culture of white women falsely accusing black men of rape is a travesty of justice, and it minimizes real cases. I wonder if there's anything else. Count Dankula. Inshallah, my habibis. Oh, this reminds me. Oh, I saw something. I saw something. This is definitely for you, Conrad. This one's for you, bud. This one is for Conrad right here. Yeah, this one. Yeah. Oh man. I saw this like, oh, this is ugh.
Habibi, come to Germany!
Speaking of white women, this is, bro, you need to shut this shit down, dude.
Come to Germany!
That's crazy. This lady right here, you gotta find her, dude. I don't think she's AI, dude. I think she's real. Habibi, come to Germany. That is crazy, dude. I saw that. I was like, man, I'm playing that one for Conrad for sure. There's another one I saw. It was about the arrest going on over there with social media and shit. Where was it? Where was it? Was this in Germany too?
What's your reason for coming today?
Oh, this is England. Is it? Oh, this is it. German police raid a home over a social media post. German state. This is from 60 Minutes. I've seen worse, dude. This school here made a video with teenage girls about welcoming refugees to Germany. Oh no, I saw that too. Oh wait, was that Germany? I saw an English version of that, maybe like a British version. Welcoming refugees. It was yeah. No. I think I've seen. I don't know if it was German, or unless it was a German video and it was in English or something. But I saw a video of like, you know, them going around and like, and it wasn't even, you know, it was like a professional video. It was a group that did this where they went around and they filmed young, like school age girls telling the camera essentially how great it is in this country and that why they should come, you know. It was a Wales one. Yeah, that's probably what it was. Yeah, I've seen those before. That's super fucking weird. Why would you do that? Why would you film young schoolgirls telling whoever the audience is how great it is in their country and then send that video off to fucking, you know, the Middle East somewhere?
6:01 on a Tuesday morning, and we were with state police as they raided this apartment in northwest Germany. Inside, 6 armed officers searched a suspect's home, then seized his laptop and cell phone. Prosecutors say those electronics may have been used to commit a crime. The crime, posting a racist cartoon online. At the exact same time, across Germany, more than 50 similar raids played out. part of what prosecutors say is a coordinated effort to curb online hate speech in Germany. It's 6:01 on a Tuesday.
Yeah. Oh, remember this guy? This guy's like fucking ice cold. I saw this video again. I had to save it again. It was fucking this guy right here is ice cold, bro. Ice cold.
I want England to be a nation of Caucasian heritage people. Just like if I go to Saudi Arabia, I want to see Saudi Arabians. If I went to China, I see China. England's not in what 10, 20 years time is not going to be Anglo-Saxon Caucasian heritage anymore. It's going to be people who look like me, and that's not going to be a good thing.
Why isn't it a good thing?
Because they're going to be bringing in an inferior culture.
What would you do to stop the small boats?
I'd militarize it. I'd tell the military nobody lands on the beach. Get the military to stop it, and I'm sure they could. I want England to be a nation of Caucasian heritage.
Oh, this is a shortened version, but you could tell like the guy was like, I mean, yeah, but what if the boats have women and children? And he just looks him dead in the eye. He's like, no boats land on the beach. It's so fucking ice cold, dude, that guy. Holy shit. All right, let's finish this real quick.
Some reverse-engineered black traits into the Asian platform, resulting in the Red Race, a modernised and retrofitted Asian offshoot. Yakub utilised the Asian genome to create a demyelination bomb that would be dropped over Kemetic cities. The result was widespread pineal calcification and melanicide. The survivors of this terror bombing were being mistaken for Asians and as such were being shot on sight by panicked Kemetic gendarmes. Fleeing across the ruins of the Indian subcontinent and the Middle East, their descendants within time became the brown race. It was only when a chance encounter with a local fungus that Yakub, peace be upon him, finally had the breakthrough he desperately needed. As when he noticed this strain of mysterious mushrooms growing on a dead Asian, he noticed that psionic fields were being generated around it, whilst maintaining the psychic dampening effect present in the Oriental troops. This complete accident resulted in the creation of the Shaitan 2 program, prototyping a model of Asian that had its pineal gland cut out entirely and a chunk of fungus X slotted in its place. The result of this was the creation of the Neanderthal, whose fungal implant resulted in aberrant and unexplainable behaviour that would carry on today in the form of autism and other such forms of lateral thinking. The Neanderthal was brought in as an officer class to lead the Asians in strategic manoeuvres. Despite initial successes, their social malformations and lack of insight into finessing resulted in their eventual failures in the first Levantine campaign. This enraged Yakub, peace be upon him, who decided to abduct Kemetic officers, buck-break them and splice their genetics with surviving Neanderthals, resulting in the Shaitan 3 program, or, as you may guess, the creation of the white race. The first generation of white devils were numbered at 6. These cave beasts were unlike anything seen before on the earth, with bone-white skin and protruding noses. These male macaques were personally reared and raised by Yakub in his Patmos citadel as the ultimate soldiers, giving special attention to the art of finessing, which he modified to remove all the gallantry and fairness from to create a crueler variant focused on deceit that we now know as tricknology. These founding 6 whites were then given 110 clones of themselves and told to spread and consolidate themselves across the world, to forever hold down, break and antagonise the black man wherever he may be. As such, the war raged on, with the white man establishing a heartland in Europe and waging an efficient war against the battered and beleaguered Kemetic. Now, why was Kemet getting trashed so badly? Well, you see, they were honourable and loving, creating all culture and all science in existence. They were not capable of the infinite cruelty that the aberrant folk were. As such, they weren't capable of truly eradicating them. Concession after concession befell Kemet, being pushed out of the Middle East into Africa by the displaced brown man fleeing the roving cannibal gangs of whites and Neanderthals. Eventually, the whites struck a death blow to Kemet when they torched the Black Library of Alexandria, and managed to torch over 700 million years of black history, technology, and literature, with whatever remained being stolen and appropriated by the aberrant hordes. Muhammad, now a jaded and aged old man, wisely concluded with a heavy heart that Kemet had fallen, and that indeed billions have and will die. As such, he relocated the nucleus of the nation from the Red Sea, leaving the major hubs of Cairo, Mecca, and Sana'a, instead rallying the surviving remnants of humanity in modern-day Katanga in the Congo. However, due to disease, bioweapons, and leadership struggles, the Kemetic remnants fractalized and scattered across the continent, losing their sense of self and devolving into a psionically comatose and tribal patchwork, their pineal glands and psionic abilities being locked away for their own safety, and exiling and entombing himself in the Ngwenya mines in modern-day Eswatini, or, as you all know it, Swaziland, with the intention of returning once the time is right and the world is ready for enlightenment. Thus, the reign of the black man had passed, plunging the world into darkness and evil, and the age of the Asian had begun, most famously culminating in what we all know as the Fenno-Korean Hyperwar. As for Yakub, he spent the remainder of his days wiping out pockets of civility
what's up, Shang?
Across the world. Content with Kemet being contained to the Sub-Sahara, his final act before dying of tetanus was wiping out the remaining black people in Eurasia by releasing what we all now know as the Plague. It was called the Black Death for a reason. Closing out to the modern day, with the evil white paradigm slowly starting to unravel after 1914, as prophesied all those years ago, the black man is destined to return to his rightful throne of unquestioning galactic dominance, as Allah intended before the most arrogant of his children had a tantrum that resulted in the birth of the grand chthonic adversary and subjecting the world to millions of years of war, death, famine, pestilence, and ska music. And thus we end Genesis and the birth of our master and coconut in chief. He may now be gone, but his legacy lives on today in basically every single group except the mighty Melanoid Masters. Ave Yakub, peace be upon you. Now, was all of the stuff that I just said true, or did I just rip off Halo and several other gaming franchises and splice them into a made-up story because I found it really, really funny? Well, here's the funny thing, it's actually impossible to tell. But I do challenge Tariq Nasheed to debate me on any of it.
It's Countdown on YouTube! Everybody's just...
I was gonna say, that's definitely... like, Tariq Nasheed definitely fucking inspired that video. That's a hell of a fucking screenshot right there. That's fucking... What's Xander Soy talking about here? How people learn to hate the truth.
I have the pleasure of admit something to you guys. Flat Earthers are a bit of a guilty pleasure of mine. To watch videos of them getting demolished, to hear their stupid arguments. For a very long time, I've enjoyed the ripping apart of Flat Earthers. I see them as sort of really a symbol of how dumb and cognitively dissonant people can be. Now, we just got out of a segment in which we discussed Joe Rogan fully falling off the deep end. And I feel that the theme of this whole stream is going to be about how people get radicalized. And I feel that looking at the Flat Earther community, is a really good example of just how brain broken people can be simply to avoid admitting that their worldview has been blatantly disproven. Now, recently, a megachurch pastor discovered the flat Earth debate online, and he was like, "There are people who think the Earth is flat, huh?" And so he investigated that scene of like flat earthers versus science educators and all that, and he found that there was one single point that they all unanimously agreed would prove or disprove the roundness of the Earth. Because this was for a long time seen as something that no YouTuber or content creator could ever actually go and do, especially not to such the parameters that you could definitively prove that it was a fully working good experiment. The idea was that if you could go to Antarctica, which flat earthers claim you're not allowed to just go to, like it's guarded by the military because that's where the ice wall is, if you could go there during the winter and see the sun in the sky for days straight with it never setting, just going over your head like a halo in the sky, which is what the model of the globe Earth would suggest would happen, and what you would see, but could not happen on a flat Earth due to the way that their model works, that like it would prove that the Earth is round, and if it didn't happen, it would prove the Earth is flat. If the sun sets, the Earth is flat. Now, this was always something that, like, no one could actually go and do. So, like, flat earthers would just suggest that was the only way they could definitively see on Earth with their own eyes evidence the Earth is round. It was a massive bluff for a lot of these flat Earth grifters. Remember, they are grifters. They are grifters leading sheep. And so this pastor, this megachurch pastor, is like, all right, I've got the money to make this happen. I'm going to contact the biggest science educators that make a thing out of dunking on flat earthers. I'm going to contact the largest flat earth people on the internet, and I'm going to invite them on an all expenses paid trip to Antarctica, where they will all be given and paid for the equipment they need to live stream for like 48 hours straight. They're being out in the middle of Antarctica, watching as the sun does not set. And so when they make this offer, all the flat earth people are trying to dodge. They're all dodging this shit, okay? A few agree, like small ones that don't really have much skin in the game of the flat earth sphere, like they're not super successful, they don't have a big grift going for themselves. All the big people, though, who make their money off the flat earth stuff, they refuse. They say, you'll just fake it. You'll put us in a Vegas dome, right? But they managed to get some people to agree, and funnily enough, the guys who do the science education stuff offered to pay for the their own expenses to go to Antarctica. They paid for it themselves. They didn't even take the money from the pastor to do the trip. They were just so giddy to do it, to be on this trip, to go to Antarctica, spend time there, and to prove the flat earthers wrong. And so this pastor hosts this event. He gets flat earthers and non-flat earthers alike together to fly to Antarctica and live stream, using Starlink, to live stream the sun not setting. Of course, the sun did not set. The sun proceeded to just make circles in the sky for days straight, as you expected to do in the southern hemisphere, in the South Pole during winter. And the flat earthers that were there had to concede. They conceded, and now their thing is that they're ex-flat earthers that do anti-flat earth videos. They weren't very big as flat earthers anyway, so they had a much better business opportunity being ex-flat earthers, to be fair. And so all the big flat earthers now need to discredit these guys and cope about how that couldn't have possibly been real. Despite it being the most incontrovertible evidence you could really hope for these people, they still decided, nope, I don't believe it. This isn't enough evidence. And the meltdown has continued. Does this remind you of anything? Does this not remind you of the copium of the right wing? As they spread their misinformation and their conspiracies, they get disproven. They find new explanations for how their conspiracy getting disproven actually proves they were right all along. So I've got a video here from Simon Dan, great channel. going over the most recent round of copium from the Flat Earth community. And if this does not sound like the average conservative pundit these days, then you need your ears checked.
Now been 6 weeks since Will Duffy took a group of people to Union Glacier, Antarctica to witness the 24-hour sun in the Southern Hemisphere summer. And still, the flurfs are doing everything they can to discredit it. This is your final experiment Fallout review.
The final experiment. They should do one next where they go to the Arctic during the winter and watch as the sun never comes up.
Hello all and welcome along to another video with me, Simon Dan. Thank you very much for joining me. Before we begin today, a quick thank you to the sponsors of this video, Squarespace. Squarespace is an all-in-one website platform for entrepreneurs to stand out and succeed online. Whether you're a place designed to build a unique, so you seamless, and then you can make top traffic engaged. Head to squarespace.com for a free trial, and then when you're ready to launch, go to squarespace.com/SimonDan to get 10% off your first purchase of any website or domain. Right, on with today's video, which as we all know is the third edition of the Final Experiment Fallout review. When I started this series, I honestly didn't know how long it would last for. But true to form, the flurfs are still banging on about this. So we continue to review and comment. We start with a short clip on YouTube from Angelo Sotaro. It's not very long and it's titled Proof That the Midnight Sun Was Faked. Interesting, let's have a look.
All right, let's see it, guys.
What's up, Panda?
Do you see it? Does that technically count as setting? Globe head's destroyed. The sun went behind the mountain. That counts as setting.
Now, not really being sure about this, I had to dive into the comments and see what Angelo said. Will Duffy also made a time-lapse of 36 hours at the base camp. If you compare both videos, you see that on Will Duffy's video, there are no shadows over the base camp. The Japanese video shows shadows and the sun is at the same height as Will Duffy's video. The reason why they went to another spot to video the midnight sun was because at the base camp the sun would disappear behind the mountains. Also, Jaren said in one of his live streams... Wait,
actually? Wait, is he actually claiming that the sun going behind the mountains? Oh my god.
Cold when the sun went behind Mount Rossman because of the shadow. So how can it be that on the 36-hour time-lapse at the base camp there are no shadows? So Angelo thinks that...
One base camp next to a mountain, one out in the middle of an ice field. How is it that simultaneously one base camp was in the sun and the other was in the shade of a mountain? Checkmate, globetards.
Because there was a shadow cast in a time-lapse video, which by the way is 10 years old, and that there was no shadow in Will's time-lapse, that means the whole thing was fake.
That's what they call you, by the way, if you believe the Earth isn't flat. You're a globetard. Remind anyone of anything. Remind anyone of anything.
Man.
You're a globetard.
I wonder what's on the thumbnail. It had Alex Jones, so I wonder if he actually is going to incorporate some Alex Jones stuff into this.
If you don't think the Earth is flat, they used to say globehead, but now they say globetard because like the right and just the internet in general has gotten so nasty. Like it's so acceptable to just have insult names for like people that disagree with you that now it's globetard. You know, libtard if you're left leaning.
Well, the video in question from Angelo was shot by a Japanese Antarctic explorer, Shigeki Nishikawa, and he filmed that time-lapse on December the 9th. And that's around a week before the Final Experiment team filmed theirs. Depending on filming location and the fact that the sun would have been higher in the sky for Will when he filmed his time-lapse, means that there may not have been as big a shadow cast by that mountain. The desperation continues, it seems. Moving on, if you remember from the episode that we last...
I don't know if he shows it in this one, but one of the Flat Earth people also claimed that Satan made the fake sun. That the sun was fake, and Satan made it. That the devil from the Bible made a fake sun in order to deceive people into believing the Earth is round.
On this, Pastor Dean Odell claimed that the devil himself could have organised or even been the 24-hour sun that the guy saw in Antarctica. Well, a new flat earther on the block called Shepherd, go and subscribe and check him
Flat
out,
Earth
links in the
debunker.
description. Notice
Misspoke.
this from the pastor. Have a look.
Dean is now taking the stance that many other flat earthers are taking, that the lights in the sky don't prove the shape of the Earth. Even though, in his debate with Greg Locke, he clearly stated that he thought the lights in the sky proved the shape of the Earth.
And guess what? I don't care how many lights in the sky we see, it doesn't change. The floor is flat.
Oh, is this him?
And let's see if the sun does a 360-degree circle all the way around us. If so, it's a ball.
Now, I don't know about
Remember,
you, but I wouldn't want...
A lot, just like with conservative pundits, when there is no way to falsify some bullshit they can say, they will say it. If they can make up an unfalsifiable lie that's like a big lie, they will tell that lie. And they'll bluff, believing that they'll never end up getting caught. And when they do, they'll just shamelessly claim that somehow them getting caught in a lie actually proves they were even more right.
Want to be listening to a pastor who's actively changing what the truth is and deceiving his followers.
This is a great catch, Shepherd, and proof that the flat earthers love to move the goalpost. Next up, Level Earth Observer, who, despite last month saying goodbye to the final experiment, has since made another 6 videos on it. He seems to be coping the hardest right now. Moving on though, I thought it'd be nice to see what some of the mainstream media sites are saying about the final experiment. Here in the UK, The Sun says, watch world's most famous flat earther admit
You know what's so, like, depressing about this? It's easy to watch this stuff and just laugh at them, but the same cognitive dissonance, the same mental inability to critically think is what's created the Trump era that we're in. It's what's leading the politics of the country that I live in, you know? It's just that most Americans aren't sold on the idea that the Earth is flat. They're sold on the idea that vaccines are evil and that...
That's slightly different than the leftist strat of saying falsifiable things and then saying the person falsifying them is racist or sexist or something when they do so. Yeah. Oh, man.
The left is made up, you know? Like, that we're literally getting to the point now where the claim is that there is no left. That it was always just made up to cover up corruption in the government or something. Like, they live in this fantasy world. And, like, the more people... It's not just a fantasy world for conservatives to believe. It's a fantasy world that, if they express it as the truth, if they talk about it like... If we watch the Joe Rogan segment I just did, the way Joe Rogan and his guests do, as if it's like a bygone conclusion, all this stuff is true, and they're just talking about it, you know? When people hear that and they buy into it, they're not just buying into the worldview, they're buying into a really radical form of the worldview out of the gate. The idea that there is a conspiracy against them and that they cannot trust anyone who dissents against that idea. Because the dissenter, the people who are trying to hurt you, are trying to tell you the conspiracy isn't real, so you can't trust any fact checkers. Frankly, as Joe Rogan said himself, fact checking should be illegal.
I'm wrong after 9,000-mile, £30,000 trip to Antarctica for final experiment. He's not the well...
And keep in mind, 8 years ago, this was the anti-vax community. It's easy to forget because anti-vax is like the line you must toe as a Republican now. But go back 10 years ago, the anti-vax community and the flat earth community were 2 eggs in the same exact basket. Anti-vax was just seen as the slightly less insane conspiracy, and that's the one that took off. But honestly, I could totally see a world in which the Republican Party adopts flat earth, and that you must toe the flat earth line or you will be ousted from the Republican Party, from the MAGA party. I can see that happening. Absolutely.
World's most famous flat earther, for one. And as far as I'm aware, the trip didn't cost £30,000 each.
This is Xander Hall, so who knows, man.
On top of that, they had the map showing a flight directly to Antarctica, which is not how it happened. Now, not entirely bowled over by the Sun's coverage of the trip, I thought I'd check out Lad...
Wait, yeah, true. This is supposedly the flight. According to the flat earthers, this is how the flight would have had to have been, but that's not the flight that they took. They took a flight from California to Chile, and then from Chile to Antarctica. They had to stop for fuel in Chile. like around here. Like that was like explicitly a big part of the whole final experiment thing. So even this flat Earth, they're trying to like plot out their supposed path, didn't account for the fact they stopped here.
It happened. Now, not entirely bowled over by the Sun's coverage of the trip, I thought I'd check out Lad Bibles. Now, Lad Bible and Sport Bible, in my opinion, are two of the worst media outlets in existence.
True.
They get so much wrong and
Lad Bible is literally like, it's just the British version of if a website was called Bro Bible in America, and it's all supposed to be like right-wing lad news. It's a lot of it's just tabloid shit. It's nonsense, fake news bullshit. But they do a lot of like conspiracy stuff too. They're obviously very right-leaning platforms as well.
Sensationalise so many headlines. First off, in their article, they said this: but nobody has ever really been able to convince a flat earther that some of their views may not be entirely accurate until now. Now, we know this to be utterly untrue.
Yeah.
There are several well-known ex-flat earthers. They also said under Jeren's photo that he had changed his mind on the flat earth debate. Again, not true. He did not renounce flat earth until over 10 days later. Maybe I'm being picky here, but as publications, I feel like they should get this stuff right. Well, let's finish today, as usual, by looking at what people are saying on X and Facebook.
Lad Bible, I thought Lad Bible was just a Facebook trend farm channel. All of these right-wing outlets and the ones that peddle these crazy conspiracy theories also just pump out as much trend clickbait as possible. Everything from Facebook to Twitter now lets you monetize clickbait and misinformation as long as it gets enough views. And so, yeah, like they just, like, it's the same shit as like, wait, Donald Trump is running a crypto scam? I thought he was the president. Like, yeah, exactly.
Facebook. James Hawke. I'm undecided about the recent so-called final experiment in Antarctica. I've not followed it closely, but from what I can see, there's much suspicious about it all and the characters involved. I hope at this stage the simple truth and logic is filtering out to those with ears to hear. I do realise it's the strangest thing to most people, this new idea that the world is not a planet in outer space. It sounds like you're already decided, James. You've not followed it closely, but you can see some suspicious. Well, no comment there, James. I'm sure you're a lovely guy. Flat Earth Debate Forum says, so when does the final experiment get peer-reviewed by actual scientists? Otherwise, it's just a YouTube actors gathering.
Because the final experiment was a literal experiment. Also, no, I'm not going to get stunlocked in this. He'll explain it, I'm sure.
Yeah, scientific papers get peer-reviewed. If anyone decides to write a paper on the final experiment, then yes, I'm sure it will be. Until then, I guess you'll have to cope harder about the 24-hour sun. The Indigenous American Psychedelic Riders of Inner Space says, the final experiment turned out to be the final nail in the solar system coffin. There's more flat earthers than ever now, thanks, bro.
Isn't this kind of similar to how right-wingers say, you lefties being so triggered and woke, now that's why Trump won. Now everyone hates leftism because you lefties are so insane. Enjoy losing. Like, I get those comments a lot, at least on my channel. I'm sure you guys have seen them too. Isn't it interesting how flat earthers are the same? Like, they are trained to take joy in the unhappiness of those that are not flat earthers. It's like laughing, crying emoji. There's more flat earthers now than ever. Thanks, bro. Haha. Of course, this isn't true. I mean, it might be. It actually probably is true. There almost certainly are more flat earthers now than ever. Like, we're watching as the concept of science and truth dissolves. And so, yeah, we're going to see more flat earthers over time. And basically, the gloat here, they think the gloat, this person is gloating saying, you with your evil fake experiment, you just proved flat earth right and brought more people to our side. But what the actual thing is, what's actually happening here is this person who is blatantly wrong, who has been proven wrong as blatantly as one could, seeing that and gloating about how being proven wrong has actually brought more people to their side. It's the same thought process that conservatives use when they gloat about their victories. Like, yes, we successfully lied to a lot of people and they believed it. Ha 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 ha. Like, that's how these people operate. They take joy in spreading misinformation.
How so? I don't think there are, you know. Of course, Jeren's left the community, and I've seen others on Facebook start doubting it too. I think it's an overall net loss, my friend. Trevor Long says, Antarctica being just another continent has never been true. Exploration was halted for reasons. They only bring you to...
I can't lie. I really love flat Earth maps. Like, not the ones that end at, like, the Antarctica ice wall that supposedly exists, the ones that go beyond. Like, where they've got these, like, fantasy continents beyond Antarctica. One of them is Mu. You guys ever, not Mew, M-E-W, but M-U.
I've had...
you guys ever watch that?
I've had to have, so this thing right here, I've had to have unironic conversations about this with my brother. Because he recently became reborn. Like, really, really, really reborn. So now his worldview supports the idea that there's this ice wall, and that beyond the ice wall, there's actually more continents that we've never discovered before. I don't know if one of them's Mew, but I've actually had to have unironic conversations about this shit. Oh, fuck.
That spirit science guy, Vosh used to rip him apart a lot, like, back in the day. He's one of the, like, flat Earth people that, like, popularized the theory of the lost continent of Mu, or Mu, being beyond the ice wall. And the idea is that Mu is, I think, the people, like, they're supposed to be indigenous people of Mu, and they are supposed to be, like, angels, but also descendants of Israeli Jews from the Bible. So yeah, these guys, that's what this map is. It's like, here, let me see if I can find, like, the official flat Earth map. Full flat Earth map. Dude, I am obsessed with these maps. They're insane, but they're so fun. Like, at the end of the day, you got to remember, why does flat Earth take off like this? A big part of it is that it is a more exciting possible future, or possible, like, reality, than the one that we live in, at least to them. They find it more exciting. Let me see if I can find that really interesting one. Oh, why can't I find it? It's one of my favorite flat Earth maps. It's so cool. This Reddit page is, this flat Earther map looks awesome, even if, you know, it's insane. The world beyond the ice wall. So here's the ice walls of Antarctica. You've got Geminia. What is this supposed to be? Pitatia, Libris, Atum, Aten, Horus, Atlantis, Lemuria. You've probably heard Lemuria from the Spirit Science guys' videos. Formosa Ultima. Holy shit. The Telekinesia. Isle of Anubis, Isis, Osiris, Nemo, Magellan's Isles, the continent of Odin, New Caria, I think is what that's supposed to be, Valkyrie. Like, it's all, like, stuff pulled from mythology and stuff. We've got the frozen wastes and the scorched wastes, of course, you know, very, very famous locations. The walls of Asgard, cool. And then, of course, everyone knows the abyssal ocean. The world building, though, and that's the thing, right? The flat earthers and the far right with their conspiracy theories, they tell an interesting story. It's exciting to think that you're part of this, like, small sect of people who realize that there's a bigger world out there than the one that they'll let you know about. Oh yeah, they also have Hyperborea. Yeah, where it's all white people. They've got that one too. The white supremacist flat earthers. There's like a continent beyond the ice wall called Hyperborea that's all just white, like, albino people, and it's supposed to be like the, like, only white people continent or something like that.
A trapped single Arctic location done controlled tourism style. Even the boat race is totalitarian controlled. It's 10 to 14 identical yachts controlled.
Very good point, Delancers. Pseudoscience is more easily understood by the average person. Pseudoscience, like phrenology, flat earth, anti-vax, miasma theory of disease, four humors, disease with self-replicating poison. You're so right. Like, think about, like, this miasma theory. Instead of recognizing germ theory, that there are microscopic things you cannot see that affect your health, the idea that the smell of something disgusting, something you can actually detect with your senses, is actually the cause of sickness, would be far more believable. You're very right about that comparison. Pseudoscience targets those without the will or education, the education or the will to be educated, and it appeals to their lack of knowledge. Fundamentally, it's easier for them to understand, so they choose to understand that than believe that the truth is something too complicated for someone of their education level to fundamentally get. Like, they can't just say, there are smarter people than me that understand this better than I do, and maybe they should be the ones in charge of this. It has to be, I know what's really going on. I know what should be really done. They're just lying to us. It's a conspiracy. They're covering everything up.
Controlled by a totalitarian skipper from start to finish. They even have fake forms you can fill out to feel like you're participating in a real race. It's literally not a relevant form. It's all phony, pony, baloney, hoopah nonsense. Nothing is
Apparently you fill out a fake form that like legally binds you to have to lie about Antarctica being real if you go on a fake tourist trip to Antarctica. So every person who's ever gone to Antarctica signed a form where they agreed to lie about Antarctica being real.
Proving a massive continent and only tiny...
They have to claim this because every year there's like a circumnavigation race of Antarctica. And if Antarctica is a massive ice wall, you have to literally circumnavigate the like diameter of the planet, or more than that, really. Like, this is an insane distance to circumnavigate. But if it is actually just, you know, the continent at the bottom of the world, then it takes as long as it takes in real life, not the like months and months long sailing journey that this would be. Yeah, pretty much they have to find an excuse for how the circumnavigation boat races are somehow not real, because like thousands of boat captains taking their boats out to race around the continent, and so there has to be some explanation for how all those people are in on it, right?
Tiny glimpses and edits exist. Nobody's even allowed to fly a drone out of line of sight. Speaks volumes. Not even so-called scientists are allowed. It's all stupid. You can't fly a drone out of line.
I love how long Australia is, by the way. That's Australia right there in the flat Earth model, by the way. Look up any map of flat Earth, because they have to make Antarctica into a big circle, and Australia is so close. Australia ends up being stretched into this like insane shape. Look at the shape of Australia down there. Look at that. Every flat Earth map does this to Australia.
Not even so-called scientists are allowed. It's all stupid. You can't fly a drone out of line of sight.
I unfortunately do, Panda. Most of my family actually now is like that. Most of my family is well, most of my dad's side of the family, my brother, my dad, my sister-in-law, they're all those things. I charge definitions. But the thing is, the thing is that they're not leftists. They're reborn Christians. So what I'm saying is, I know people of which you are describing, not like, you know, the leftists who are claiming that these people exist or whatever. Like, my family is anti-vax, anti-fucking everything, conspiracies, fucking, and it wasn't like this. It wasn't like before COVID, they were absolutely normal people, and then COVID hit, and then they just became like absolutely fucking batshit, dude.
Anywhere, Trevor, let alone Antarctica. What does this prove? And actually, at any one time, there's up to 5,000 scientists living in Antarctica during the Antarctic summer. And I found this one.
Gotta remember, though, they signed the contract. They're legally bound to lie about the existence of Antarctica for the rest of their lives. They have to say it's real.
On Facebook too. This one is laughable. The three people on the bottom photo are all very close together, so their shadows will look the same. The three examples on the top photo are all really far apart.
Are those even shadows? Those are reflections, right? Because their shadows are right here. These are their reflections. Like, I'm not wrong, right? That's their shadows going sideways, and these are their reflections on the wet sand. Although then she wouldn't have a shadow. I don't know. Light is fucky. But as you can see, it's reflecting off of sand.
Apart,
But, okay.
so perspective comes into play here. This is just rank intellectual dishonesty from whoever posted this one.
How do flat earthers explain the 4 seasons? I have a feeling they'll crack about the 4 seasons thing. No, they've got an explanation for everything. Remember, it's just like Republicans. I'm not trying to just specifically dunk on flat earthers here. We're learning about the way that human minds get to this level of derangement that we've reached, this mass derangement. And looking at the flat earth community, it's like, I don't feel I have a responsibility to be able to thoroughly debunk flat earth. Like, I don't think I have to do that for you guys. I think most of you are pretty solidly not going to fall into that shit. So we can just look at their rhetoric, look at their propaganda, look at what they fall for, and just focus on the ways in which they try to dodge accountability for being proven wrong, and how they warp the truth and reality into something that supposedly supports their conspiracy theory and their misinformation. This is the same thought process that creates MAGA crazies.
Really poor form. Well, there we go. Another final experiment review, all done and dusted. And
I love Simon Dan. His stuff is really good. I watch his content constantly. I highly recommend that you subscribe to this guy. In fact, I'm going to drop a link to his channel in the chat right now. Like I said before, my main point in showing you guys this video,
he's doing it again,
and going over all of this,
it's
was
classic
to draw
Sandal.
the comparisons between the right and the flat earth community. Not the entire right, but the really crazy, radical, disconnected entirely from reality right. How did we get to the point where the majority of people, it feels like, at least that are engaged in politics, have just decided that reality is whatever they decide it is? How did we get to this point? I really think there's no better example of how people get there than the flat earth community. And I low-key think the flat earth movement is the future of the conservative right. I think, for all intents and purposes, very quickly, Elon Musk's aspirations for space are going to dissolve, as he's got plenty more to worry about here, taking over America and the government. And we're going to see is, like, I don't think he's going to have any interest in saying the Earth is... I bet Elon Musk will be the guy who comes out to say, the Earth is actually flat. I could see it. Meanwhile, he's still selling satellites and Starlink, but the Earth is flat. I could see it. Idiocracy is real, folks. It's happening. Hey, listen. Just put the Gatorade on the plants, all right? Just put the Gatorade on the plants. It's where we're heading right now, okay? That's the future we have in front of us. Anyway, listen, if you guys enjoyed this segment, if you found it entertaining, enjoyable, or educational in any...
Nope. TDS in full swing. That was disappointing because the thumbnail had fucking Alex Jones in it, and not one fucking bit of Alex Jones there, so. The soy pill. The soy pill, what is that?
Hey, it's me, the soy pill. Recently, you may have gotten an ad for Matt Walsh's dumb movie. No, not that one. No, not that one. No, that's from the other Matt Walsh. That's the one. Am I Racist? And it's not a Daily Wire exclusive, quarantined off for the good of the population on the Daily Wire Plus. It played in actual real-life theaters for real-life people. It was the highest grossing documentary of 2024, edging out blockbuster hits like Jesus Thirsts and Cat Video Fest 2024. Apolitical reviewers like Jeremy Johns said they liked it.
Had myself a good time and some good laughs.
The world's largest egg said it was very funny.
Your movie is really funny.
And after seeing one too...
Yeah, I mean, I understand that concept, but, you know, a lot of people do the same thing with, like, liberals and leftists, too, so I can understand why they either do it ironically or unironically. You know, because, I mean, if you ask, like, fucking... I mean, I consider myself a normie, but I know some people that are way more normie than me, and, you know, they'll just be like... They'll see, like, they'll see someone, you know, dressed in black clad with Antifa flags, and they'll say, look at these liberals, you know? I know people like that, like, unironically.
Many ads, I had to check it out. It's time to sit my white ass down and listen. Despite the implications of the title, no, this movie is not a soul-searching adventure where Matt Walsh begins to question his conservative beliefs and whether they give him biases against certain peoples. Instead, it's a Borat-style mockumentary film where Matt Walsh goes undercover and exposes the DEI industry as a ridiculous and dangerous ideology. And you know what? I don't hate this concept. What? Sure, I'm going into this with a bias as an anti-Daily Wire libtard, but there are aspects of the DEI industry that are worth criticism. Now, before you chew me out for being racist, let me explain the difference between DEI in the literal sense and DEI as it's meant in the DEI industry. DEI stands for diversity, equity, and inclusion. What's wrong with that? Well, in principle, nothing. Diversity means a diverse or variety of backgrounds and people. Equity means a level playing field for all people, taking into account these different backgrounds, and inclusion just means making sure no one is excluded, especially based on those different backgrounds.
Are you playing some basketball?
So unless you work in the major tech sectors, chances are any DEI exposure you've had is pretty reasonable. Maybe you had a quick online training, or saw a pamphlet or poster on the wall that said, if you host a company dinner, ask if anyone has diet restrictions. Make sure everyone has a voice in meetings. Don't exclusively hire one demographic of people for a whole team. Don't discriminate against old people in your heavy manual labor job. Now, the DEI industry can be a lot more cringe and a lot less reasonable. This is stuff like Robin DiAngelo's book, White Fragility, which is rooted in the truth that there are systems of racism that go beyond individuals. Stuff like redlining, implicit biases, etc. But then her book boils down to this. There are systems of racism. All white people benefit from these systems. We academics call this white supremacist, which we explicitly acknowledge is not the definition that most people use. White people get mad when their work gives them mandated DEI training in which I tell them they're complicit in the white supremacist system.
Oh no! Why is everyone getting so defensive when I describe them using language that they associate with the KKK?
I know this is hard to believe, but people hate mandatory work events where they get free food. So they're gonna get pretty annoyed when you force them into a boring PowerPoint for 3 hours and call them racist and complicit in white supremacy, even if you're correct by your esoteric academic definition. The DEI industry also produces things like this adult anti-racism workbook that asks you to do the work to end racism.
Do the work.
With such activities as a calendar for how you plan on healing racism this month, racial gerrymandering connect the dots, a check your privilege checklist, a multi-choice quiz on when to call the police on suspicious people of color, the answer to all of which is never, a LeVar Burton coloring page. Okay, wait, this one's kind of cool.
Butterfly in the sky, I can fly twice as high.
It's coming from a good place, and it's probably rooted in truth, but as we'll soon see in the film, it can quickly spiral into some of the craziest shit you've ever heard. So Matt Walsh has the perfect opportunity here to use the Borat formula, infiltrate these crazy DEI workshops, expose them, and use his liberal character to push these DEI industry folks to say even more ridiculous stuff. Unfortunately, for several reasons, he and the Daily Wire crew fail horribly at this. So let's take a look.
Well, this guy's name is the Soy Pill. So
at Matt's shortcomings. But first, I noticed the film was not simply a Daily Wire production. It was also produced by this company called Digital Astronaut. Their mission statement is to create entertaining content that brings important issues relevant to society out into the light where they can be freely discussed. And the only 2 movies they've produced are Matt Walsh's 2 movies. And they're founded by a guy who can't afford a tailor, despite being funded by a billionaire. Anyway, problem number 1, the framing, aka I'm just a guy asking questions. Remember that this film was marketed in mainstream theaters, where people don't know who Matt Walsh is, which means Matt has to approach this not as inherently critical of the DEI system, but as just a normal guy asking questions.
Coffee?
Yes, thank you.
How do you take it?
Black.
That was awkward. Should I not have said black? That's how I like my coffee. Wait, am I racist? What is racism?
And this may be the only
God.
framing in the movie that actually works. Because yes, if you approach this as a normal person, you'll see that the DEI industry can be kind of ridiculous. The problem is that Matt Walsh is not a normal person. He's an obnoxiously smug conservative pundit from a collection of failed screenwriters and actors who's going into this film with an agenda that I think actually hurts his messaging. Part of the problem is that Matt doesn't actually understand the people he's trying to expose. The easy part to show is that they say crazy stuff and charge a bunch of money for their dumb workshops and interviews. But a literal monkey could expose this surface level silliness. And yeah, Matt accomplishes this by owning a camera and meeting these people. But that's about as deep as he gets. To display just how dumb Matt is, we have to skip to the end of the movie, where the lesson he...
I find it hard to believe that, like, I never saw the documentary, so I'm not sure, but I find it hard to believe that he could just sit in a room with, 10 to 15 random strangers and none of them know who he is. He's a pretty public fucking person, man.
He learns was actually the thing that he thought the whole time.
The anti-racist industry says that America is racist down to its bones. And if that were true, there wouldn't be anything we could do about it. White people could only wallow in their guilt, and black people in their victimhood.
Except that's not what any of these people, no matter how crazy, propose. They think the system is racist, that all white people participate in it and are racist to some degree. But their entire thesis is that these things can be rectified by doing the work, reparations, anti-racist workshops, etc. Their problem comes from a gross misunderstanding of people that disagree with them, and when doing the work, incorporates a bunch of nonsense that no one who doesn't already buy into the ideology would ever do.
Take a look, it's in a book, reading Rainbow.
There's a Grand Canyon-sized gap between saying that we can always be working on our unconscious biases and no single person can undo systemic racism, and saying that nothing will ever change. You can never undo anything, so go feel guilty and self-flagellate. There's a montage in the movie where he takes a DEI course, which apparently lets you take unlimited times until you pass, and attends a private workshop. But he sort of skips over any of the substantive messages that the people are trying to convey. Matt only shows you the smallest bits out of context that display what he already thinks their whole agenda is.
I've been told because I'm a white male, I'm kind of at the top of the pile. How do I get down from the top if I say I don't want that advantage?
I don't think you necessarily can.
There's also a scene where he pretends to be interested in the anti-racism books at the bookstore and buys them all, and then reads one. But to be honest, I don't even think he read the one Robin DiAngelo book, because if he did, he would have a better understanding of the ideology he's against and how to mock it. But of course, we knew Matt never intended on being open-minded. In his movie, What is a Woman?, he asks a very smart person an open-ended question, and as soon as we get his nuanced and thoughtful response, Matt fast-forwards through it.
We've got gender and sex. What's the difference between the two? Is there a difference?
What I think is often misleading about that characterization is allowed to be sort of messy and complicated. Discrete constructs, studies scholars,
I'll elaborate on his lack of understanding more as we combine this with his poor acting and comedy skills in Problem 2. Matt Walsh can't act and isn't funny and fails to expose the DEI industry because no one believes his bullshit. So Matt Walsh is trying to follow the Borat formula.
This movie has drawn comparisons to Borat, and I think that, there are some comparisons there, and I'm flattered by the comparisons because Borat's a hilarious film, but...
The original Borat worked really well, not only because he was a wacky character in wacky situations, but also because Sacha Baron Cohen was able to use this sexist, racist, anti-Semitic, and genuinely stupid character to expose real people's prejudice. When he gets into these situations surrounded by people that he finds abhorrent, he's able to blend in and uses his character to get them to escalate their bad ideas. He got people to say that they wanted slavery back.
Are women your slaves in Russia?
No. Do you have slaves here?
We
no
wish.
Slaves. No
we
slaves.
wish.
It would be better country if...
Yes, yeah, it would be better country. We should have slaves.
He got a room full of rednecks to chant, "Throw the Jew down the well."
Throw the Jew down the well.
Borat Borat also worked on a meta level. A lot of people who liked Borat didn't even like it for exposing crazy Americans. They just liked him for being a raunchy, racist, sexist cartoon character, which in and of itself exposed those audience members for thinking like Borat. It's genius. And in his newer series, Who is America, Cohen got prominent conservatives and even lawmakers to support a kindergarten firearm defense course called Kinderguardians.
Typically, members of Congress don't just hear a story about a program and then indicate whether they support it or not.
I support the Kinderguardians program.
Don't even get me started on how he trained some of these people in self-defense.
In America, there is one forbidden word. It is the N-word. You have 3 seconds to attract attention. Go!
Now, in Matt's defense, Borat had only existed as a template for 18 years, so he didn't have a lot of time to study and learn it. So Matt needs to be like Borat. He needs to make himself appear to be one of them, agree with their ridiculous ideas, and make them expand to even more ridiculous ideas. The problem is, Matt's lack of understanding and conservative grievances makes his undercover character a straw man, too silly to be taken seriously by many of the people he's trying to fool. Sure, it's funny to the people in the Daily Wire audience, but a bunch of his victims, including the very first workshop he thought to include, suss him out extremely quickly. The first workshop starts off with a grounded meditation that allows participants to be fully present in the DEI space.
Typically, I like to open up the space with a brief meditation. Please ground yourself in your seat. Just allow yourself to be fully present in the space.
You couldn't ask for a more perfect, stereotypical liberal moment to just sit back and film. So of course, Matt comes in late, interrupts, and draws attention to himself.
Are we meditating? Okay, sorry.
The circle then gives introductions, including their pronouns, which gives Matt the opportunity to highlight any strange or awkward answers. But somehow, he only shows 2 introductions. The first is this incredibly normal person's incredibly normal answer.
My name is Dan. My pronouns are he, him. I'm feeling excited. The weirdest compliment I think I've ever received, I was in the online dating sphere, and I've gotten the, you look much better in person.
He's happy, endearing, and makes everyone laugh. The second is Matt Walsh, where we get our first taste of just how bad he is at this. He stands up for no reason.
If you want to stand, it's okay.
Has a failed attempt at a pronoun joke.
I'm Steven. Pronouns, I'll have to get back to you on that.
Tries to repeat the language of the people that he finds cringe in a way that suggests he's being sardonic because he resents this ideology and can't help himself.
I'm feeling excited.
I'm feeling excited.
Present.
Just allow yourself to be fully present.
And gives a made-up anecdote that wasn't really funny and makes this lady almost laugh at him.
The strangest compliment I've ever gotten is I've been complimented on the number of black friends that I have. Sometimes it comes up, but
I really want to emphasize just how bad he's doing right off the bat. Matt can only embody his misguided notions of what a liberal would do, which, as we see in every scene, confuses and differentiates himself from every liberal ever. He's drawn unnecessary attention to himself by acting weird and out of place, but he's supposed to be blending in and getting these people to escalate. If he wanted to make fun of pronouns, he could have said his pronouns were she, her. Given his appearance...
What's up, right wing? Left wing is more popular right now than during Cold War. It's true. I'd probably say. I mean, well, being a liberal is definitely, that's for sure. I mean, most leftists, would not identify with anything Democrat or liberal related at all. So I wouldn't know. I don't know if it's like left wing. I would definitely say being a liberal or being a Democrat is certainly the least popular it's probably ever been, for sure.
Some people might be thrown off by that, but because these people are incredibly respectful, as we'll see later, they would have been gendering him as a woman for the rest of the workshop. That's exactly the kind of thing that would have achieved Matt's goal of making your average, non-culture war poisoned viewer see these people as over the top and ridiculous. Instead, he accidentally juxtaposes himself next to the most normal, endearing man ever, and makes himself look like a stupid asshole. Keep in mind, Matt has full creative control over all of the editing in this film. Everything you see is what he thinks makes him look the best and everyone else look weird. The workshop leader gives Matt another opportunity to play off of ridiculousness.
If I'm going to be quite frank, when I do this work in these types of circles, I'm not safe.
Now, what she means by this, as Robin DiAngelo talks about in her book, is that when white people get faced with the idea that they may be contributing to racism or have done something to hurt others, they might get uncomfortable, push back, and maybe make her feel uneasy. Not because she's afraid of getting attacked, but because it can be exhausting to explain things to people who are recalcitrant. But her language is pretty extreme. I feel unsafe in this environment is the kind of language you use when you're attending a traditional Saudi gun-jumping dance recital. Not when you're in a room full of rich white people paying you money to teach them about racism.
My promise to the Black community is to lean into being brave and to love in inconvenient ways.
So what do you do with this? I don't know, play into it. Mention how being in predominantly Black spaces makes you feel unsafe because you're worried that your microaggressions will make them attack you. Matt asks a reasonable question and doesn't try to make a joke, allowing her to elaborate.
Why are you not safe in the circle?
Being an African American in primarily white spaces is not safe for me mentally.
But Matt goes on to immediately undermine this by giving a cringy performative statement where he fake cries and rambles.
Well, I'm here on a journey towards a brighter future. My promise to myself is love, to love myself. I struggle so much with it in my life, to love myself, be better in so many better ways, to better myself, to better the world. And I know that I haven't been better.
He even includes clips of all the people immediately seeing this as weird, out of place, and cringy. He then proceeds to interrupt a bunch of people, preventing us from seeing real cringy answers. And whenever he does this incredibly rude and unfunny interrupting, the circle actually treats him respectfully, as if he's a child causing a nuisance.
I am here with the intention to understand and learn, dig a little bit.
I'm sorry, I forgot one other thing I wanted to promise the Black community.
It's really important that we don't interrupt each other during the group.
The promise that I'm making to myself is to be heard,
That's what I was going to say.
Please allow her to finish.
Sorry.
He's so lame that even the workshop leader made me laugh more.
I had one other promise to Black. We can circle back around. Are we going to circle back around?
No.
And we see that when Matt just shuts the up, we get some pretty good content from these people.
What do you feel when you hear the term white people?
Cringe about it.
Word.
Cringe? Yeah.
Pick a word, but that's a very good one.
A little anchor. Whiteness as that lie, just ugh.
The thing about...
Step out for a moment.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Well, guess not. Matt had to fake cry and excuse himself because he can't hold in all the up things he wants to scream at this woman. And while he's gone, they Google him and find out who he is, because he made it so obvious that he's out of place. And when he comes back, they ask him to leave in the nicest way possible.
I would really appreciate it if you left so that the people who actually want to be here and deserve to be here can get what they need.
I do want to be
Can
here.
you please leave?
Come with me. Well,
Thank you.
I didn't consent to be touched.
Also, he acts incredulous that they feel actually unsafe knowing who he is.
I just want to know that, like, my physical safety and yours and everybody else's here is okay.
Why would your physical safety?
What's he gonna do? What's he gonna do? Get up and start hitting people?
Not be okay.
Implying that his very presence physically intimidates them. But no, Matt, it's because they know you have an army of millions of rabid fans who do stuff like this when they get mad. So Matt did capture a couple cringy lines, but ultimately only succeeded in making himself look like an annoying asshole and having me sympathize with the people he's trying to make look bad. And what did he learn from this? That he needs to shut up and let the weird people talk? That he should learn to act and improvise better and really let them expand on their silly ideas? No, Matt decides he needs a better disguise and puts on a man bun wig.
If I want to be an ally, I need to look like one.
But he already looked like a hipster liberal. You weren't discovered because you look conservative. You were discovered because you're a bad actor and comedian.
Is it because I said I had 17 Black friends? It might have been 15. It depends on how you count them.
And the real reason you didn't need a disguise in the first place is because you aren't interesting or famous enough to be recognized by normal people. Also, wait, as part of his disguise, he pulls up his pants to show his ankles. Was this a joke? Is this a liberal stereotype? Conservative explain! The next prominent infiltration is this race to dinner event. Now, these hosts are pretty insane. We get to hear them say a lot of insane stuff because Matt wasn't allowed to participate, so he had to infiltrate as a waiter, meaning he can't interrupt as much.
You cannot separate yourselves from the bad white people. The Second Amendment, which is literally synonymous with white supremacy. To be clear, what's happening in this country, it's Nazism. Republicans are Nazis.
Hey, editing Soy Pill here. This one's less crazy after Elon did this at the inauguration. But of course, it's his movie, so he has to draw attention to himself and derail everything.
This country is a piece of shit. Oh my. I mean, I used to be a white woman, an unsuccessful one. All you do is talk shit about each other, talk shit about yourself. Oh my God, I'm so fat.
That's all they do.
Fucking struggle session, dude. I want to watch this dinner scene. I wonder if I have it.
I mean, I used to be a white woman, an unsuccessful one, for many decades, and it was a miserable experience. And really, the hatred of yourselves and each other is like the not seeing your power, the being afraid. Like, all you do is talk shit about each other, talk shit about yourself. Oh my God, I'm so fat.
That's all they do. I'm telling you, these white women.
But that's it. I'm so fat, I'm so stupid, I'm blah, blah, blah.
Sorry.
Your kids are watching you, and they're watching you talking shit about each other, you know, raging against the machine or being silent or whatever the hell it is that you're doing or not doing, and they know that you're not doing shit for them.
That's so important. That is so important what you just said. It's really important. That's all.
We may have to add you to our team.
Oh, I would love to take a seat and join you.
No, you're not allowed to.
Okay.
Definitely not allowed.
Okay. I have my DEI certification that I got.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
not saying I'm an expert, but I'm also not a novice. So, okay.
White people are starved for these conversations.
We are. We're so starving.
Yeah.
We are so starving for this.
Anyone else want to say anything?
I'll just say one thing. I'm so glad we can have these conversations, and I'll be done. But I'm just so glad that we could all get together to have these conversations. That's all I wanted to say.
Is he an actor? Are you an actor?
Oh, no.
Can you let us, we're trying to listen and trying to have this conversation.
Okay, you know, we're all acting all the time in our lives. And I think that that's part of the problem, you know? That it's like we're all trying to play a part rather than just being real and having these uncomfortable conversations. And that's what I'm always trying to tell people, especially, you know, white women. No offense, but...
No, but see, like, you're a white dude. There's power positions, and, you know, it's... pointing white people pointing fingers at each other is not helpful.
You know, I've been on this journey for so long.
Yeah, what's up, Maida?
And just to see you guys at the table having this conversation has been really enlightening for me. Anyway, I got the DEI certification, and I'm just on the journey. All right, you ladies have a great night.
Decolonize yourself. Do your own white supremacy dismantling. And then you can start to bring in other people.
Can I just say one last thing? Can I just propose a toast? I mean, just raise a glass if you're racist. And that's the thing.
Cheers. Oh, I'm not racist. Let me
To racist. Well, all the rest of it. To racist.
Am I Racist? Rated PG-13. Buy ticket.
Okay. Well, that's not the whole dinner scene, but I wanted to... It seems like a fucking struggle session. Where is that? There we go.
Sorry.
White people are starved for these conversations.
We are. We're so starving.
Yeah.
We are so starving for this.
You need to shut the f up.
His intrusions add absolutely nothing to their rhetoric, and instead make them angry and frustrated. And again, people immediately suss him out as an actor.
Is he an actor? Are you an actor?
Oh, no.
Can you let us, we're trying to listen and trying to have this conversation.
Okay.
His only escalation is this moment.
Can I just say one last thing? Can I just propose a toast? Raise a glass if you're racist. And that's the thing.
In another timeline, getting these people to toast to their own racism could have been a good escalation. But after all that, it looks like they're just humoring him so he'll leave and let them continue. Good job, Matt. You once again were so annoying and unfunny, you made me sympathize with the people who said this.
The entire system has to burn. And I'm not going to even use save this country. This country is not worth saving.
Problem 3. Matt's street interviews kind of undermine his message. Some of the infiltrations are interspersed with street footage, where Matt talks with random people. For most of these, his intention is to show that most people aren't on board with this DEI stuff. Matt says something that he's heard from the DEI folks, and people reject it.
Just talk to me about decentering your whiteness.
Why do I have to go away from my whiteness?
What are some ways that you're confronting your whiteness?
My whiteness.
And this kind of undermines one of his major points about how crazy the left is. Like, yeah, most people do find this stuff ridiculous. This isn't even mainstream with your average Democrat.
What is DEI?
Maybe you're spending millions of dollars and thousands of man-hours complaining about something that's not that big a deal. Oh, Robin DiAngelo is a New York Times best-selling author? You know who else is, Matt? People on your stupid f***ing network. I'll give credit to Matt. The closest he gets to good satire is when he gets people to sign a petition to turn the Washington Monument into the George Floyd Monument.
Would you mind signing?
I'll see why not.
Okay.
That's a perfect example of what this whole movie should have been. Slightly exaggerated themes of the actual claims that you can get people to agree with. But then he caps this moment off with people saying it's dumb, so he can't even portray it properly.
Would you be willing to?
Can't agree with that.
Will you sign it?
No.
But the biggest issue I have with these street interviews is that Matt tries to use them to show that racism isn't a real problem.
A lot of people pretty critical of this country, and you know, it can be kind of a racist country.
No.
It's funny because one of the people he interviews says that he has immediate relatives that were in the KKK.
What do you think about racism in society? You think it's a big problem?
My dad, my uncle, my granddaddy were Klansmen.
You're not
No.
racist?
No.
Like, buddy, that's great if you're not racist, but people that close to you were in one of the most notorious racist groups in modern history. And as much as I wish it was, the Civil Rights Act was not a magical scroll that disintegrated all the racists. And this leads into problem number 4. Actually, racism isn't a big deal. Matt Walsh is not just asking questions. He wants you to think that racism is over and not a problem anymore. How? Well, first, he takes news clips of people describing the real trend of hate crimes increasing, which is, hot take, not good, and then plays a montage of some of the hoaxes to imply that most, if not all of them, are. Now there's an interesting paper from the DOJ about hate crimes, underreporting, and the trends. But the first thing you should know is that most hate crimes are classified as such because someone used some slur or bigoted language during an assault. And race is, of course, the #1 cited demographic. This study claims that there are up to 250,000 hate crimes a year, most of which go unreported. Given the fact that the difference between a hate crime and a normal assault can be one word, it's not that hard to believe how often it happens. My method to prove this would be to tell you to go to any blue-collar job ever and record the number of slurs per minute when there's no customers around.
And you're
Am I?
Yeah, you are.
Oh, yeah, that's fucking rich.
Is it fucking rich? Is it fucking rich?
You want to get the fuck out of my face?
You shut the up.
Now, if you don't trust this paper's methodology or my foolproof method, Matt was kind enough to interview Wilford Riley, PhD, and author of Hate Crime Hoax. Another small credit to Matt, this is good comedic timing.
Hate crimes.
Riley's book posits that a substantial number of the yearly reported hate crimes are hoaxes.
Well, out of what, 20 million index crimes a year, there are 6,000, 7,000 hate crimes? No, there's no epidemic.
Don't the statistics show that anti-black hate crimes are a huge problem?
Well, I think that depends on your definition of a huge problem.
So first of all, the "it's not a huge problem" number is 7,000. So that's like 19 hate crimes a day. Is it the biggest problem in the country? Of course not. But acting like this is an indication that racism is gone is ridiculous. Then you of course have to compare the 250,000 number to the 7,000. So you can either trust the DOJ's comprehensive study or, like, this one dude. Now, hoaxes happen, of course, and they really hang on the Jussie Smollett one because it was blown up in the media, which is fair, because that case was really stupid. He hired 2 black guys to pretend to be white MAGA hat guys, beat him up, and tie a noose around his neck. But everyone should have seen through this story immediately, because it hinges entirely on the fact that 2 white racist MAGA guys recognized a lead from the all-black music drama series Empire.
I heard, as I was crossing the intersection, I heard Empire.
Holy sh**, is that f***ing Tony Hightower from Tyler Perry's Medea on the Run? Get him! The point is, even if we were generous and said half of them were made up, there's still thousands happening every year, and that's not good. If Matt Walsh was smart, instead of denying reality, he could have pointed out the correct conclusion that the kind of people that voluntarily sign up for DEI trainings probably aren't committing hate crimes before or after these workshops. Problem 635. Matt fumbles so hard he could probably burn cereal. The final thing to focus on is Matt's big interview with Robin DiAngelo herself. I briefly mentioned what I think of Robin DiAngelo. She has ideas rooted in real problems, like systemic injustice and racial biases, but she takes it to such an extreme that I find it insane that anyone ever took her seriously. Sure, it's good to reflect on racist assumptions, or not to get defensive if someone calls you out for doing something problematic, but she presents these ideas in such a strict and self-affirming ideology, so that anyone who pushes back against any of her ideas automatically fits her category of a fragile white person. I know colorblindness will make you ignorant of other people's backgrounds, perspectives, and history, but Robin absolutely loops around to the, okay, you're so sensitive about this that you're actually kind of racist.
When I go to the grocery store, I see a black person, I feel almost an uncontrollable sense of urgency to signal to them that I'm okay and that I'm not racist and that they're welcome.
So this should be a gold mine for Matt. He has an audience with the most famous person in the whole DEI industry, whose name you probably didn't know until this video, who has some pretty stupid racial views. This is presented as the big moment. Let's watch him f it up. First, he asks a bunch of questions with nuanced answers that he probably cut out. For example, is it possible for a white person to not have privilege?
Is there any way to get rid of white privilege?
You can't just opt out. You can do your best to challenge it. That in a way is opting out.
Robin correctly points out that you can't just make everyone treat everyone else the same overnight, and you can only really change yourself in the short term. This is what Matt later frames as, we can never ever fix racism. Then Matt tries to roleplay. He pretends to be an incredibly obtuse person of color that's mad at Robin for smiling at them and also not smiling at them.
I noticed you passed by me in the hall. You were really overdoing the smile.
Certainly would not have intended to have that impact on you, but I'm very clear that I did have that impact on you. I would love to offer you a repair if that's something you're ready for.
When I'm ready to talk, I'll talk to you.
Understood.
Hi, Robin. This time you didn't even smile at all. I don't feel comfortable with you in this workplace.
I'm a little bit confused about how best to proceed. I can't deny that I am. Would you be willing to give me some guidance?
I don't think it's up to me to educate you.
Understood.
And somehow, Robin gives the most respectful and reasonable response to his stupid straw man character, completely humoring him and looking like an amicable and level-headed person. Remember that this is all edited by Matt Walsh and his team to make her look as bad as possible. And finally, in maybe the most baffling moment of the entire movie, Matt attempts to escalate by trying to get Robin to personally give reparations to his black producer. First, he does it himself.
I want to pay you reparations right now. Will you accept?
I won't turn it down.
And Robin sees through this performative bullshit and laughs.
pay any.
That was really weird.
Yeah, the woman who said, "I feel a compelling urge to signal to black people in the grocery store that I'm an ally," thinks you're being weird. She explains herself, saying, yeah, you can give them some money, but reparations would have to be systemic to actually do anything. And what you just did was a mostly meaningless gesture.
It just seemed like it's not a systemic approach.
This is, of course, too nuanced for Matt, who again uses his straw man idea of leftist language to try to coerce her into doing it.
It's not, because I'm not waiting for the system. I'm acting as an individual.
And I say coerce because they all but rob her in this scene by pressuring her to give money.
I can go get some cash for sure.
And she only does it so that they can move on, because even she thinks it's stupid.
Thanks. You're welcome.
I think he genuinely could have gotten her on board with some sort of racial reparations, or even a racial tax, if he framed it the right way. But this is such a big fumble that I truly can't believe he bragged about it.
And we didn't force her to do anything. She does ultimately pay reparations, spoiler alert, but she did that to herself. We didn't do that, I'm afraid to say.
I can go get some cash for sure.
This scene exemplifies the problems with the whole movie. He doesn't understand their actual positions, so his attempts at escalation are so out of touch that even the craziest people think he's being silly. They immediately see through his bad performance. The worst things are said completely absent of his input, and almost every win he gets over these people involves his coercion to the point where he may as well not have done it, since they're only doing it to get him to shut up. Now, I didn't have time to delve into everything, like the cringy, bespoke, anti-DEI rap soundtrack.
Don't be a bigot, post a black square, drink Bud Light, put blue dye in your hair.
Matt going on TV shows and ruining a reporter's day.
Tell us about your journey.
I think it's doing more harm than good. This whole thing's a scam. I don't know. I gotta go.
And every other person that saw through his dumb facade.
But you're stretching up like this, out of your whiteness. Okay, so you're decentering your whiteness. You're stretching out of...
But don't take my word for it. I recommend that you purchase this movie at full price on the Pirate Bay. This movie could have been a good expose on the dumb DEI trainings being a grift to exploit white guilt for way too much money. At best, it did get some good footage of the...
I have not decentered my whiteness in a while. I think I'm due. I'm due for a stretch.
Crazy things these people say, but instead of playing into that and escalating it naturally, Matt Walsh completely derails it whenever it gets good. The best parts of the movie are when Matt isn't even on screen, and even Matt agrees with that, because his best moments flashback montage barely features him at all. These DEI industry workshops can be lame, but as Matt showed, they're pretty unpopular with most normal people. Whether it's the language, like telling people that only white people can be racist, the performative exercise, or ultimately the failure to communicate academic concepts to the layman, they just don't resonate with most. And that sucks, because teaching about unconscious bias, the downstream effects of...
You know what happened? This guy watched this movie sitting alone and didn't laugh. He just watched comedy stuff with a Yeah. I mean, yeah. I mean, look, I mean, if you want to look at this through a critical lens, then, I mean, you're certainly entitled to, but I don't think that... I think Matt... Or the Daily Wire, you know, meant to make something, half of which is attributed to, you know, some kind of political message, and the other half is just to fucking make money and gain some fucking momentum in terms of their company. You know, I don't think this is like a deep dive into fucking DEI and shit. I think it's meant to be entertainment, so.
Historic racism, sensitivity, and inclusion of others is something I strongly support. Racism is nowhere near as bad as it's ever been in this country, but we're not post-racial, and we could do a lot better. But in the end, even if Matt did a good job of exposing the worst parts of the DEI industry, it wouldn't make a huge difference to me, because, yeah, Matt Walsh, you are racist.
But while the left, Democrats, and protesters put all the blame on the police officer as per usual,
I think we need to start asking some questions about the personal responsibility of the suspect.
Ever since the beginning of time, teenage girls have been getting pregnant. I'm more worried about, about him, Mohammed Al-Hum, than I am worried about Tony Bagels or Bobby Glasses or Baby Shacks or Meatballs.
If you take away the Anglo-Saxon culture, which is what started this damn country,
race or culture, like what are you promoting?
Both. You can't separate them. They're the same. A country is more than just a border. What I like most is the culture philosophy that was distinctly Western Anglo-Saxon. When these other groups come, when the original inhabitants, the original inhabitants, of course, were Native Americans, but forget about them for a second. Everyone else has. We're bringing in a flood of immigrants over the southern border, non-white. We're putting policies in place with the express purpose of having fewer white people in universities and in positions of power. And we're celebrating the reduction in the white population. It sounds like you want to replace white people.
Black Americans are doing better here today than they would be had their ancestors generations ago never been brought to these shores. All of us today would be in a worse spot if slavery never existed at all across the entire globe.
And so on and so forth.
You know how some people make it big and kick the ladder out from under them? Well, I like to extend as many ladders as possible in a segment that I call Oops, All Ladders. Today's feature is Fireside Chats. He's a patron of mine who I've been helping with editing. He breaks down news and politics with two amazing tools that I'll never have: a military background and a crispy southern accent.
Will Trump solve all of America's problems? Let's talk about that.
Go click the link in the description and give him some love and ones. Send me an email with the subject ladders and your channel name, and if I think you have good content, you'll be in the next video. Speaking of patrons, thanks to all my beautiful patrons, and especially my top tier patrons, Mr. Thoughtless, Moth, Church, Died Famous Inc., and Nipple YouTube demonetizes me a lot, so Patreon is the best way to support and show me that you want more. And don't forget to type 1 to end the deep state.
What was it he said?
This scene exemplifies a lot better, but in the end, even if Matt did a good job of exposing the worst parts of
I want to see this shit that I said again.
The DEI industry, it wouldn't make a huge difference to me because, yeah, Matt Walsh, you are racist.
But while the left, Democrats, and protesters put all the blame on the police officer as per usual, I think we need to start asking some questions about the personal responsibility of the suspect.
Ever since the beginning of time, teenage girls have been getting pregnant. I'm more worried about, about him, Mohammed Al-Hum, than I am worried about Tony Bagels or Bobby Glasses or Baby Shacks or Meatballs.
If you take away the Anglo-Saxon culture, which is what started this damn country,
race or culture, like what are you promoting?
Both. You can't separate them. They're the same. A country is more than just a border. What I like most is the culture philosophy that was distinctly Western Anglo-Saxon. When these other groups come, when the original inhabitants, the original inhabitants, of course, were Native Americans, but forget about them for a second. Everyone else has. We're bringing in a flood of immigrants over the southern border, non-white. We're putting policies in place with the express purpose of having fewer white people in universities and in positions of power, and we're celebrating the reduction in the white population. It sounds like you want to replace white people.
Black Americans are doing better here today than they would be had their ancestors generations ago never been brought to these shores. All of us today would be in a worse spot if slavery never existed at all across the entire globe.
And so on and so forth.
Oh my God. Holy shit. Oh man, that was good. Time is it? 9 o'clock? Fucking hey.
I'm right. That's
I
could get.
Fuck Adolf. Simply Steve. Fuck Adolf, Trump, and Herman Musk. Okay. That's a link? Nah, I don't do links in the chat, dude. I don't do links in the chat because fucking I I don't trust anybody that just comes in and starts. I mean, right wing Jesus, I know you've been here before, so it's not that, but and if I just start letting anybody put links in the chat, and then it's like fucking somebody just comes in here and starts putting horrible shit, which has happened before, so got to be cautious about that. But you can whisper it to me on the nazies. Yeah, exactly. It doesn't matter anyway because I'm getting out of here. So I'm gonna send you guys over to Nikki. Nikki's always cool. And say hello to her. Be nice. And I will see you guys later. Maybe on tomorrow. Maybe on later tonight. We'll see. I got today off, so I'll see you guys later. Thanks for hanging out. Thank you, Conrad. Thank you, Maida. Thank you, Right Wing. Thank you, frickin' Panda. Thank you, guys. I'll see you guys later. Peace.
From other places to then illegally occupy, which at that time to this point is still the case, to move in and take that territory. Your government has been facilitating this transfer the entire time.